Chapter 50-42. Now that he had mastered these techniques, he should be ready to give the 8th floor a try. Just what was so terrifying about the 8th floor? Now that his physical body had the ancient black hole array, his defense had increased by a large margin. Even if a god-level expert attacked him, they would not be able to do much damage to him in a short amount of time. Of course, a powerful god-level expert was different. At the very least, an ordinary one would not be able to do anything to Lin Fei. After making sure that there were no mistakes, Lin Fei decided to go to the 8th floor. He wanted to see what the 8th floor looked like and see if he could get through it. Then, a door appeared. He could not see what was behind this door. Lin Fei knew that the 8th floor was not as simple as he imagined it to be, so he did not think too much about it and stepped forward. He took this step forward. He discovered that he was in a starry sky. At first, he thought that this starry sky was fake, but in the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was absolutely sure that this starry sky was real. Boom! A huge bolt of blue lightning came crashing down. Then a second bolt of lightning, and then a third. Lightning. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. These bolts of lightning were like snakes, exploding in a frenzy. In a single exchange, Lin Fei did not know how many bolts of lightning he had to face. He could not even keep track of them. The 15 black holes instantly opened up, and Lin Fei's immemorial eternal body was revealed. Lin Fei's fist technique was unleashed. In a single breath, he had directly used 3 techniques. Even so, these bolts of lightning still landed on Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei's attacks were relentless, not stopping at all. In an instant, it seemed as though Lin Fei would be completely annihilated. Lin Fei found that he could not move at all, because the void seemed to have been frozen. He had never encountered such a situation before. It turns out that the 8th floor is actually so terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the means of attack. I still need to be able to withstand it for a moment. Otherwise, there's a high chance that I'll be kicked out. Cracks began to appear on Lin Fei's body. Following that, his 15 black holes had absorbed a lot of energy and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. In other words, the absorption rate was getting faster and faster. This was the first time that Lin Fei had encountered such a situation. It was his first time using the ancient black hole array, yet he had encountered such a scene. However, he was quite knowledgeable about this array formation. Lightning was indeed powerful. In that instant, he managed to withstand a lot of the attack's power. 15 black holes already had such power. If there were 30 or 100 black holes, the power that would erupt would be unimaginable. Even if it was lightning, it wouldn't be able to land on him easily. This experience still shocked Lin Fei. The consumption of energy in his body was also getting faster and faster because the lightning was very strong. Without question, these bolts of lightning were definitely at the peak of the high god level. In other words, peak great perfection. It wasn't something that could be encountered at any time. It was extremely penetrating. Even if a black hole opened up, it would still land on Lin Fei's body. These attacks were getting stronger and stronger, almost like flowing water. Lin Fei didn't consume much energy, but in this short period of time, he experienced true terror. Endure, I have to endure. I can already withstand a part of the power of the attack. If the power reaches its full power, I naturally won't be able to withstand it. However, it hasn't defeated me yet, which means that I'm still very confident. Lin Fei tried his best to stay awake. Even though his body was covered with cracks, Lin Fei's mentality didn't collapse. He knew that he could be considered to have withstood the first round. The rest was a race of time. He didn't believe that these thunderbolts could last for a long time. If they really lasted for a long time, then no one would be able to pass this round and advance to the next round. Lin Fei's body was constantly recovering, and he was also enduring the pain. He had to see how long it would last, so he kept withstanding. At the same time, he kept using the eternal fist technique, one punch after another. Under his coordination, the 15 black holes exploded with extreme power. All of Lin Fei's attention was focused on this. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he found that the speed of his punches was getting weaker and weaker. The recovery of his body was also getting slower and slower. He knew that he was reaching his limit. Endure, I have to endure. I definitely can't give up. I'm about to win. Lin Fei kept cheering himself on in his heart. He knew that it wasn't long before victory. As long as he could hold on for a while, he would win. However, if he couldn't, it would be equivalent to failing at the last step. He didn't want to fail at the last step. Hua! A huge thunderbolt came down. This thunderbolt was completely different from the ones he had seen before. Lin Fei realized that this move should be very terrifying. If he could withstand it, he might be able to hold on for a long time. The thunderbolt landed on Lin Fei's body, but this time, Lin Fei managed to withstand it. All the thunderbolts seemed to have disappeared at this moment, as if they had never appeared. The phantom appeared in front of Lin Fei just like that. It was the same weapon spirit from before. It was the same phantom. The way it looked at Lin Fei was especially different. Congratulations on withstanding the thunderbolt attack of the 8th level. You can enter the 9th level. The power of the thunderbolt was really strong. Even Lin Fei had a hard time withstanding it. If it came again, he felt that he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. When would it be over for him? May I know what thunderbolt this is? The thunderbolt was the most different thunderbolt Lin Fei had ever seen. Therefore, he really wanted to ask what kind of thunderbolt it was. This is Destruction Thunderbolt. It contains the power of destruction. Naturally, it's different from ordinary thunderbolts. Lin Fei suddenly understood. No wonder it was so difficult for him to withstand it. Destruction Thunderbolt. If he hadn't cultivated the eternal immemorial eternal body and had the ancient black hole array to absorb a lot of the attack's power, he would have definitely suffered a huge loss. It was easy to imagine how intense this loss would be. Voila! Lin Fei arrived at a small secret room. As usual, there were a few balls of light in this secret room. However, these balls of light didn't have a special seal like the ones before, so he could see what they looked like. After passing the 8th level, you have the right to take an item from here. There are mystic techniques and god-level treasures here. You can choose any one of them. There weren't many items here, but Lin Fei could sense that the rewards here were much better than those on the 7th level. Chapter 50-43. Choosing a treasure or divine ability at will was really quite a test. However, compared to before, the selection this time was much easier. Lin Fei immediately used the Great Karma technique. He wanted to see which item was most compatible with him. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about any accidents. As for the Great Karma technique, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. This technique was different from other things. As long as he could sense it, it would naturally have a long-term effect. Although there weren't many treasures here, they all looked quite extraordinary and had quite a long history. Lin Fei could clearly sense them. In the end, his gaze fell upon a large seal. This seal looked ordinary, but it was filled with a mysterious aura. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. I want this seal. I wonder what it's called. Just as Lin Fei finished his sentence, the seal flew over and landed on his hand. Then, he heard the voice of the figure. This is a protective treasure of my master. It's called the 9 Dragons Protection. It turned out to be a protective treasure. That was out of Lin Fei's expectations. Right now, Lin Fei was already extremely strong. First, he had the ancient black hole formation. Next, he had this protective treasure, which was actually called the 9 Dragons Protection. Although this treasure is called the 9 Dragons Protection, it requires a certain level of strength to be able to activate it. Those who are weak can only activate 1 dragon protection. When one's strength reaches the peak, one can activate all 9 dragons protection. With such a request, Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. If this thing was so easy to use, it wouldn't be a protective treasure. The treasure you choose now will allow you to go to the 9th level. It's been a long time since anyone has gone to the 9th level. You're the only one in all these years. Actually, there was no need to say it. Lin Fei knew that he was the only one. Therefore, he was more or less filled with anticipation. He wanted to see what the 9th level looked like. At least he would know. Since so many people wanted to go to the 9th level, it would be a pity if they didn't go and take a look. Lin Fei was also very grateful to this mysterious expert for greatly improving his strength. If it wasn't for him, it would have been a long time before he could improve his strength. Whoosh. Lin Fei did not think too much about it and directly entered the 9th floor. The 9th floor actually appeared beside a lake. Not far from the lakeside, there was a figure sitting there fishing, leisurely walking over. But with just one glance, Lin Fei felt that this person was definitely a top-notch expert. He couldn't sense his existence at all. He seemed to exist, but his true body wasn't here. This is a projection that I left here in anticipation of reaching the 9th level. Congratulations, you are the second person to reach this level in 10,000 years. This was a warm voice. Then, the person turned around and looked at Lin Fei. After this glance, it seemed like he could see through everything about Lin Fei. This was a very strange thought, but it was enough to prove that this person was already very strong. Lin Fei also walked over. So this is what the 9th level looks like. I thought the 9th level would be more terrifying than I imagined. Lin Fei also laughed. He was already prepared, but he didn't expect the 9th level to look like this. The most dangerous level is the 8th. If you can't withstand it, you won't have a chance. But if it's the 9th level, there are no tricks. You are the second in 10,000 years. Lin Fei could indeed experience the terror of the 8th level. If it wasn't for his strong physical body and the ancient black hole array, he really wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Then I'm quite curious. Since I've come to the 9th level, it's not like it's a dangerous place. Or is there something that Senior wants me to do? If so, can you let me know so that I can broaden my horizons? Lin Fei was different from others. Others came to this level to search for opportunities, but Lin Fei came purely to take a look. After all, he had the sign-in system. As long as he had the time to sign in, the things he could get were more abundant than he could imagine. You're quite an interesting person. Most people who come to this level basically want some treasures, some cultivation techniques, or some resources to improve their strength. But you're the first. Lin Fei also laughed. Maybe it's because I'm a little vulgar. I came here purely to take a look. Since you're here to take a look, then I'll give you something. After all, you're indeed different from others. I can't see through you. A key flew out and appeared in front of Lin Fei. This is a key, the key to the Gate of Immortality, so I call it the Gate of Immortality. Gate of Immortality key. Lin Fei's interest was finally piqued. He wasn't interested in other things, but these doors were a little different. This powerhouse definitely knew a lot of things, and even knew some special secrets. Is this an opportunity to become immortal? Lin Fei also revealed a look of curiosity. This was the only way to find out more secrets. The key landed in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't take this thing, but he could feel that the quality of this key was very extraordinary. Legend has it that this Gate of Immortality key leads to the place to become immortal, but you must gather all 5 keys to open the Real Gate of Immortality. The remaining 4 keys are in the hands of the top forces in the star field. Whether you can open the Gate of Immortality depends on your luck. When Lin Fei was about to ask more questions, he found that the shadow had disappeared. It just threw him a mysterious Gate of Immortality key. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He casually put away the Gate of Immortality key. The quality of this Gate of Immortality key was very different. Even Lin Fei himself couldn't tell what it looked like. After obtaining a Gate of Immortality key and hearing the news of summoning the Gate of Immortality, Lin Fei's trip was indeed not in vain. He also knew that the remaining keys weren't on this person's body, but in the star field. Lin Fei himself didn't know how big this star field was. He would have to wait until his suppression time was up before he could find out. At least with this Gate of Immortality key, he would have a chance. At most, he would sign in slowly. After his strength reached a certain level, he would snatch all 4 keys and try to summon this gate of immortality. There shouldn't be any problems with this strategy. Without thinking too much, Lin Fei immediately left the 9th floor. A door appeared. When he came out again, he was still inside the everlasting mountain, but he was not at that place. Chapter 50-44. Once they came out of the everlasting mountain, Lin Fei was in a forest. In the forest, there were many divine arts and techniques. If he wasn't careful, he would be in big trouble. Looks like I've gained quite a bit this time. I actually obtained a key to the immortal gate. With this key, I can summon the immortal gate. Interesting. On the 9th floor, Lin Fei also saw the mysterious shadow. This shadow was exceptionally powerful. Compared to him, Lin Fei's strength was truly too lacking. Fortunately, he did not receive any blows. He knew that as long as he had time to surpass his opponent's realm, it would only be a matter of time before he surpassed his opponent's strength. This place had indeed given Lin Fei a lot of benefits. He was prepared to see if there were any other places in the everlasting mountain that he could go to. Just as he was about to move, he frowned slightly and his figure instantly disappeared. The 2 of you actually dared to snatch my things. Hand them over immediately and obediently be my maidservants. Otherwise, even if an immortal comes, you're dead meat. In a dark place, 2 figures were constantly fleeing, and behind them, there were a few figures chasing after them. Suddenly, in front of them, a ray of light instantly burst out. It turned out that a figure had appeared in front of them, followed by a figure on the left and a figure on the right. A large formation instantly formed and trapped them within. You guys really think too highly of yourselves. In front of me, a primordial spirit stage expert. Who do you want to find to give you the qualifications to do so? The 4 figures spoke at the same time. Following that, the 4 figures immediately activated their treasures. In an instant, a great killing move erupted. These 2 people were Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy. After they came out, they started to move together. They explored quite a few secret realms and obtained quite a few things. In addition, the 2 of them were quite strong, so no one could threaten them. In the end, in a secret realm, as soon as he obtained the item, he was targeted and chased all the way here. They had used all sorts of methods, but they were still unable to stop this person. So this person was a relatively rare primordial spirit stage expert. There were several ways to cultivate. The most common of them was the spell. After cultivating the spell to the limit, one would naturally be able to break through. Another rarer method was to cultivate the primordial spirit. By cultivating one's primordial spirit, one could cultivate their own primordial spirits. These primordial spirits would also become exceptionally powerful, and in an instant, these primordial spirits could self-destruct. He would be able to cultivate it back after spending some time. Therefore, primordial soul experts were almost the same as being unkillable. It would be very difficult to deal with a superior god who walked the path of the primordial spirit. Out of 10 people, there might not even be 1 person who could successfully cultivate it. Therefore, experts of the primordial soul path were indeed quite terrifying. Only those with true potential could walk the path of primordial spirit. As for this person in front of him, he was a primal expert. He was a high god, but his primal divinity was extremely powerful. If you dare touch me, my father will not let you off. Bai Xingnan was also bleeding from the corner of her mouth. She was trying her best to hold on as she stared coldly at the middle-aged man in the distance. I know who you are. Aren't you Bai Lai's daughter, Bai Xingnan? He laughed out loud. Do you really think I don't know who you are? Even your father wouldn't know who captured you and brought you back. By the way, I've already concealed this area with my treasure, the heavenly secret pearl, so no one will be able to find out. Bai Xingnan's expression changed slightly. She knew that she was in big trouble this time. You still don't know my name? Then I'll tell you my name. I am Old Ancestor 6 Demons. Whether it was Bai Xingnan or Fairy Greenstream, their expressions instantly changed. Of course they knew this person. In the star field, he was someone who did all sorts of evil. Most importantly, he had joined a powerful force called the Demonic Hall. This Demonic Hall was unfathomable. It was said that there were top-notch experts in the star field, so no one dared to touch Old Ancestor 6 demons. Ordinary people were not as strong as Old Ancestor 6 demons. Even if they encountered him, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. With Old Ancestor 6 demon strength, unless they were certain that they could defeat him in one strike, he could easily escape by relying on his primordial spirit techniques. This made Old Ancestor 6 demons famous in the circle. Some people even said that without 2 or 3 superior gods ready, it would be impossible to capture Old Ancestor 6 demons. This made Old Ancestor 6 demons even more arrogant out of nowhere. How about it? You should have heard of my name, right? Now, obediently hand me over and be my maidservant again, and you can still live. Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt. The 4 primordial spirits laughed out loud. In your dreams. The 4 primordial spirits snorted coldly and formed a huge seal with their hands. They struck it down. The seal was like a giant millstone. As it spun, Bai Xingnan and the blue fairy vomited blood. Their faces were very pale. They had been seriously injured in just a single exchange. You have the nerve to fight me with just this much power? Do you really think that my name is a joke? A golden chain flew out, ready to wrap around the two. Old Ancestor 6 demons felt that these 2 women were quite useful. Even if they were useless to him, he could still sell them to others. Don't you think it's a bit too much to bully 2 weak women like this? A voice rang out without any warning. Old Ancestor 6 demons turned around. A fist instantly pierced through his body. With a boom, his primordial spirit collapsed, and the 4 primordial spirits pulled away from him. Master! Senior Lin! Both Bai Xingnan and the blue fairy cried out in alarm. They knew that it was Lin Fei, who had disappeared earlier. The gazes of the 4 primordial spirits turned extremely cold. How dare you sneak attack one of my primordial spirits? I'll make sure that you never return. The 4 primordial spirits instantly launched a joint attack formation. A giant millstone came crashing down with the power of a consummate high god. I heard that you primordial spirits are exceptionally strong. Let's see how strong they are. Upon seeing the 4 primordial spirits, Lin Fei knew that they were rare primordial spirits. This guy definitely had some background. But since he had his eyes on his maids, he couldn't blame Lin Fei for being impolite. Lin Fei wasn't someone who was easy to talk to. The eternal black hole grand array immediately appeared. It was a bit difficult to defend against the attacks of the 8th floor, but it was much easier to deal with this primordial spirit. Chapter 50-45. To deal with such a primordial spirit expert. Lin Fei did not think much of it. As long as he could erupt with absolute power, he could make these primordial spirits suffer. The other party could also self-destruct in an instant and cultivate another one. However, this would consume a lot of energy. Right now, Lin Fei was good at speed. Apart from that, he was good at absolute power. Moreover, his punching skills would come in handy at this moment. Every punch and every strike was shockingly fast, blasting in front of the primordial spirits. Although these primordial spirits had some treasures, not every one of them had some powerful treasures. When facing Lin Fei, Ancestor 6 demons obviously felt that he was at a disadvantage. This was because his opponent was really difficult to deal with. His primordial spirits could not affect his opponent at all. This caused Patriarch 6 demons to inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. The guy who just popped out of nowhere, it seems that you, a primordial spirit expert, is not as powerful as I thought. If you have any other powerful skills, bring it on. Otherwise, I will use my killer move and destroy your primordial spirits in an instant. In such a short period of time, Lin Fei could feel that these primordial spirits were not as strong as he had imagined. It was nothing more than a multi-layered attack. If the average person wasn't extremely strong, they wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. However, this was nothing to Lin Fei. Primordial spirit, sublimation. The 4 primordial spirits instantly launched a joint attack. A huge lotus instantly appeared under Lin Fei's body and quickly opened up. A special light instantly enveloped Lin Fei's body. As soon as the light came out, the void disintegrated in an instant. Everything seemed to disappear without a trace at this moment. This was one of the more powerful moves of Ancestor 6 demons. This was a powerful skill that could only be used by primordial spirits. Once it was used, not everyone could withstand it. Ordinary people would either die or be seriously injured if they encountered this move. They would not be able to fight at all. Of course, this move also consumed a lot of energy. However, this guy in front of him was much more mysterious than he had imagined. So, he decided to use it to heavily injure this guy first. So this is your primordial spirit technique? A big killing move is a big killing move, but its power is still a little weak. Even my physical body can't break it. It seems that a primordial spirit expert like you is not that powerful. I was happy for nothing. Now that Lin Fei had activated the eternal black hole array, in addition to his physical body, only about 10 to 20% of the attacks landed on his body. Fierce. However, it was only for a moment. He could tell that this guy was very strong, but it was not a good thing for the patriarch of the 6 demons. His killer move was useless, the other party was still unharmed. He knew that the black holes were much more terrifying than he had imagined. It just so happens that I also have a method to give you. Try it. Up until now, Lin Fei had not used any tricks, but Patriarch 6 demons did not dare to underestimate him. He knew that this body refiner was quite powerful. Therefore, he was very careful. Suddenly, rays of light burst out of the black holes. These rays of light were like flowing lights, instantly killing their way over. They were very fast. Even the void seemed to have stopped at this moment. Patriarch 6 demons was shocked. His 4 primordial spirits were instantly killed by the 15 rays of light, and they did not stop at all. Even he himself had withstood several of the flowing lights, leaving bloody holes on his body. In an instant, he turned into a flowing light and fled. Boy, you wait and see. I will come back sooner or later. As soon as he finished speaking, the flowing light that had fled into the distance exploded. Inside, Fei shook his head slightly. Did this guy really think that the attack just now was so tough? This was the power of brewing. Every one of them was quite terrifying, unless one was at the Divine Master level. Unfortunately, one was not. It was the same even if one was a primordial spirit expert. This guy's real body was not here, which was more or less a pity. What he killed were only primordial spirits. With a wave of his hand, all the rings flew over and landed in Lin Fei's hand. It seems that the two of you have gained a lot of things outside. Even such a primordial spirit expert came to kill you. Lin Fei smiled. Lin Fei didn't really care about the background of this person. His current level of strength did not matter to him. Even if a divine master attacked, it would not be easy to take him down. The experiment just now was quite satisfactory. The power that had been cultivated was contained in the black hole, and it could instantly erupt with terrifying power. Just now, 15 rays of light erupted in an instant, which was quite satisfactory. Although it seemed a bit wasteful, it was still worth it for Lin Fei. At the very least, he had learned the power of these rays. The longer they were accumulated, the more terrifying their power would be. If they were accumulated for 100 or even 1,000 years and erupted in an instant, even a divine master level expert would not be able to withstand it and would die on the ground. Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy also came up. Those were experts from the Demon Hall, but they were all killed just like that. Senior, I've caused you trouble again. That was Patriarch 6 Demons, a member of the Demon Hall. He is from a top-notch faction. I'm afraid that Patriarch 6 Demons will definitely come for revenge after I destroyed his primordial spirit. Bai Xingnan was still quite worried about this matter. They had intruded into a secret area, and the two of them had worked together to snatch the treasure. However, they had not expected that the treasure had long been targeted by someone else, which was why the scene at the beginning had taken place. There's nothing to worry about. Even if he comes, there's nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, I still have to recuperate in the great world of the gods for a while. If he really dares to come, I'll make sure that he never returns. Regarding this, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. His time in the great world of the gods was coming to an end. When that time came, he would be suppressed for 1,000 years, and the benefits he would obtain would definitely be bountiful. He might even be able to reach the next level. Right now, his archaic overlord body was at the 3rd level. If he advanced another level, his strength would be even stronger. Even if he could not reach the divine master level, his physical body would still be unbelievably strong. That's right, where did your father go? Did he go to some secret realm? I heard that there are some unusual places in this everlasting mountain. Lin Fei asked casually. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in continuing to explore the secret realm. Unless it was an extremely top-notch existence, but the place he had been to before could be considered the top. Could there be any place more attractive than this? Chapter 50-46. There were still quite a few places on this level, and they should be quite mysterious. Otherwise, Bai Xingnan's father wouldn't have gone to these secret realms. Other than him, he was probably not the only one. Bai Xingnan shook his head. He was really not very clear about this. I'm really not too sure about that. My father didn't say anything to me at all. He only said that he and a few others were going to explore this place. Lin Fei asked again, then do you know any interesting places here? Bai Xingnan knew a little about the situation, but he might not know about other places. The information received in this place was definitely more than he had imagined. In the end, this surprised Lin Fei greatly. Bai Xingnan did not know which secret realms here were good, and the ones who knew about them were few and far between. Even if they went, they wouldn't be able to find any treasures. They had basically relied purely on luck along the way. Lin Fei casually walked around. He went to quite a few places on this trip. He got a lot of things. Lin Fei was still a little disdainful. Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy were quite happy. Because the two of them had gained quite a few things on this trip. Just like that. After wandering around the everlasting mountain for more than half a month, they had gained quite a few things. Especially for the two of them, it was as if they had obtained a huge sum of wealth. Lin Fei's harvest was not much. Unless it was something that was especially attractive, ordinary things would not catch his eye. During this period of time, he had also met some experts. These experts were all quite strong. Basically, they were all at the peak of the superior god, but they had reached the great perfection stage. Others might feel that they were very strong, but in Lin Fei's eyes, their strength could only be said to be average, and could not be considered to be very strong. Lin Fei, on the other hand, had obtained a few more treasures. Entering someone else's secret realm also allowed many people in the everlasting mountain to know one thing. A powerful expert had appeared. As soon as this expert appeared, he obtained a lot of things. Snatch it. This also made quite a few people angry, but they basically couldn't do anything to him and could only watch helplessly. Half a month later, Lin Fei decided to leave this place and return to his own great world of gods. Because there was nothing attractive here. Bai Xingnan and the Blue Fairy naturally had no objections. Whoosh! The three of them immediately left. After leaving, they returned to the great world of gods because Lin Fei had brought them back. Bai Xingnan thanked Lin Fei and returned to the 2nd floor. Lin Fei returned to his place. After returning to her residence, the Blue Fairy went to consolidate her strength. This was requested by Lin Fei. It wasn't easy for her to get out of that place and harvest a lot of things. Naturally, she needed to consolidate her strength. As for Lin Fei, it was even simpler. Drinking tea and relaxing, all the way until the everlasting mountain completely disappeared, took quite a bit of time. This also made Lin Fei even more curious about the everlasting mountain. He also knew that it should have been created by an expert from the primordial era. He was extremely powerful. If he wasn't extremely strong, he wouldn't have left behind a key to the celestial world. One look was enough to tell that the immortal world key was not simple. The remaining 3 were in the hands of the top powers in the star domain. And right now, Lin Fei didn't know much about the top experts of the star domain. He only knew that there was a special place called the World Building. This place could buy any information. He decided to go out and take a look at the World Building after this place was full. He might be able to get a lot of information. Before there was any news, he felt like he was blind. But if there was news, it would be completely different. It was a pity that Bai Xingnan went back too quickly, otherwise he could have asked. Lin Fei was not in a hurry, since the suppression time was not long, it was only 100 years. Of course, 100 years was not a big deal. On this floor, Lin Fei's great demon king still existed. No one had any thoughts, even if some people came back from the everlasting mountain, they didn't think too much about it. That great demon king was not easy to deal with, so they all behaved themselves. Who knew how strong the great demon king was? Year after year passed without a break. Ding, suppress for 1,000 years. On this day, while Lin Fei was drinking his tea, he finally heard a familiar voice. It was the suppression of 1,000 years. For this day, he had waited for an unknown amount of time, and it had finally reached 1,000 years. And now, it was finally time for him to reap his rewards. Lin Fei had always wanted to leave this level. He wanted to go to the outside star domain to see what the situation was like. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the reward of the first level of Super Ancient Eternal Body. Ding, congratulations on obtaining the power of destruction. Ding, congratulations on obtaining a headwind boat. After receiving 3 rewards, no matter how calm Lin Fei was, he couldn't help but feel astonished. The rewards seemed to be better than he had imagined. His super ancient eternal body had already reached the 3rd stage, and in the blink of an eye, it had reached the 4th stage. After Jingguang flashed, he felt as if his entire body had changed. The difference between a level 3 and level 4 physical body was really huge. In that instant, he felt that his strength had increased by at least 10 times. It was truly a realm of difference. Other than that, there was also this source energy. This was what shocked Lin Fei the most. This was a power that could only appear when one's strength had reached the limit. Only by grasping this source energy could one become a God Lord. Didn't that mean that he had already become a God Lord? Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. The rewards this time had truly surpassed his expectations. Not only had his physical body become stronger, but he had also easily obtained this source energy. This was truly a pleasant surprise. This allowed Lin Fei's strength to undergo a heaven-toppling transformation. The final treasure was clearly a little lacking, but after seeing the use of the headwind boat, he understood. This was a supreme treasure that could fly through the void. Ordinary treasures simply could not compare to it. All in all, these 3 items were truly excellent. The first, second, and third treasures were all extremely helpful to what Lin Fei needed. 1,000 years of suppression truly made Lin Fei feel great. Suppress a star region for 1,000 years. Suppressing a star region for 2,000 years or 3,000 years will result in different rewards. Please do your best. This was possible. This truly surprised Lin Fei. He had just suppressed a lesser world, and now another star region had appeared. This was no small matter. Suppressing a lesser world was easy, but suppressing a star region was extremely difficult. It could be said that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Fortunately, Lin Fei still had a lot of time, so he didn't need to worry too much. It was just suppressing a star region. As long as he was strong enough, everything would be simple. Chapter 50-47. The reward this time was actually within Lin Fei's expectations. It was actually pretty good. Lin Fei's power had increased by leaps and bounds in an instant. After this sort of increase, Lin Fei's power was virtually equivalent to that of a godly lord. More importantly, he had also gained control over the power of destruction. This was an even higher level of power. Any technique with this sort of power would be even more destructive. Unless one had an extremely powerful defensive treasure, the power of destruction was simply unbearable. Over the next few days, Lin Fei had been constantly gaining control over the power of destruction, allowing his fleshly body to explode forth with even greater ease. Thus, although Lin Fei was still fighting in close combat, as soon as they exchanged blows, he knew that he could use the power of destruction to become even more ferocious. He could use the power of destruction in close combat to become even more ferocious. If his combat power had been 0 before, now it had become 100. This was how terrifying the power of prime energy was. And Lin Fei had control over the power of destruction, which was even more unbearable. Every time he attacked, he would destroy the heavens and the earth. In the blink of an eye. A month had passed. During this month, Lin Fei had already more or less gained control over the power of destruction. He had become extremely proficient. Not just anyone could withstand the feeling of being able to destroy the heavens and the earth. He called the blue fairy over. "You've been following me down here for quite some time, so I'm preparing to take you to the second floor. That floor is much more interesting than this one." Hearing this, the blue fairy was surprised. "My lord, you're going to the second floor. You're not planning on staying here." The blue fairy had never imagined that she would be able to return to the second floor so quickly. "Your power has already reached the god level. Naturally, you can go back and bring honor to your ancestors. At least let those people know your power." Long ago, Lin Fei had been preparing to go to the second floor for a stroll, but because of this mission, he hadn't been able to go. Now, he could finally properly go there. Shun Dao could have a good chat with Bai Lai. He needed to know what was going on outside first. The tunnel is always there. Lin Fei did not destroy the tunnel at all. The people on the other side did not dare to come down easily. After all, Lin Fei's combat power was different. He was invincible on this floor. Whoosh! The two of them instantly passed through this passage and arrived at the second floor. The second floor was at least 10 times larger than the first floor. There were many powerful auras. There were all sorts of gods and high gods. Just as Lin Fei came over, a few figures appeared. When they saw Lin Fei, they were extremely excited. "Ha ha ha, I knew you would come. I didn't expect you to actually come. I'll definitely be able to capture you this time. You're the most powerful one down there, but you can't do that now." A god instantly attacked. As soon as the god attacked, the blue fairy immediately charged forward. In just 2 or 3 moves, he was able to take down the attack. Then, with a single move, he sent his opponent flying. The other god felt a tremendous amount of pressure as well. Who didn't know that the blue fairy had gone down to become someone's female attendant? But now, she was so powerful. "If you want to fight against my lord, you'll have to first get past me." The blue fairy was now extremely powerful as well. She instantly faced off against those gods by herself. These gods had all been left behind by some sections. They were there to keep an eye on Lin Fei. If he dared to come up, they would immediately capture him. The power of a god was about the same. But now, a mere female attendant was able to cause them to feel tremendous pressure. This was definitely something they had never imagined would happen. After exchanging a few dozen blows, these gods were either injured or had fled in a sorry state. And this was because the blue fairy hadn't gone all out. Lin Fei just watched quietly. He didn't expect this at all. Right now, the fairy jade stream was extraordinarily powerful. At the very least, she had reached the peak of the mid-god level. This was the benefit of being on the lower level. Thus, these people weren't a match for her at all. "Your Excellency, it seems that the people on this level all want to capture you." The blue fairy was very angry, so when she attacked just now, she went all out. Unfortunately, these people were many and cunning. They didn't want to have a good fight with the blue fairy at all. It doesn't matter. They wanted to deal with me for a long time. Now that I'm here, they will definitely come. Since they are coming, you should play with them and make your name known. Don't you think so? Let everyone know that you are the blue fairy. This time, it was Bai Yu's turn to be a bit shy. But soon, he understood. Your Excellency, don't worry. I will definitely let them know. Lin Fei had already sensed that several people were coming over. All of these people were extremely powerful. There were even high god experts among them. There were also many silhouettes in the void. They didn't make a move. After all, they had seen the scene just now. Especially since Fairy Bai Yu had gone down for 1,000 years, her battle prowess was explosive once she returned. Even if gods joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for her. That kid is quite bold. He actually dared to come to the second level. No matter how courageous he is, he still has to obediently admit his loss after coming to this floor. The second level is not the same as it used to be. The people watching in the air all had different expressions. No one thought that Lin Fei, the great demon king, could withstand the attacks of these experts. They reckoned that he would soon suffer a big loss. Several more figures came down. These figures were all at the high god level. Previously, even a medium god had suffered a loss, so they naturally knew that the blue fairy was not so easy to deal with. You are really bold, kid. But do you really think that you can stop us by bringing a maid? This time, we will make you pay with your blood. The high god instantly attacked, and one ray of light after another shot out. The blue fairy directly stood in front of him and resisted. She instantly withstood the attack. This surprised many people. The maid's strength was actually vaguely comparable to that of a high god. This strength was really quite terrifying. If she were to give it another 1,000 years, wouldn't she be able to suppress them, the high gods? Or could it be that this great demon king, Lin Fei, had mastered some kind of technique? No matter which one it was, they all wanted to capture this Lin Fei first. They would slowly interrogate him. Chapter 50-48. Whoosh. A figure flew out. This was the high god expert who had attacked earlier. However, his face was ashen as he stared fixedly at the nearby blue fairy. He had lost. He had lost completely. He hadn't been a match for her in a head-on clash. This was the female attendant of the demon king, Lin Fei. It was unimaginable how a female attendant could be so powerful. If anyone else wants to come down, then continue. I can still fight. Just like that, blue fairy affected these people. There were still many people watching. Not a single one of them wanted to come down. They were all smart people. If they came down now, they would definitely make a fool of themselves. They might as well let blue fairy suffer a bit first. Let me. You're nothing more than a female attendant. The sect expelled you long ago. What is there for you to be proud of? Another figure came over. With a cold snort, he launched an attack. Fairy Green Stream immediately went up, and the two of them quickly started fighting. Lin Fei watched quietly from the side. He was very satisfied with Blue Fairy's increase in power. Her battle experience was increasing. It was rare to see a peak stage god capable of fighting a high god head-on. Whoosh! Fairy Green Stream had only used a single treasure to defeat him. A large hole appeared in his chest. If he hadn't dodged in time, this attack would have killed him on the spot. He was so frightened that his face turned white, and he fled far away. Even two high gods weren't a match for Blue Fairy. This caused quite a few people to be secretly shocked. This Blue Fairy really was an excellent cauldron. Should they take her back? There were many people on this floor who had taken the wrong path. Upon seeing Blue Fairy, they immediately felt that she was a tool that could be used for training. It was quite rare for them to miss this opportunity. As for that Lin Fei, they all chose to ignore him. A bunch of trash. You can't even stop a single person. It's better if I do it. A ray of light flew over from afar. As soon as the ray of light arrived, everyone sensed a sharp aura and realized who it was. An expert from the Heavenly Sword sect has arrived. I just don't know who it is. The experts of the Heavenly Sword sect were also a peak power on the second floor because they were all so-called sword cultivators. Their combat power was exceptionally strong. Everyone would dare to offend ordinary people, but not these sword cultivators. Because the difference was too great. Once he made a move, he would basically crush him. So now that the Heavenly Sword sect's experts had arrived, everyone understood one thing. Perhaps the Blue Fairy was no match for her. When the Blue Fairy heard about the experts from the Heavenly Sword sect, she felt the pressure. This was because these people were indeed very strong. After this figure appeared, everyone exclaimed in surprise again. So it's Bai Lang from the Heavenly Sword sect. Everyone knew this person. He was an extremely powerful expert who cultivated powerful sword techniques. He had even mastered the most powerful flying sword. It was said that this flying sword was extremely terrifying. Once it was unleashed, no one would be able to withstand it. It was said that he could unleash 3 of these flying swords at once, and each one would become more and more powerful. Basically, no one would be able to withstand all 3 of them. Even those at the same level wouldn't be a match for him. Even those at a higher level wouldn't be a match for him. As soon as Bai Lang appeared, he stared at the Blue Fairy. 1,000 years ago, you had some ability. I didn't expect that 1,000 years later, you've reached the peak of the god level. Even high gods aren't a match for you. Let me see how strong you are. I've taken a liking to you, woman. Whoosh. A ray of sword light came chopping down. No one knew when the sword light had formed, but the fact that it had come down just like that caused everyone to be shocked. When this sword light chopped down, the Blue Fairy had a hard time blocking it. This Bai Lang wasn't someone to be trifled with. 1,000 years ago, he had already become famous. He was extremely powerful. After 1,000 years, he had most likely become even more powerful. Bai Lang nodded as well. It seems this trip was worth it. Your power is worthy of me coming. And then, the second sword came. This sword looked the same as before, with no trace of a mark at all. The Blue Fairy felt the pressure. Although she had managed to endure it, the pressure was no less than before. And then came the 3rd, 4th, and 5th sword. The power of each sword continued to rise. On the 6th sword, the Blue Fairy was sent flying backwards by a single sword strike. But Lin Fei, who was behind her, gently stopped her. Bai Lang looked over calmly. You were able to block 6 of my sword strikes. Not bad. Ordinary gods, even if they are at the peak of the god level, can still be killed by me with a single sword strike. For you to be able to block 6 of my sword strikes means that your potential is quite formidable. In the past 1,000 years, you truly have changed. When the others saw that Bai Lang had defeated the Green Stream Fairy with 6 sword strikes, they felt even more emotional. Of course, they were amazed at how powerful the Blue Fairy was. No wonder Bai Lang wanted to come out. It seemed that he was very interested in the Blue Fairy. Lin Fei, I know that you have become a great demon king. You are quite powerful and invincible amongst demigods. I wonder who gave you the courage to come to this level. Whoosh. He immediately sent a sword strike towards Lin Fei. This sword strike was very domineering. Just as it was about to reach Lin Fei, it split into 10 swords, instantly forming a formation that smashed downwards. Although Bai Lang was very arrogant, he knew that he had to test out Lin Fei's power. He was quite a bit more powerful than he had been before. Seeing this scene, quite a few people began to secretly sigh. This Bai Lang was becoming more and more powerful. He was able to unleash such a powerful attack with a single sword strike. No one else would be able to do this at all. That would depend on whether or not this so-called Great Demon King could withstand it. If he couldn't, then they would be able to let out a long sigh of relief. This guy was indeed quite difficult to deal with, especially since his power was quite strange. Everyone knew that the people on the second level wanted to take revenge on this Great Demon King Lin Fei. At the very least, there were many people who wanted to take revenge on him. No one knew how he had come up here. Could it be because of the Blue Fairy? The blue fairy arrived next to Lin Fei. He casually flicked his wrist. It landed right in the center of the sword formation. With a whoosh, the sword formation broke into pieces. Your swordsmanship isn't bad. It just so happens that I need an expert swordsman by my side. Bai Lang laughed angrily. You. The others laughed as well. This great demon king Lin Fei was quite daring. He actually dared to say such a thing. Didn't he know that this Bai Lang was very powerful? And now, he actually wanted Bai Lang to be his fighter. People would laugh at him if they said it out loud. Chapter 50-49. Hearing this, the people present couldn't help but laugh. Bai Lang, an expert from the Heavenly Rapier sect, actually treated him like a fighter. How dare he say that? This was especially true for Bai Lang, who was burning with rage. You're courting death. Whoosh. 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 Each of the sword lights burst out with a bright light, which even contained a special metal attribute. This caused many people to be secretly shocked. It turned out that Bai Lang's swordsmanship had a metal attribute. No wonder his destructive power was so strong that no one dared to face him head-on. Even if it was a treasure, regardless of whether it was an offensive or defensive treasure, it wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer in a single exchange. Dang! 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 These sword lights landed on Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei didn't resist at all and let them land on his body. However, when they touched him, they bounced back. It was as if there was a layer of powerful force in front of Lin Fei. Each sword light was bounced back. In an instant, a hole appeared in the void, causing the surrounding people to flee far away. Because a few people were unlucky enough to be hit by these sword lights, they immediately bled and suffered serious injuries. It's your fortune that I've taken a fancy to you. What other tricks do you have? If I make a move, you'll have to suffer. But don't worry, I won't kill you. After all, you're an expert of the Heavenly Sword sect. I'm indeed lacking a fighter. Lin Fei smiled faintly. This kind of smile was a huge blow to Bai Lang's confidence. A huge irony. He was an expert from the Heavenly Rapier sect, not a fighter for others. Whoosh! A sword shadow flew out from behind him. Since you want to see it, I'll let you know what a real killer move is. Watch my flying sword. A flying sword flew over. This flying sword was illusory and formless, but it had a mysterious aura. In an instant, it burst out with power. Before the first sword arrived, the second sword arrived, followed by the third sword. These three swords were executed in one go, forming three incomparably powerful attacks. In front of these three rays of swordlight, Bai Lang's techniques had reached the peak of the high god level, and had even vaguely reached the paragon level. Indeed, everyone could feel the power of such a method. This Lin Fei is probably going to regret it soon. He actually dared to face Bai Lang's three great sword skills. That goes without saying. He's definitely going to be unlucky. Not everyone can withstand this sword move. Even I can't find a way to deal with it now. This guy probably has no way to deal with it either. No one present thought that Lin Fei would be able to block these three sword moves. At this moment, Lin Fei casually stretched out a hand and slapped out fiercely towards the void. The void collapsed in an instant. Before the three sword lights reached Lin Fei, the void had already distorted. Then, Lin Fei's fist directly rushed through the sword light. Then, a punch landed on Bai Lang's body. This punch was very fast. Even some people couldn't keep up with it. They didn't expect Lin Fei to be so fast. Bai Lang had emitted a dazzling light when he was alive. Then, the light was instantly shattered. Bai Lang was sent flying. He only stabilized himself in midair. Even so, he was still in a state of shock. This punch made him experience the feeling of death. His opponent's punch could actually kill him. But at the critical moment, he withdrew it. Now, I'll give you one more chance. Either you help me, or I'll kill you with one palm. Lin Fei looked at him calmly. The surrounding people were instantly dumbfounded. They sucked in a breath of cold air, and without saying a word, they began to flee. They fled as far as they could. In the blink of an eye, they all fled. Even in the depths of the void, there were some people who were shocked and afraid. They also left. Some brave people didn't leave. They seemed to think that Lin Fei wouldn't do anything to them. All of a sudden, he threw a punch at the void. The punch was like a ray of light that swept past their bodies. It was a precise attack, and they didn't have any chance to resist at all before exploding one after another. In the blink of an eye, there was no one left in the depths of the void. As for those who fled in advance, they wished their parents had grown 4 legs and ran as far away as they could. It was too terrifying. This great demon King Lin Fei actually had the battle prowess of a superior god. It was very likely that he was at the peak of the superior god stage. He might even have the battle prowess of a consummate superior god. Oh my god. How did this guy's strength increase so quickly? He's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Luckily, I didn't attack. Those who fled felt as if they had just escaped from the jaws of a tiger. That feeling made them shiver in fear. At this moment, Bai Lang finally understood why Lin Fei said such a thing in the beginning. He was indeed quite strong. However, compared to Lin Fei, he was still far from being able to compare. That punch just now made him realize the difference between them. All of his attacks were easily destroyed by Lin Fei. He also finally understood why the blue fairy was able to break through so quickly by following Lin Fei. She had reached the peak of the god stage. When her battle prowess exploded out, she could even cause some early stage or mid-stage superior gods to feel helpless. I can follow by your side. However, aren't you afraid that when the time comes, the people of my sect will come looking for trouble with you? After all, my sect has many experts. Bai Lang was quite self-aware. This guy was stronger than him. It would be easy for Lin Fei to destroy him. He finally understood why Lin Fei had caught up to him. Thus, he was very rational. If you follow me, I can help you go further. Lin Fei laughed. That depends on whether or not you dare to take the gamble. The blue fairy's beautiful eyes lit up. This was the master she wanted to follow. He was incomparably powerful. Even the superior gods of the Heavenly Sword sect would not be able to withstand a single blow from him. Bai Lang didn't think too far ahead. He immediately nodded. I am willing to follow you, my lord. He was gambling. After all, this Lin Fei was very mysterious. Perhaps he really did have some sort of powerful technique. If he followed him, he might be able to advance further. If he didn't follow him now, he might be killed in a short while. Between death and following, he would choose to follow. He would first be a hired thug. When the time came, it would be a different matter. In the future, just call me boss. I like this title. Lin Fei laughed. Chapter 50-50. These people weren't very courageous. Lin Fei took care of some of them with a single move. Of course, this move made many people feel that Lin Fei's strength had become even stronger. He was almost invincible on the first floor. Coming to the second floor made them feel even more pressured, so they quickly escaped. Sir, where are we going now? The blue fairy asked. It's rare for us to come to the second level, so we should take a look around. I think we should go to your sect to take a look first. I heard that they kicked you out. As the master, I have to stand up for you. Don't you think so? Shun Dao, let's see what kind of experts your sect has. Lin Fei had come up purely to watch the show. Previously, he had sensed that there were indeed quite a number of experts. Of course, so far, he could only sense the auras of 3 people that could threaten him. The rest were not a match for him, which meant that there was a combat power close to the Divine Master level on this floor. Of course, even if there wasn't, there were probably some treasures that could reach this level and explode with power. Of course, the number 1 expert, Bai Lai, was one of them. Lin Fei didn't sense Bai Lai's aura after coming up, which surprised him. He couldn't say that he hadn't returned, or that he had gone into seclusion and concealed his aura. This was still a possibility, but Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. In any case, he would go and have a chat with him when the time came. For now, it was better to go to the Blue Fairy's sect first. The Blue Fairy shook her head. Master, you don't have to be like this. That sect is still good to me. I heard that there are some tricks left behind by the previous experts. She was worried that Lin Fei would encounter the experts of the sect. Although he was also very angry and dissatisfied in his heart, he also received orders to come down, but in the end, he was fired. This kind of thing, no matter who encountered it, would not be satisfied. Lin Fei said, "It's fine. Since I'm going, I have to see it. Moreover, I've already killed a few people on this floor. Why would I care so much?" Just like that, the three of them headed towards the Blue Fairy's sect. The Blue Fairy's sect was called Haoyu's sect. This sect was quite powerful, and Bai Lang had been in it for the past few years, so he naturally knew some things about it. Thus, he gave a very detailed explanation. The Bright Moon sect was quite powerful, because they had a paragon high god. More than one, there were 3 of them. His strength was also considered quite strong. The Haoyu's sect was an easy place to find. With the Blue Fairy leading the way, they soon entered the territory of the Haoyu's sect. There were some big and small cities operating in this area, but they were not attractive to Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the mountain gate of Haoyu's sect. The mountain gate was enveloped by a huge formation. Why is the Blue Fairy back? Aren't you supposed to be a maid down there? Upon arriving at the entrance of the Haoyu's sect, the guards immediately recognized the Blue Fairy. Who didn't know that 1,000 years ago, the Blue Fairy had been captured and made a maid? Who would have thought that she would appear at this time? The Blue Fairy slapped out with her palm, sending those guards flying. It's not up to you to talk about my affairs. The Blue Fairy had quite a temper. With this attack, these guards suffered greatly. Lin Fei, who was standing at the side, smiled faintly. That's right. You're a disciple of the sect after all, and you've contributed greatly to the sect. But now that you've failed, they've kicked you out. We have to seek justice for you. Bai Lang, your swordsmanship is quite impressive. You can lead the way. How about we charge through this Haoyu's sect? That feels pretty good, right? Bai Lang was thinking about how not to attack, but he didn't expect that he would attack so soon. Moreover, the one who attacked was the Haoyu's sect. He actually wanted to be the vanguard. However, in front of the Demon King, Lin Fei, Bai Lang didn't dare to think too much. Boss, I'll do it now. He didn't dare to think too much. A ray of sword light instantly slashed over. Then, he charged in like a ray of light. The experts of the Haoyu's sect felt it immediately. This was because a sword intent had exploded in their sect. Because there weren't many sword cultivators in the Haoyu's sect, the might of the sword intent was exclusive to sword cultivators. They realized that a strong enemy had barged in. They chased after him. When they came out, they saw the disciples of the Haoyu's sect retreating continuously. Basically, there weren't many people who could suppress the other party. With one look, they recognized him. He was Bai Lang from the Heavenly Sword sect. They couldn't believe that Bai Lang was so daring. Could it be that the Heavenly Sword sect was going to attack? The Haoyu's sect didn't have any enmity with the Heavenly Sword sect at all. They couldn't understand it no matter how much they thought about it. When they saw the Blue Fairy behind him, they seemed to understand what was going on. Because there was a young man standing next to Mr. Baiyu. Although he looked ordinary, he had a very imposing aura. One look at him would cause one's body to go numb. The young man could kill them with one move. Bai Lang's sword light came one after another. These demigods and intermediate gods couldn't withstand it at all. Even a high god wouldn't be able to withstand it. It was very difficult for them to withstand it. I'm just following orders. If you don't want to die under my sword, don't attack. Bai Lang's voice was very cold. The experts of the Haoyue sect were stunned. Their gazes fell on the young man again. At this moment, they seemed to know who this person was. That was the great demon king, Lin Fei. Not good. Hurry up and report that the great demon king, Lin Fei, has come. Even the blue fairy, has come. Hurry up and send the message. They all came back to their senses and didn't attack again. After all, Bai Lang of the Heavenly Sword sect was very powerful. His swordsmanship was very domineering. Not to mention, he had mastered the 3 flying sword forms. That was a sword technique that could pressure even a peak stage high god. There were also those who had been retreating. They finally knew who this young man was. It was actually the great demon king Lin Fei who had caused such a commotion. Didn't they say that this guy was only a demigod? At most, he was a god. Why would he dare to come to this level? This made them even more confused. More importantly, Bai Lang of the Heavenly Sword sect seemed to be willing to be his fighter. They didn't even dare to think about it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One figure after another quickly came out. After coming out, their gazes fell on the blue fairy, and then on the great demon king, Li Fei. Great demon king, Lin Fei, you actually dare to come to our Haoyue sect and cause trouble. Chapter 50-51. They recognized the blue fairy at first glance. Then, they recognized Lin Fei. They had not forgotten this person at all. 1,000 years ago, they had arranged for the blue fairy to go down. However, she had been captured and made into a maid. Because of this, the Haoyue sect had become a joke. In order to prevent the joke from spreading, they had expelled the blue fairy from the sect. After all, she had been away for 1,000 years. In other words, the blue fairy would not be able to come back. They had never expected that the blue fairy would come back after 1,000 years. He was not the only one. Even Lin Fei had come back. They even saw a young figure standing in front of them. Wasn't that the expert from the Heavenly Rapier sect, Bai Lang? This caused them to be momentarily unable to recover from their shock. What the hell was going on? When did the great demon king invite an expert from the Heavenly Rapier sect? That's right. It's me, Lin Fei. I'm here today to settle the score with you. After all, the blue fairy is my maid. She was originally a member of your sect. In the end, you chased her out for no reason. How do you think we should compensate her for her mental damage? You should at least inform her of my expulsion. Of course, you should also inform my master. Don't you think so? These people were all enraged. This Lin Fei was too arrogant. He had actually come to the Haoyue sect to cause trouble. He even wanted to seek justice for his maid. They could not believe it. After all, the Haoyue sect was a first-rate force. It was considered to be at the top of this level. It could not be compared to those top-notch forces. However, it was still very strong. This Lin Fei swaggered over just like that. He was not taking them seriously at all. Lin Fei, aren't you being too full of yourself? The blue fairy is no longer a member of our Haoyue sect. Now that you've brought her here to ask for mental damages, do you think that our Haoyue sect is a pushover? One by one, figures stepped forward. These were the higher-ups of the Haoyue sect. He glared angrily at Lin Fei, as if his eyes could kill a human head. Lin Fei burst into laughter. I'm here to ask for mental damages. So what? I advise you to give me an honest explanation. Otherwise, I'm afraid that your Haoyue sect won't be able to handle it. Lin Fei's words once again provoked the members of the Haoyue sect. The higher-ups glared at him angrily. The blue fairy, are you sure you want to get back at us for the mental damages we suffered when we expelled you? A figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man. The expression on the blue fairy's face changed slightly when she saw the middle-aged man. However, it quickly became resolute. Back then, I received orders to work for the sect. In the end, you expelled me without saying a word. It's normal for me to seek justice even after 1,000 years. Impudent. The middle-aged man made his move. He was also a superior celestial. However, his attack was blocked by a sword. The sword light was Bai Lang's attack. Bai Lang knew that he had to make a move. Otherwise, if he left a bad impression and got killed, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. The expressions of the members of the Haoyue sect changed when they saw the sword. Bai Lang of the Sky Rapier sect had actually made a move on the Haoyue sect. I know that you are Bai Lang of the Sky Rapier sect. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that you are with the Great Demon King? If that's the case, I don't mind taking you down and bringing you to the Sky Rapier sect to seek justice. The higher-ups were rather fearful of the Sky Rapier sect, as the members of the Sky Rapier sect were all sword cultivators. The fighting power of sword cultivators was exceptionally strong. Their attacks could destroy the heavens and the earth. There was simply no one in the same realm as them who could match up to them. However, this fellow had actually come here. This made them even more puzzled. Since you're working for my boss, you only need to tell me if you're willing to give me an explanation. If you're unwilling, then I won't be merciful with my sword. I really want to meet the experts of the Haoyu sect. Bai Lang would be lying if he said that he wasn't flustered while facing so many higher-ups of the Haoyu sect. However, he still had to put on an act. The blue fairy also snorted coldly at the middle-aged man. I'm really disappointed. I should have some credit, right? How could you kick me out just like that? All the more reason for me to seek justice. Of course, they knew that the blue fairy had gone down under their orders back then. However, the moment she came up, she actually said that she wanted to seek justice. This made them feel a little embarrassed. This was especially so in front of so many disciples. The blue fairy, shut up now. Someone, take her down. Whoosh. 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 A few figures flew out. They were all experts of the younger generation. However, as soon as they appeared, the blue fairy attacked immediately. The few figures were sent flying. They were defeated in an instant. They weren't a match for her at all. This was because these experts of the same generation were all intermediate celestials. However, they were still a far cry from her. The moment the blue fairy attacked, a few of them were injured. The higher-ups of the Haoyu sect were also shocked. Her strength had actually increased so quickly. Logically speaking, it didn't make sense. This was completely different from what they had imagined. I wonder who else wants to take me down. I don't mind having a good fight with them, Bai Lang said. Me too. It's been a long time since I've fought against the experts of the Haoyu sect alone. Let's see who's stronger. The higher-ups of the Haoyu sect all felt that both the blue fairy and Bai Lang were being controlled by someone. They really didn't know who gave them the courage to cause trouble here. Stubborn fellows, all of you, take action. Capture the two of them. I'll personally take down this Lin Fei. They hadn't received the news that Lin Fei had killed a high god. After all, Lin Fei had only been here for a short period of time. Also, not everyone was paying attention to what had happened there. After all, this level was very large. Therefore, they didn't know what had happened. Many figures charged towards the blue fairy. Bai Lang was also very fierce. Of course, there were also the higher-ups and the elders. All of them stared at this Lin Fei. One of the elders instantly made his move. This was an expert in close combat. As soon as he attacked, he sent out two short spikes. These two spikes were very short, but they contained tremendous explosive power. When they exploded out, the surrounding space began to tremble. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed the neck of this close combat expert. No one knew how Lin Fei had instantly grabbed the opponent. After all, this fellow was very strong in close combat, and his speed was extremely fast as well. But at this moment, he was lifted up like a dead dog. There was a loud bang. He smashed onto the ground in front of him. The ground cracked open, and a deep crater appeared. This close combat expert actually didn't crawl out. All of you, come and give it a try. Let me see how strong your Haoyu sect is. Hua. A formless ray of light instantly shot out. Chapter 50-52. This formless energy instantly spread out in all directions. Wherever it passed, figures would be sent flying. Even the higher-ups of the Haoyue sect were sent flying. One by one, they were sent flying. One by one, they fell to the ground and spat out blood. None of them were able to stand steadily. It seems that the Haoyue sect doesn't have many experts. I wonder what kind of explanation you should give me. Why don't I just kill all of you? Bai Lang, who had been standing at the very front, felt a destructive force pass by him just now. It didn't land on him. Instead, the higher-ups of the Haoyue sect were all sent flying. None of them could withstand it. Bai Lang didn't even dare to think about it. Most of these people were at the high god level. It would be impressive for one person to fight against one or two of them. But now, one person was able to fight against so many of them. Moreover, there were one or two peak stage high gods among them. In the end, it was still useless. They were all sent flying. If he wanted to kill them, wouldn't that mean that he could do it in the time it took to think about it? Bai Lang couldn't stand still. At the same time, he was ecstatic. He knew that he had finally found the right person. He had found the right person to rely on. Such a person was really terrifying. No wonder he was called the Great Demon King. He had even come to the second floor. The blue fairy knew that her master was very strong. However, she was still worried when she came over. After all, the Haoyue sect was also a top-level power. Although they weren't top-level, they were still first-rate. But now, all the higher-ups had fallen to the ground. They didn't even see how he had done it. The blue fairy's gaze became even more worshipful. This was her master. As for the higher-ups of the Haoyue sect, they were completely devastated. They could accept being defeated by experts. But to be defeated by a young man who came down from the lower levels, was even more humiliating. Until now, they still couldn't tell how strong this person was. But without a doubt, this person's strength was probably something that only the sect leader could suppress. Otherwise, the others would not be able to do it. At the very least, if this person wanted to kill them, it would only take a few thoughts. Within that trace of power, they felt the true trembling of their souls. For a moment, none of them dared to speak. Sect leader of Haoyue sect, are you still not going to come out? Or do you want me to make a second move? If I make a second move, they won't be able to survive. I wonder if the overall strength of the Haoyue sect will plummet after losing these higher-ups. It wasn't a very loud voice, but it spread throughout the Haoyue sect. A figure rushed out of a palace. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Zhang Xian. Looking at all the people lying on the ground, he slowly retracted his gaze. It landed on the young man not far away. I am the sect leader of the Haoyue sect. It was a white-haired old man, but when he looked at Lin Fei, his eyes were filled with endless fear. This was because he could feel the aura of death from this person. There weren't many people on this level who could give him such a feeling. It's our Haoyue sect's fault. I'm willing to apologize and give the blue fairy a satisfactory explanation. The moment this person came out, he lowered his head and spoke to Lin Fei. This caused the hearts of the higher-ups and elders to collapse instantly. They hoped that the sect leader would make a move. After all, the sect leader was the strongest person in the entire sect. It was only now that they realized how terrifying this demon king was. Even the sect leader had to lower his head in front of him. This was something they had never seen before. They finally knew that their judgment was right. Other than being stronger than the sect leader, what else could it be? At the same time, they couldn't help but feel emotional that the blue fairy had followed such a strong master. This master had come to their Haoyue sect the moment he arrived. That's right. One has to pay the price for doing something wrong. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the clan master Haoyue didn't make a move. This guy was pretty smart. He also knew that if he made a move, it would be an embarrassment. Hence, he might as well not make a move. This way, he could still keep his face. Otherwise, if he were to get injured, it wouldn't be something that could be recovered in a short period of time. Since I want to give her an explanation, I'll let her be the sect leader of Haoyue's sect. Lin Fei smiled faintly. With this smile, the higher-ups of Haoyue's sect blinked in unison. This scene was completely different from what they had described. Even the clan master Haoyue was the same. Sir, aren't you going overboard? I can compensate her, but I can't let her be the sect leader of Haoyue's sect. This has never happened before. Even though the blue fairy was the same. She didn't know that her master wanted her to be the sect leader of Haoyue's sect. That was a top-notch first-rate force. It seems that if you don't suffer, you'll never know what it means to bow your head when you're under someone else's roof. Lin Fei shook his head. In an instant, a punch was unleashed. After the punch was unleashed, the Haoyu clan master felt as though there was only a gigantic fist before him. The power of the fist was surging towards him. No matter what technique he had, he was completely rendered useless. His entire body fell to the ground and half of his body was broken. He couldn't even withstand this punch from his opponent. He was seriously injured. He had the power of a perfect high god, and he also had a certain defensive treasure. Even if a few perfect high gods joined forces against him, they might not be able to achieve such an effect. Looking at his half-broken body and the power that kept seeping in, he knew that he had indeed underestimated this Lin Fei. I'll ask you again. Have you thought it through? You only have 3 breaths time to think it through. Lin Fei walked over step by step, his gaze fixed on the clan master Haoyue. The clan master Haoyue felt his scalp go numb. I'm willing to let the blue fairy be the sect leader. The clan master Haoyue didn't dare to think any further. He immediately agreed. If he didn't agree, he would definitely die from the next punch. This unremarkable great demon King Lin Fei definitely had the power of a divine master. It was simply unbelievable. It was in such a situation that he was seriously injured and suffered a loss. Without comparison, there would be no harm. That's more like it. If he had agreed long ago, he wouldn't have suffered so much. Don't you think so? Lin Fei looked at the other higher-ups. I wonder what you guys think. Chapter 50-53. The blue fairy felt like she was dreaming when she became the sect leader of Haoyue's sect just like that. She had never imagined that she would be promoted just like that. Regardless of whether it was Fairy Greenstream or herself, they were all shocked. Even the others felt the same. They all felt like they were dreaming. They had never expected to witness such a scene. That senior sister who had been gone for 1,000 years had actually become the sect master in a flash. This was simply an unbelievable thing. If it was anything else, they could accept it. But this was really hard for them to accept. Their sect leader and the higher-ups were not a match for the great demon king. None of them had heard of Lin Fei's name. He was called the great demon king in the lower world. But they didn't care about it. But now, they knew that the great demon king was really terrifying. They didn't dare to believe that it was real. Just like that, the Haoyue sect changed to a new leader. No, it should be said that it changed to a new sect leader. No matter who it was, it felt like the world had changed. Master, I don't want to be the sect leader. I want to be by your side. There were only 2 people in the study room. One of them was the blue fairy. As for Bai Lang, he stood at the outermost. He was a qualified fighter. At the beginning, he felt a little wronged. But now, he felt that he had followed the right person. Haoyue's sect wasn't a small sect. It was considered a top-notch sect. The sect leader had the battle prowess of a superior god. But he still lost miserably. This gave Bai Lang even more hope. Perhaps he would be able to obtain a lot of good things by following this person. His strength would also increase, which was what he yearned for the most. He was very happy to be a gold medal fighter. It was hard to find such an opportunity. It was great now. You have followed me for so many years. You deserve to be the sect leader. This is a reward for you. Don't you think so? Ordinary people don't have such an opportunity. You deserve to be the sect leader. No one can refuse it. Lin Fei drank his tea and said with a smile. To him, being the sect master was just a gift he had given to the Blue Fairy. This person from the Haoyues sect was not considered strong. In fact, he was still a distance away from becoming a divine master. He thought that this old ancestor would have some strength. But I can't do it alone. The Blue Fairy was really anxious. He could talk about other things, but as a sect master, he really couldn't manage everything. Lin Fei laughed. What are you afraid of? Don't tell me you can't handle it with my help. Your current strength is already at the peak of the mid-god stage. Just one more step and you'll be a high god. With this realm and your powerful body, don't tell me you can't take them down. I'm very confident in you. What's more, we've already come to this level. No matter what, we have to have a faction. We can't just let your family's adults wander outside, right? What could be more suitable than the Haoyues sect? Lin Fei blinked at the Blue Fairy. The Blue Fairy suddenly understood and giggled. All right, go out and meet your senior and junior brothers and sisters. You can be considered a sect master. See if anyone has the intention to rely on you. If anyone has the intention, tell me and I'll take it. This time, the Blue Fairy was quite obedient and went out happily. After the Blue Fairy left, Lin Fei called Bai Lang in. This guy was still useful. His sword skills were quite impressive. However, he was still far from what he had imagined. Bai Lang didn't know why he was called, so he obediently entered. Boss, you were looking for me? Right now, Bai Lang was being extremely respectful. He wouldn't say anything unnecessary. He also knew that it was best to be obedient in front of his boss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a good ending. Even now, he couldn't see through this person. It was as if he was a ferocious existence. If there was no comparison, there would be no harm. Your performance today was pretty good. Bai Lang didn't dare to be complacent. It's what I should do. Lin Fei casually took out an item. This is for you. As long as you become my gold medal fighter, I'll make you more and more gold medals. Bai Lang thought it was something, but when he saw it, he couldn't stay calm. It was something that looked like a heart, and it just appeared in front of him. He exclaimed. Isn't this the legendary sword heart? He didn't dare to imagine it. There was actually such a thing. He was an expert from the Heavenly Sword sect, so he naturally knew about the sword heart. He heard that it was a special existence. As long as one refined it, they would improve by leaps and bounds in any sword Dao technique, and their strength would increase tremendously. Even if it was a difficult technique, it would be extremely easy to master. In the Heavenly Sword sect, only the sect master could master the sword heart. It was a coincidence that he refined and absorbed it. But now, a sword heart just appeared in front of him. Bai Lang swallowed his saliva and knelt down with a thud. Boss, I will be your strongest gold medal fighter in the future. No one can take my position. His own sect was nothing at this point in time. This was the sword heart. A sword heart, no matter who it was, would be regarded as a treasure. It was something that could only be encountered by chance. This sword heart was also obtained by Lin Fei when he signed in. To him, this thing wasn't of much use. It was useless to keep it. But for some people, it was different. It was definitely a good thing. There was a chance to reach the heavens in a single bound, just like now. Bai Lang, who didn't have any thoughts about it, instantly changed his mind. He had to hold on to such a thick thigh tightly. If he didn't hold on to this thick thigh tightly, it would be a huge regret in his life. Hence, he had to hold on to it tightly. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be a next time. Bai Lang took the sword heart and left. He didn't go too far. Instead, he sat cross-legged at the door. He knew that this was the best place to refine the sword heart at this time. Lin Fei knew that the other party was outside. This guy was quite smart. He knew that there wouldn't be any accidents if he refined it here. although it was the Blue Fairy's first time becoming the sect master. However, he also knew what a sect master should do. Soon, he took in a group of people who were close to him. He knew these people very well. As for those who had other ideas, he directly imprisoned them. In a place like this, there were still many places that required hard labor. These people all had their own thoughts, so they wouldn't stand on ceremony. They were sent to do hard labor. Chapter 50-54. How U.S. sect was a foothold for Lin Fei. It was a good foothold. It was also familiar to the Blue Fairy. In less than half a month, the Blue Fairy had already taken control of the overall situation. Anyone in the entire How U.S. sect who had any thoughts were sent away to do manual labor. The one who personally took action was Bai Lang. Bai Lang really became a top fighter. Although his realm did not increase by much, the power of the techniques he mastered had increased by at least more than half. Even if there were some techniques that he couldn't master before, he could use them now. Now, the combat power he could unleash had reached the peak of the upper realm. Even Bai Lang was shocked by the speed at which he was improving. He became even more responsible and took on the role of a fighter. Anyone who had any thoughts or was dissatisfied with him, he would directly make a move. No one could stop him. Old ancestor Hao Yu was also pulled out. From time to time, he would become the most suitable opponent for Bai Lang. Old ancestor Hao Yu first lost to the great demon king Lin Fei, so he was naturally convinced. He was convinced that the other party was stronger and more powerful than him. There was no way he could withstand a head-on confrontation. If Bai Lang wanted to fight him, wouldn't that be bullying him? In the end, he found that he was a little inferior to the other party. Other than the slight advantage he had at the beginning, the other party's progress was very great every day. After half a month, old ancestor Hao Yu was no match for Bai Lang. Such a huge improvement made old ancestor Hao Yu dumbfounded. When did the Heavenly Sword sect have such a monster? Logically speaking, such a monster should not have an ordinary reputation. Bai Lang's reputation in the Heavenly Sword sect was indeed ordinary and not the strongest. But now, he could erupt with the strength of a peak stage cultivator in the blink of an eye. Coupled with his identity as a sword cultivator, he directly suppressed old ancestor Hao Yu. The longer they fought, the faster the other party improved. What the hell was this? Ding. Sign in at How U.S. sect. Obtained 2% experience increase. Obtained 1% of spatial origin. This was the benefit of Lin Fei signing in at How U.S. sect. The 2% experience increase was for the ancient tyrant body. After all, his ancient overlord body had already reached the 4th level, and it was already at 11%. This kind of progress was quite fast. Sometimes, he could sign in at 2%, and sometimes, he could sign in at less than 1%, but it was still a huge improvement. For Lin Fei, he had gained a lot in this half a month. In particular, he had gained quite a bit from the space essence. As long as he reached 100%, he would be able to control a brand new space essence. That was quite extraordinary. This also made Lin Fei like signing in even more. Signing in was indeed the most suitable place. He even had a thought in his heart. If he went to a powerful sect to sign in, he would definitely have a greater harvest. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. This is the information I've gathered. Over the past 1,000 years, this level has changed a lot. Take a look. When the Blue Fairy came in, her aura also changed greatly. She stood behind Lin Fei and gently tapped his shoulder. Lin Fei picked up the document in his hand. He was quite looking forward to this document. He wanted to know what changes had happened on this level in the past 1,000 years. Of course, he also wanted to understand the distribution of some forces. After flipping through it, Lin Fei was a little surprised. It was a little different from what he imagined. In that case, the strongest person on this level, Bai Lai, should be injured and in seclusion. No wonder the situation on this level is a little different. Lin Fei noticed one thing. That Bai Lai was injured and in seclusion, causing everyone on this level to have some thoughts. As soon as he came up, Lin Fei felt it. Otherwise, with Bai Lai's temper, he would have definitely come over immediately. It had already been more than half a month since he had arrived. Lin Fei was quite puzzled before, but now he completely understood. The strongest person was injured, and it seemed that his injury was not light. If there was no accident, he should have been left behind in the ancient mountain. That should be the case. There are rumors outside that Bai Lai was seriously injured, but no one dared to test it out. The Blue Fairy said from the side. The Blue Fairy didn't care much about other things, but the sect that Bai Lai was in was quite concerned about it. She and Bai Xingnan had the experience of searching for treasures together, so they were more or less related. As for the other distributions, Lin Fei remembered them in his mind. There were two other forces active on this level. These two forces both wanted to become the masters of this level, but Bai Lai, the number one expert, was fighting. Therefore, their thoughts had always been suppressed. Now that Bai Lai was injured and his strength was greatly affected, these two forces were a little moved. All kinds of small methods were used from time to time, and the spearhead was pointed at Bai Lai, which could be considered a small test. If Bai Lai never made a move, then they could prove that Bai Lai was seriously injured. I have nothing to do right now anyway, so I might as well go and take a look. There were quite a few secret realms on this level, but these secret realms had basically been developed by others. Lin Fei was not in the mood to do anything else. It was better to see Bai Li and see what had happened. After all, he wanted to know something about the outside world from Bai Lai. In particular, the world on this level was quite different. It might not be easy to know other secrets, but it should be very clear from Bai Lai. After giving some instructions, Lin Fei left. Although there were not many experts in the Bright Moon sect now, there were. Old ancestor Bright Moon and Bai Lang were naturally different. Moreover, the strength of this formation had greatly improved compared to before. It had to leave the Bright Moon sect and move silently in the void. Legend had it that its speed was extremely fast, as if it was walking. Every step it took covered a large distance. The entire underground city was not big, but it was not small in Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei traveled through the deep void, so he basically did not encounter any experts on this level. In this battle, one could not move at all without certain strength. Therefore, those who could be on this level had a certain level of strength. At the very least, they were in the upper levels. It did not take long for them to arrive at the 6 Absolute Hall. This place was controlled by Bai Lai, and the 6 Absolute Hall was also a special place. It was a treasure that could erupt with superpower. Even Bai Lai would not be able to become the number one expert, let alone suppress everyone else. As soon as he arrived, Lin Fei saw this palace. This palace was faintly discernible, but it gave Lin Fei a strong sense of danger. This was a treasure of at least the Divine Master level. Chapter 50-55. It was Lin Fei's first time coming to this place. However, as soon as he arrived, he realized that there was really someone watching this place from the void. This was a very powerful person. His technique was almost integrated with the void. In other words, this person had mastered a very rare void technique. Not everyone would be able to detect such a method. Especially when it was used to keep an eye on someone, it was absolutely effective. Lin Fei was able to sense the other party's presence because he was stronger than the other party. Moreover, he was so close to the other party. Naturally, he could not hide. Lin Fei easily sensed it. Looks like Bai Lai has more or less encountered some problems. Otherwise, there wouldn't be someone watching here. Without batting an eyelid, Lin Fei arrived in the depths of the void. There was really a treasure in the depths of the void. This treasure was able to conceal the figure of the other party. It was just so quiet. Lin Fei opened his 5 fingers and grabbed the treasure. Then, the treasure shrank and escaped. Obviously, he knew that he was being watched and did not dare to hesitate at all. That was the right thing to do. If he stopped to resist, it would seem abnormal. Since Lin Fei had made a move, how could he let the other party leave? Waves of energy wrapped around him tightly and the entire void became like a ball. The person kept struggling inside and kept shrinking until he fell into Lin Fei's hands. It was very difficult for him to come out. As soon as he came out, he realized that he could not move. A wave of energy appeared between his eyebrows. This power was not considered strong. In fact, it looked a little weak. However, it was this weak power that made him feel that he would definitely die if he struggled. This was definitely a super expert. Be obedient. You don't want to die so easily, right? It's not easy to cultivate to your level and have such techniques. Lin Fei's voice was very calm. However, when the other party heard it, he knew that he would definitely die if he did not obey. Lin Fei waved his hand and kept him. He then entered the 6 Absolute Palace. There weren't many obstacles in this place, and Lin Fei could even find a slight loophole. He easily entered the 6 Absolute Palace. As soon as he entered, he locked onto a figure, Bai Xingnan. Bai Xingnan stood in front of a palace with a very serious expression. There were several figures beside her. These figures were all experts, but it seemed like they weren't in a good mood. Another mining area has been lost. They are preparing to take advantage of the situation. This is too much. Bai Xingnan's voice sounded very cold. The others were also glaring at him angrily. Do you want me to do it? One of the elders said. No, if you make a move, they will be even more unbridled. They were all elders in the 6 Absolute Palace and they were all high-level elders. I'll think about it again. Don't act blindly. Although Bai Xingnan really wanted to attack, she knew that this was not the time to do so. Because there was no chance of winning, the people outside kept peeping. After the elders left, Bai Xingnan returned to her study room with exhaustion written all over her face. 6 Absolute Palace was in the biggest crisis in history. Although those people had not made a move yet, they had already shown some of their methods and kept probing. In such a short period of time, they had already lost a lot of mining areas. They had been taken away. Currently, he only had 3 large mining areas in his hands. These 3 large mining areas contained some of the most precious resources. Once they fell into the hands of others, all the good things in 6 Absolute Palace would be taken away. Only the 6 Absolute Palace was left. This time, the action was too fast. It was so fast that Bai Xingnan couldn't react in time and seemed very passive. The most important thing was that no one knew who had spread the news. No matter who it was, they all came up to probe. This was the worst thing that had happened to Bai Xingnan. Long time no see. Your complexion is much worse than before, Miss Bai. Layers of ripples appeared in the void. A voice was heard. Bai Xingnan's expression instantly changed when she heard the voice. A flying sword flew out and directly entered the void. Then, a figure walked out. Bai Xingnan didn't dare to imagine it. It was simply impossible for someone from their 6 Absolute Palace to be able to come in. Furthermore, he had avoided everyone's eyes and ears and was silent. If you attack again, the people outside will come in. Lin Fei's figure walked out just like that. He was also holding a flying sword in his hand. This flying sword was gently held between 2 hands, unable to unleash any strength. Bai Xingnan suddenly felt that the voice was a little familiar. Then, he saw a familiar figure. It was the great demon King Lin Fei who was on the 1st floor. He said in surprise, "Why did you come up? This is the 2nd floor. I wonder how many people are looking for trouble with you. Why did you come up here?" The last time he went down, Bai Xingnan had indeed suffered a lot at the hands of Lin Fei. Fortunately, this suffering was nothing, and he still had a huge advantage in the everlasting mountain. It was all thanks to Lin Fei. It was just that he didn't expect this guy to actually come to the 2nd floor. It had only been 100 years. This 2nd floor isn't some dragon's pool or tiger's den. Can't I come up? On the other hand, your situation isn't looking good. Lin Fei smiled. Bai Xingnan was indeed worried that an enemy had sneaked in just now. Now, he heaved a sigh of relief and sat back down. As long as it wasn't an enemy, it would be fine. If it really was an enemy, then it would be the biggest problem. It could only be said that the Sixth Absolute Palace had already been infiltrated. I've let you see a joke. I didn't expect to lose so much of the family business that my father left behind in such a short period of time. I feel ashamed to meet my father. Bai Xingnan smiled bitterly. She had seen the changes in the Sixth Absolute Palace in the past few decades. Many powers were at arm's length with them. There was no need to guess to know that they were preparing to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the situation. This kind of thing was very easy to see not just anywhere. Your Sixth Absolute Palace is indeed in a lot of trouble. Look at who this person is. I caught him for you from the outside. Lin Fei waved his hand. A figure fell to the ground. It was the guy who had been captured by Lin Fei earlier. However, the situation wasn't right. This person's entire body was sealed. When Bai Xingnan saw this, he cried out in alarm. It's you, Shadow King. Chapter 50-56. King Shadow. Lin Fei was surprised to hear this. On second thought, it seemed to be quite normal. This guy was indeed hiding in the void. Those who were not capable would not be able to find him. No wonder he had been spying here. Bai Xingnan was also very excited. This guy's strength was definitely very powerful on this level. However, he was caught by Lin Fei. After a short moment of surprise, her gaze fell on Lin Fei. Your strength has improved so quickly. No wonder you dare to come to the second level. This guy is not good at other things, but his concealment ability is top-notch. He can be ranked in the top 5 on our side. Bai Xingnan was worried that this guy would be at a disadvantage when he climbed to the second level. Now, it seemed that this guy would not be at a disadvantage at all. He could even take down King Shadow. Such strength was definitely very powerful. No wonder this guy's concealment ability is so good. It's really rare to see him hiding there. Now, you can do whatever you want with this person. Ask him anything you want. Don't hide anything from him. Otherwise, I'll turn him into ashes with one palm strike. Lin Fei sat down casually. Bai Xingnan was very grateful. King Shadow also said, Don't kill me. I'm just a person who was paid to follow you. I can tell you who ordered me to come here this time. I don't have any thoughts about Sixth Absolute Palace. I don't have any thoughts at all. King Shadow had no choice but to explain at this time. If he did not, he would be easily destroyed. This guy could easily destroy him. If he knew that Bai Xingnan from Sixth Absolute Palace knew such a person, he would not have dared to come here so easily. He didn't even feel anything before he was directly taken down by them. No one would believe him if he told others. He was King Shadow. He could be ranked in the top 5 on this level. There were only a handful of people who wanted to track him down. However, he fell into the hands of a young man today. Moreover, this young man was so powerful. He could not help but break out in cold sweat for those people. These guys were probably going to suffer a lot. Bai Xingnan's expression was really ugly. Sixth Absolute Palace was being watched by someone, and this person was King Shadow. Fortunately, the formation was always open. Otherwise, he would have slipped in at any time. That was the biggest problem. Tell me, who sent you here? I was sent here by the Netherworld Sect Master and Ancestor Bai Yun. I've been watching your every move. Unfortunately, your formation hasn't been opened and I haven't been able to enter. However, it won't be long before someone in your Sixth Absolute Palace cooperates with the Netherworld Sect Master and Ancestor Bai Yun. King of Shadows was indeed more honest, spilling everything out at once. Bai Xingnan's expression became even more unsightly. This situation was completely different from what he had imagined. Yellow Spring Hierarch, Forefather White Cloud. Bai Xingnan gritted her teeth. These two people were Six Absolute Palace's opponents. When their father was around, they had been suppressing them, not daring to make any movements. They didn't expect that the two of them were the masterminds behind all of this. He even invited the Shadow King. More importantly, she found out that someone in the Sixth Absolute Palace was colluding with the Netherworld's sect master and ancestor Bai Yun. That was the biggest problem. That's all I know. The Shadow Lord regretted coming here. There really was no harm without comparison. Bai Xingnan glanced at him coldly and retracted her gaze. Then do you know who is colluding with the Netherworld's sect master and ancestor Bai Yun? Bai Xingnan had to figure out this matter. It was definitely a huge danger for such a bomb to stay in the Sixth Absolute Palace. She could even guess who it was. It should be a senior elder. Only the elders of the upper echelons had this kind of ability and means. No one would have any doubts. I really don't know about this. I only know that your Sixth Absolute Palace has their people. The Shadow King shook his head. He really didn't know. Bai Xingnan looked at Lin Fei with gratitude in her eyes. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, she wouldn't have found out about this. Not to mention knowing that there was someone colluding with the outside world. Leaving such a person here was definitely going to be a big problem. Unfortunately, she didn't know his name. Lin Fei spoke very casually. Isn't it just someone who colluded with you? I happen to have nothing to do recently, so I wanted to talk to your father about something. It seems like your father is in a bit of trouble now. I can help you hold the fort. After all, your father has helped me with something. Bai Xingnan was even more grateful. Thank you, fellow Lin. My father will be very grateful if he knows. Bai Xingnan didn't know what level Lin Fei's strength had reached. She knew that Lin Fei's strength was definitely more terrifying than she imagined. He was even at the same level as her father. Only then would she dare to say such words. Then I'll leave everything to you, fellow Lin. What should we do with this Shadow Lord? Bai Xingnan stared coldly at the Shadow Lord. This guy is the easiest. Let him continue to keep an eye on our Sixth Absolute Palace. Just pretend that nothing happened and spread the news. When the time comes, we'll catch them all in one fell swoop if they make a move. But for now, let's settle the internal matters first. The Shadow Lord quickly nodded. I'm willing to be a spy, I'm willing to be a spy. He would be courting death if he didn't become a spy at this time. The Shadow Lord did not want to die. He had mastered the Void Dao and was very good at sneaking around. Although his actual strength was a little weak, he could still keep an eye on people or check for information. There was really no one who could stop the Shadow Lord. Therefore, the Shadow Lord took on the job of gathering information. The reward was quite good. Anyone would come to him for help. Of course, it would not work if they didn't have a certain level of wealth. It was not that easy to ask the Shadow Lord for help. The benefits offered by the Netherworld sect master and ancestor Bai Yun this time really tempted the Shadow Lord. Then what's your ultimate goal? They want to know if Temple Master Bai is really seriously injured and unconscious. Once they're sure, they'll attack and snatch the Sixth Absolute Palace away. Bai Xingnan knew it would be like this. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Lin to use some tricks on him and make him obediently become a spy. Lin Fei raised his hand and a force entered the Shadow Lord's body. The force was not strong, only about the size of a fingernail. However, the Shadow Lord instantly felt a terrifying aura. I'll definitely be a good spy. Chapter 50-57. It was as if nothing had happened in Sixth Absolute Temple. Only Bai Xingnan knew that Sixth Absolute Temple was waiting for that person to appear. As for which elder it was, he wasn't very clear in his heart right now. However, as soon as he appeared, they would be done for. It would be a good opportunity to get rid of some of the people in Sixth Absolute Temple. A long time ago, she felt that there were some internal problems, but Bai Xingnan did not pay much attention to these problems. She felt that these were trivial matters, but now she knew that these trivial matters had suddenly become big problems. The Netherworld sect master and ancestor Bai Yun had begun to infiltrate and could actually contact the high-level elders. She even suspected that it was not as simple as just one high-level elder. What she had to do now was very simple, which was to wait. As long as she waited for that person to appear, everything would be fine. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. There was not much change in 6 Absolute Temple, and it was the same on the outside. Actions against the mining areas of 6 Absolute Temple were still happening as usual. They would appear from time to time and could not be suppressed at all. It was obvious that they were probing. Nightfall. In a study room, 3 figures were sitting together, surrounded by lines of runes. This was a formation, a very powerful formation. It could isolate all aura fluctuations and even make them feel as if they were not in the same space. This was a very powerful treasure, and it was not easy to obtain such a treasure. Our temple master should be recovering from his injuries. His injuries are not ordinary, so I think it's about time for us to open the formation. The person who spoke was a big man with a beard. He was the second elder of 6 Absolute Temple. Basically, there won't be too much of a problem. Bai Xingnan and those few elders can't stop our people at all. It's just the right time for us to make a great contribution. The other 2 were also high-level elders. One was the 9th elder, and the other was the 10th elder. The 3 elders had extremely high authority in the upper echelons. There were only 10 high-level elders in the entire 6 Absolute Temple. Every high-level elder was very important and they were in charge of controlling the formation. They were also placed high hopes on them. However, this time, they had decided to rebel. The entire 6 Absolute Temple was no longer as glorious as it used to be. These mining areas had all been taken away. Bai Lai had never shown up. One could imagine that the rumors outside were true. He was heavily injured in the Everlasting Mountain. This time, Yellow Spring Cult Master and White Cloud Ancestor personally came to discuss cooperation with them. He had shown great sincerity. When faced with benefits and death, they would rather choose benefits than death. Therefore, the 3 of them immediately had an idea. However, they had not made a move yet. Recently, they had more or less figured out that Palace Master Bai was seriously injured. He probably only had 20 to 30% of his strength left, or maybe even less. Then let's take action tonight. Ancestor Bai Yun and the Netherworld Hierarch have arranged for a few experts to come over. We can take down Bai Xingnan and kill everyone in the 6 Absolute Palace. Then, we'll eat Palace Master Bai quietly. I believe it won't be a problem. After the 3 of them discussed for a while and determined that there were no problems, they prepared to take action. King Shadow, who was outside, also received the news immediately. King of Shadows was the best at finding people. However, the current King of Shadows was extremely well behaved. The moment they received the news, they immediately spread it out. Then, a young figure appeared beside him. This figure was as mysterious and unpredictable as ever. I just received news that they're going to take action tonight. They've arranged for a group of people to come in first while I enter the 6 Absolute Palace to test Palace Master Bai. Lin Fei knew that they would not let him wait for too long. They would definitely not sit still. He did not expect them to take action in just a few days. It seemed that they had indeed studied for a long time. Then, just do as you normally would. Lin Fei left after saying that. However, he did not return to the 6 Absolute Palace. Instead, he stayed in the depths of the void. Not long after, figures appeared in the void. These figures were very strange and even used treasures. They were faintly discernible as they approached the 6 Absolute Palace. They even bumped into King of Shadows. 6 peak stage high gods and 10 late stage high gods. What a lineup. They're preparing to deal with the internal affairs first. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and instantly knew what they were planning. 16 high gods. This was an extremely powerful force. If it was just Bai Xingnan alone, she would not be able to stop these people at all. 6 peak stage high gods would be able to take care of her. That was because Bai Xingnan was still unable to control the power of the 6 Absolute Palace. So far, the 6 Absolute Palace could only display its true power in Bai Lai's hands. Everyone else had to stand aside. The formation of the 6 Absolute Palace began to change slightly. The slight change was not very obvious. If one did not pay attention, one would not be able to notice it at all. Bai Xingnan, who was in the study room, also received the news. Her eyes became extremely cold. Soon, they would know which high-level elder betrayed the 6 Absolute Palace. Hopefully, it was only 1, not 2, or 3. Lin Fei observed from the void. After they entered, Lin Fei did not leave. That was because he sensed 2 powerful auras looming in the distance. These 2 auras surpassed the peak stage high god just now. Even a perfected high god seemed to be inferior to them. If I'm not mistaken, they should be the Netherworld's sect master and ancestor Bai Yun, the top 5 experts in this world. Lin Fei immediately knew who these 2 people were. One was the Netherworld's sect master and the other was ancestor Bai Yun. They were both famous. However, they had their eyes on the 6 Absolute Palace. I wonder who else could it be other than them. They should not be the only ones who have their eyes on the 6 Absolute Palace. It's such a powerful treasure. Anyone who possesses it can become the #1 expert on this level. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and decided to wait a little longer. The situation in the 6 Absolute Palace had also changed. The 6 peak stage high gods, the 10 late stage high gods, and the people led by the 3 high-level elders immediately caused chaos in the entire 6 Absolute Palace. 2nd Elder. 9th Elder, 10th Elder, you're really good to have contacted so many people. Traitorous dogs. Bai Xingnan stared coldly at these people. Chapter 50-58. The 3 elders gathered with the group and prepared to look for Bai Xingnan. They would capture Bai Xingnan first. That way, they would have a huge advantage. Then, they would be able to put aside everything else. However, as soon as they entered the small palace where Bai Xingnan was, a large formation instantly appeared and trapped them. They were dumbfounded by the fact that they were trapped. How did they encounter such a situation? It was completely different from what they had imagined. Then, Bai Xingnan walked out. No one knew that they had chosen to cooperate with the Netherworld sect master and ancestor Bai Yun. However, the current situation was a little unbelievable. How could this be? Bai Xingnan, how did you know? That's impossible. The 2nd elder and the elder's eyes turned cold. They would not have any thoughts if they knew that Bai Xingnan had received the news. However, it seemed a little too late now. She was already prepared. Do you think I can't know what you're up to? Bai Xingnan was very disappointed. She had originally thought that there would only be 1 elder, but in the blink of an eye, 3 elders had appeared. And all of them were high-level elders. He finally understood why they let people in. They actually invited so many experts. It was really unexpected, really unexpected. After a brief moment of surprise, the 3 elders immediately recovered. Bai Xingnan, so what if you knew in advance? So what if you set up a trap? Do you think you can hold us? Although the 2nd elder was momentarily shocked, he suddenly recovered. This time, they had invited an expert to help them. There were 6 peak high-level celestials and 10 late-stage high-level celestials among them. This kind of strength could definitely render the experts of 6 Absolute Hall powerless. The 2nd elder's voice was even louder. Listen up, all of you. Bai Lang from 6 Absolute Palace is seriously injured and doesn't have much combat power left. If you follow him, you'll definitely die. I think it's better for you to follow us. Your status and treatment will be different. Don't miss it. Many people were aware of 6 Absolute Hall's current situation. However, their thoughts did not change much after hearing the 2nd elder's words. Instead, they continued to stare at Bai Xingnan. Bai Xingnan just watched quietly. Whatever moves you have, bring them all out. This is your last chance. Bai Xingnan became more and more disappointed. These guys were really different from what he had imagined. These people were not persuaded, which made the 3 elders even more annoyed. The 6 peak stage high gods all let out cold snorts. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Let's just take action. The 6 of them attacked in an instant. After all, they were experts at the pinnacle of high god realm. Since they could stand here, they naturally wouldn't take these people seriously. If it was Bai Lai, they naturally wouldn't have such thoughts. However, if it was just Bai Xingnan, they would be able to deal with her with a single word. At this moment, the 6 peak stage high god experts felt a ray of light pass through their bodies. The flowing light seemed to be very terrifying. They couldn't resist it at all. After the beam of light passed, they all fell to the ground one by one. There were huge wounds on their bodies. They had all been injured in a single exchange. Much less those 10 late-stage high gods. It was the same for the 3 high-level elders. Following which, a figure walked out from the void. It was neither hurried nor slow. This is also a big fish in the net. Bai Xingnan, of course, couldn't deal with such a powerful force. However, this time, with Lin Fei here, things were different. Lin Fei's attack directly suppressed them. The power of a single palm could easily suppress all of them. Just now, he only flicked his finger, and the power of that one wave was so powerful that they couldn't resist it. The 6 peak stage high god experts finally revealed a horrified expression. The power of one person had seriously injured them all. Didn't that mean that he had the power of a great perfection high god? Since when did the 6 Absolute Palace have such an expert? This was something they couldn't believe. All they knew was that this was a huge trap. With such an expert here, even 6 consummate high god stage experts might not be a match for him. That Bai Lang was too ruthless. He actually left such a powerful expert behind. Just take these people down. It's a waste to kill them, but it'll be different if we subdue them. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Rays of power directly hit their bodies. Every ray of power made them feel like a nightmare. Now, listen to Bai Xingnan. Otherwise, with a single thought, your life's work will be gone. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Later, just send the message outside as usual. If you do well, you'll naturally live longer. If you don't, you'll die early and reincarnate early. These are my words for you. Bai Xingnan's movements were also quite fast. She took all of them down in an instant. If I'm not mistaken, the Yellow Spring Sect Master and Ancestor White Cloud are also outside. However, they didn't come in. These 2 people are quite strong and have some powerful treasures. Lin Fei never felt that his guesses were wrong. Those 2 people were most likely the masterminds behind the scenes. Bai Xingnan's expression was also ugly. They actually dared to come. However, with their intelligence, they probably won't just come in like this. They're just testing us at most. Bai Xingnan was able to see this quite clearly. Apart from the 2 of them, there should be other people watching. Such a commotion can fool most people, but it can't fool the top experts. Lin Fei didn't go out again, but he knew that there were definitely more than 2 experts. There must be another 2 experts hiding in the dark, or even 3 or 4. Thank you so much for taking down so many superior gods in one go. There's a total of 16 superior gods. 6 Absolute Palace doesn't have as many superior gods as they do. Superior gods were very common, but it was different when one reached the later stage or the peak stage. This time, 6 Absolute Palace's strength had increased a lot. Naturally, Lin Fei didn't care about these people. He didn't care about how to subdue Bai Xingnan. On the other side, a few figures came from the depths of the void. They were quite strong. They were all observing 6 Absolute Palace. They didn't know what would happen next. After all, the Yellow Spring Sect Master and Ancestor White Cloud had made a move. Chapter 50-59. The Yellow Spring Sect leader and Ancestor Bai Yun were indeed watching the situation from the outside. They also wanted to know how the situation inside was progressing. After all, they had come here to watch. If they could succeed, it would be the best thing to silently take control of the 6 Absolute Palace. After all, Bai Lai had already been injured in the Everlasting Mountain. This matter could be hidden from ordinary people, but it could not be hidden from them. So they tried all sorts of methods. In just a few decades, they had caused the 6 Absolute Palace to lose quite a few mining areas, and even caused many forces to become hesitant. They silently stood on their side. This was their greatest achievement. But even so, Bai Lai was still nowhere to be seen. This further proved that Bai Lai's injuries were very serious, and nothing could disturb him. And now, as long as this step was completed, they would have the time and the opportunity to slowly figure out Bai Lai. Where exactly was he cultivating in seclusion? When the time came, they would gather all their strength and kill Bai Lai. If nothing unexpected happens, Bai Lai must have been seriously injured this time. He can't even care about this kind of thing. The Yellow Spring sect leader was a middle-aged man in a black robe. His face was very pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun for 10,000 years. Next to him was Ancestor Bai Yun. Ancestor Bai Yun was an ancestor, but he looked very ordinary. However, his eyes were very cold, so cold that it was terrifying. The two of them had worked together to obtain a huge advantage. Now, they were only one step away. As long as their people could occupy the 6th Absolute Palace and even take down Bai Xingnan, that was not a problem at all. At that time, they could hide their strength and bide their time. No one would know that they were one step ahead of them. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. We've arranged for 6 peak superior gods and 10 late superior gods. Not everyone can stop them. Although Bai Xingnan has also broken through to the superior god level, he isn't that strong. He also doesn't control the 6th Absolute Palace, so there's nothing to be afraid of. The Yellow Spring sect leader and ancestor Bai Yun understood Bai Xingnan very well. After all, Bai Xingnan was that person's only daughter. As for the other siblings, they didn't have any. If that wasn't the case, they wouldn't have used such a method. If Bai Lai had a few sons, they would have at least one method. Right now, they could only use such a move. Fortunately, this trip did not seem to be too much of a problem. They would definitely be able to easily take down the 6th Absolute Palace. Time was ticking away. The Netherworld Hierarch and Ancestor White Cloud were both overjoyed. They had been looking forward to it for a long time, and they were finally about to reach the next step. Now all we have to do is wait for the message. The message came. The two of them could enter the 6th Absolute Palace. For this day, they had thought about it for a long time. Today, they could finally do it. A jade talisman in the Yellow Spring Hierarch's hand finally lit up. He saw a piece of information inside. A message from the second elder. Bai Xingnan has been captured by us. All the places are under our control. The 2 sirs can come in now. The message was from the second elder. When they received the second elder's message, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. This step was also within their expectations. There were only a few experts in the entire 6th Absolute Palace. After all, they had sent many experts on this trip. Again, it was completely silent. Most importantly, 6th Absolute Palace still had the second elder on their side. There was also the 9th elder and the 10th elder. That was completely different. At the very least, they could catch them off guard. The two of them immediately flew toward the 6th Absolute Palace. However, when they were about to reach the 6th Absolute Palace, the Yellow Spring Hierarch suddenly stopped again. Ancestor Bai Yun, who was next to him, did not understand. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Ancestor Huangquan was more vigilant by nature. I don't know why, but I feel a little strange. Although our arrangements are very appropriate, Bai Lai is already injured, and there are only a few experts in the 6th Absolute Palace. Why do I still feel a little uneasy? So you have the same idea. Actually, I have the same idea too. I feel that the 6th Absolute Palace is not as simple as we think. With their cultivation realm, they indeed felt that the 6th Absolute Palace was not as easy to break through as they had imagined. Although they had captured Bai Xingnan and everything seemed to be within their expectations, the two of them still felt a little uneasy in their hearts. This trace of uneasiness was not infinitely magnified, but it also let them know that something was definitely not right when they thought about it. As for where the abnormality lay, it was unknown. The two of them quickly left after looking at each other. One in front and one behind, they quickly distanced themselves from each other and did not move forward at all. Lin Fei, who was in the void, also watched the two of them leave. He had to admit that the two of them were really very smart. They actually left at this time. The big formation inside had already been activated. As long as they entered within these 2 days, Lin Fei would give them a head-on blow. He would let them experience it. However, it was quite surprising that they left in the blink of an eye. They were worthy of being experts in this area. This feeling was quite effective. Since they were not going to come in, Lin Fei was naturally going to teach them a lesson. At least, he would let them know that the Sixth Absolute Palace was not a place that anyone could enter. A saber light. It instantly slashed out from the void. The saber light turned into a huge stream of light and swept across. Be it the Yellow Spring Hierarch or Ancestor Bai Yun, they were instantly sent flying by the saber. Under the saber light, countless bright lights appeared around the two of them. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared one after another. The Yellow Spring Hierarch and Ancestor Bai Yun did not expect that someone would attack them in the void. The saber light was so terrifying that the pure power in the saber shocked them deeply. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared without a trace. The second saber light slashed across the void and the people who were originally hiding in the void disappeared one by one. In the blink of an eye, this part of the void became quiet and tranquil. There's always a price to pay for watching the show. I wonder if you guys have experienced it this time. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and returned to the Sixth Absolute Palace. For quite a long time, these people will not dare to have any thoughts or ideas. The two sabers just now were not a joke. At the very least, the Yellow Spring Hierarch and Ancestor Bai Yun had suffered a lot. As for the others, they were already prepared after the first slash, so they didn't suffer much damage from the slash. Lin Fei had also controlled his power, so only the Yellow Spring Hierarch and Ancestor Bai Yun suffered. Chapter 50-60. The two blade lights at the entrance of Sixth Absolute Palace. This appearance had indeed caused a huge commotion on this floor. Of course, this sensation was only limited to the top circle. The experts in the top circle were all great perfection high god. They could even be a little stronger. However, at this moment, they all felt that Sixth Absolute Palace was unusual. They all knew about the experts of Sixth Absolute Palace. Apart from Bai Lai, who was the strongest, the rest of them were average in strength. At most, they could not break through the defenses. After all, Sixth Absolute Palace was a powerful treasure. Therefore, Sixth Absolute Palace had always been above them. This time, the Netherworld Sect Master and Ancestor Bai Yun suffered a big loss, which really made everyone feel different. No one knew who did it, and no one knew how many more experts like him were in Sixth Absolute Palace. It also let them know that Sixth Absolute Palace was far stronger than them. The various forces that were originally eager to make a move on the remaining mines stopped for a while and did not make a move at all. It seemed like they would not make a move until they knew the specific situation. Even the Netherworld Sect Master and the others could not stop them, let alone the other forces. If someone came knocking on their door, they would not even have a place to cry. Therefore, this level fell into a short period of peace. It was as if nothing had happened before. Lin Fei did not stay in Sixth Absolute Palace for a long time. He also knew that Bai Lai was not in Sixth Absolute Palace but somewhere else. That was the only way to recover with peace of mind. The 16 High God experts all remained and became a new force for the Sixth Absolute Palace. At least for a long time, they could still be the main force. Lin Fei had already left and returned to Haoyue's sect. Master, you're finally back. I heard that the Netherworld Sect Master and Ancestor Bai Yun were attacked this time. I still can't figure out what happened. After Fairy Bai Yu became the Sect Master, she didn't slack off. She immediately expanded the intelligence network. Originally, the Haoyue's sect had a certain level of strength, so the intelligence gathering was relatively smooth. Until now, the Blue Fairy had not figured out what kind of experts Sixth Absolute Palace had. The two of them were injured by me. The others also more or less felt the power of my saber. Your intelligence gathering is not bad. Do you have any more details? Master, you're too amazing. You were even able to injure the Netherworld Cult Master and White Cloud Ancestor. I heard that they're extremely strong, and they even have a chance of breaking through to the almighty level. The blue fairy's eyes began to shine. She was once again in admiration. That was a top-notch existence. He had actually suffered a huge loss in front of his master, and even now, he didn't dare to make any movements. I've gathered some information about the third floor. Fairy Green Stream hurriedly took out a set of information. The great world of gods had a total of 3 layers. The first layer was the most ordinary, while the second layer was the world of this world. Both the resources and the area were much larger. There was no information on the third floor that was leaked to the outside world. Although Lin Fei had yet to meet the experts on this level, Netherworld Hierarch and White Cloud Ancestor had seen them. They were the top 5 experts. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in this layer, but he was especially interested in the third floor. The information was also in Lin Fei's hands. The information on the third floor was also intermittent, but Lin Fei could more or less understand the situation. It seems like the third floor is an important place that controls the great world of gods. After looking through the information, Lin Fei came to a conclusion. The third floor could only be entered by almighty-level experts. However, Lin Fei had no idea how to get to the third floor. Master, I'm afraid that only Bai Lai knows how to go to the third floor, or to the second floor, the so-called Forbidden Zone. There was also a Forbidden Zone in the second floor, and it was also the most dangerous place in the second floor. This Forbidden Zone seems to be connected to another world, so it's very dangerous. Ordinary people don't dare to enter, and only late-stage high gods dare to enter. However, it's very dangerous after entering, and they might not be able to come out. The blue fairy knew a lot about this. If I'm not wrong, Bai Lai should be hiding inside. That's the safest place. After all, the more dangerous a place is, the safer it is. We know this principle, and Bai Lai should also know this principle. This was also what Lin Fei had just thought of. He had been guessing where Bai Lai would go, and now he really knew. Then you guard the Haoyues sect well. I'll go take a look at the Forbidden Zone. Since Lin Fei knew, he naturally didn't hesitate and headed straight for the Forbidden Zone. Before leaving, he gave the blue fairy 6 divine talismans of power. A single surge of power was enough to kill a high god paragon. Even if someone had designs on the Haoyues sect, it would be useless. They would be killed immediately. Lin Fei didn't want to go out and find that the Haoyues sect was gone when he returned. Fairy Baiyu had a lot of potential to be nurtured. At the end of the second layer, there was a dark area. This darkness controlled a large area. When Lin Fei arrived, he sensed that something was different about this place. He furrowed his brows slightly. After frowning slightly, he sensed that this Forbidden Zone seemed to be moving. It was constantly spreading outwards. To put it more simply, this Forbidden Zone seemed to be eating away at this world. Even though this was happening very slowly, it would take at least tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years for it to devour this layer. It was devouring this world. Looks like this Forbidden Zone is different as well. Lin Fei sensed for a moment, then entered. As he entered, there was an enormous power suppressing him, causing his senses to shrink limitlessly. Even though Lin Fei was extremely powerful right now, the range of his senses was only a few 100 million kilometers or so. His greatest limit was 800 million kilometers. For others, they probably wouldn't even be able to reach half of his range. In fact, they would only be able to reach 1 or 200 million kilometers. This was the benefit of being powerful. Being able to sense so far away was enough for Lin Fei. It wouldn't be easy for someone to quickly reach him from a few 100 million kilometers away. Basically, as soon as someone moved, he would be able to react. This Forbidden Zone was extremely large. Lin Fei wasn't in a rush, so he began to slowly search. After all, this so-called Forbidden Zone was extremely dangerous, and there were some things that he didn't know about. At first, he didn't encounter any tricks, but as he went deeper, he began to sense some special creatures hidden in the darkness. Chapter 50-61. As soon as he entered the restricted area, he noticed that there were many special creatures. These creatures were all hidden inside and were faintly discernible. They were probably all thinking about him. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. These creatures weren't very strong and none of them were willing to die. Lin Fei continued to fly. He realized that this restricted area was bigger than he had imagined and it was much more mysterious. It wasn't easy to find someone here. However, Lin Fei had quite a few tricks up his sleeve. He used the Great Karma technique right away. This Great Karma technique came in handy at this time. He felt that he could check if he and Bai Lai were here or not. The moment he connected, a faintly discernible figure appeared. Lin Fei smiled. His guess was right, this Bai Lai was in this restricted area. The other places on the second floor weren't very safe, but it was different if they entered. The restricted area was more mysterious, and even one's perception was suppressed. Therefore, it wasn't something that just anyone could find if it was hidden here. After confirming the direction, Lin Fei headed towards this place. Along the way, the obstacles in the void were much larger. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He realized that there seemed to be a safe area and a dangerous area. With a whoosh, a cold light shot towards Lin Fei. It should be a hidden creature attacking. Lin Fei's gaze turned cold as he turned around and punched. With a loud explosion, it appeared. There was a crisp sound. That creature was directly killed by Lin Fei's punch. Following that, a cold light swept across the area. 2 consecutive slashes instantly caused the restricted area creatures to feel huge pressure. They didn't have any thoughts at all. After the 2 slashes, these restricted area creatures all felt how terrifying Lin Fei was and didn't attack. Lin Fei flew in for more than 10 days. If not for the Great Karma technique, he really wouldn't have been able to find any traces of Bai Lai. There were many restricted area creatures in the dark and their auras were all very strong. They were not afraid, but the knife in Lin Fei's hand might be a joke. With one saber strike, these Forbidden Zone creatures felt immense pressure. They did not dare to come over carelessly. Half a month passed in a flash. Lin Fei still hadn't reached the end of the Forbidden Zone. He didn't know where the Forbidden Zone was. He could only lock onto Bai Lai's position. It was just up ahead, and it would take at most half a day to get there. Huala Lin Fei heard the sound. This sound seemed to be the sound of fighting. Most importantly, it was still in Bai Lai's direction. Thus, he sped up and spread out his perception power. The distance of 800 million kilometers was quickly covered. He saw this scene. There was actually a palace inside the forbidden area. However, the situation of the palace was quite bad because there were 2 powerful creatures constantly attacking it. These 2 creatures were quite strong. He had actually reached the pseudo-divine master level. Even though a pseudo-divine master's level wasn't considered very strong, if they were used to attack the palace, it would be as easy as grabbing a snail with 2 hands. If I'm not mistaken, Bai Lai should be inside this palace. They had run into each other in such a situation. Lin Fei was indeed quite surprised. Suddenly, one of the figures fighting over there stared at Lin Fei. He had actually sensed the distance of several 100 million kilometers in an instant. What powerful perception power! Voila! One of the Forbidden Zone creatures charged at Lin Fei. With one of the 2 creatures coming his way, Bai Lai instantly felt much more relaxed inside the palace. However, he couldn't sense anyone coming his way. The pressure on his heart suddenly tightened. This is really bad. Not only did 2 Forbidden Zone creatures come, but there's also someone else coming. This time, I really can't avoid disaster or blessing. Inside the palace, Bai Lai's face was somewhat pale. He was constantly controlling the palace to block the attacks of the creatures. Ever since he was injured last time, Bai Lai had come to this Forbidden Zone. He used a treasure to do so. This palace could be big or small. If he hid it in this Forbidden Zone, no one would be able to find it. It was also the safest place to recuperate. But now, he discovered that he had encountered trouble. He didn't know what was going on, but he had actually been targeted by two Forbidden Zone creatures. Moreover, they were two pseudo-god masters. They were not just an ordinary level of strength. Usually, one of them was very terrifying. Now that there were two, Bai Lai couldn't resist. He was also bitterly holding on. Now, someone else had come. Although he had attracted a Forbidden Zone creature over, who knew how strong this person was? Now, Bai Lai didn't dare to think too much. He could only rely on the heavens. This time, he had come here to recuperate. He didn't tell anyone, not even his own daughter. There were countless people on this floor who couldn't wait for him to be injured and couldn't wait to find a place where he could recuperate. This Forbidden Zone creature was extremely fast. Under Lin Fei's perception, it was getting closer and closer. Lin Fei also praised the Forbidden Zone creatures in his heart for being smart. This way, the pressure on Bai Lai had decreased by a lot. At the very least, two of them attacking a palace was much less pressure than one attacking. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a powerful Forbidden Zone creature. It was the perfect time to start. The Forbidden Zone creature was also getting closer and closer to Lin Fei. From 800 million miles, it instantly broke through to 100 million miles. The Forbidden Zone creature was already faintly discernible. At this moment, Lin Fei made his move. His fist directly pierced through it. At this moment, Lin Fei directly used his strength. The power of this fist was like the speed of light. It instantly pierced through the Forbidden Zone creature. The Forbidden Zone creature immediately howled in pain. Looks like this pseudo-god master Forbidden Zone creature isn't as strong as I thought. Lin Fei coldly snorted. Another punch came, but this one was blocked by the Forbidden Zone creature. The Forbidden Zone creature blocked it, forming a defense around its body. With this defense, Lin Fei's figure had already arrived. The immemorial tyrant saber in his hand directly slashed down. This saber strike was imbued with the aura of eternity. The Forbidden Zone creature couldn't move for a moment. Then, it was slashed by Lin Fei's saber. Following that, a shiny object fell out. Lin Fei grabbed it and it landed in his hand. It was something like a magic core, but it was filled with a very strong power. I really overestimated this Forbidden Zone creature, and it's even at the pseudo-god master level. Lin Fei shook his head. He was still quite disappointed. It wasn't as strong as he had imagined. He had been happy for nothing. This thing in his hand was a little mysterious. He casually put it away. Chapter 50-62. Bai Lai, who was inside the palace, felt very surprised when he heard the scream of the Forbidden Zone creature. It can't be. Could it be that the Forbidden Zone creature was heavily injured by that person? That shouldn't be the case. This Forbidden Zone creature is also at the pseudo-god lord level. In a one-on-one fight, even I am not his match, let alone in this Forbidden Zone. Bai Lai's imagination ran wild. But he couldn't figure out who had come here. He had no impression at all. After all, he knew all the experts on this floor. He was the strongest. The ones behind him, such as the Yellow Springs Patriarch and Ancestor White Cloud, couldn't catch up at all. Not to mention that they had such combat power. Could it be someone from the Forbidden Zone? Bai Lai couldn't think of any other explanation. In theory, those people wouldn't come here. They looked down on this place. Bai Lai knew the most secrets on this floor. Only he himself knew, and at the same time, he also knew why he had come to this forbidden area to heal his injuries. It was because this place was safe. Although there were some Forbidden Zone creatures, they wouldn't affect him too much. But this time, it was an accident. Two pseudo-god Lord Forbidden Zone creatures had come at once. Now, this Forbidden Zone creature seemed to have run into trouble. The Forbidden Zone creature that was attacking suddenly launched a fierce attack and fled into the distance. This really surprised Bai Lai. The scene was restored to silence. Although Bai Lai was relieved, he immediately realized that the situation was not as good as he thought. A true expert had come. The restricted zone creature that had just chased after it might have suffered a great loss, or it might have been killed by someone. To be able to kill such a pseudo-god lord forbidden zone creature, this person's strength was unimaginable. That was why this forbidden zone creature had fled. These forbidden zone creatures weren't without intelligence. They still had a little bit of it and were very sensitive to danger. Bai Lai wanted to control the palace to leave, but he knew that it was too difficult. He couldn't do it at all, because the palace consumed too much energy. Even the formations inside were damaged. It was all done by these forbidden region creatures. All Bai Lai could do now was wait and see who had come. Let's see who's here. I still have some trump cards in my hands. At worst, I'll just go all out. Not long after, he saw a stream of light coming over. The stream of light was extremely fast, but the aura on the body was very unfamiliar. When this person appeared, he saw a young figure. Who else could it be other than that Lin Fei? It was extremely shocking. I've come all the way here, and you're not going to invite me in? Lin Fei was planning to kill the other forbidden zone creature as well, so he could warm up. Unexpectedly, this forbidden zone creature was smarter than he had imagined. In the blink of an eye, it had fled, immediately finding its trail and escaping from the range of his perception. This speed could not be considered slow enough. Fortunately, Lin Fei did not have much interest in forbidden zone creatures. A figure appeared. It was Bai Lai. His face was pale, but there was gratitude on his face. So it's you who has come to help me. Please come forward. Bai Lai heaved a sigh of relief. This Lin Fei actually came from the first floor. Furthermore, he was able to come to the forbidden zone. He must have been to his 6th absolute palace. If it was someone else, it would be very dangerous for Bai Lai. But this Lin Fei was different. He had always been unable to see through this Lin Fei. He did not expect him to come this time. It was really unexpected. He even killed a forbidden zone creature. That was a pseudo-god lord level forbidden zone creature. It was a little unbelievable to say it out loud. Since when did this Lin Fei become so strong? But no matter what, Bai Lai was finally relieved. There was no trouble at all. Not long after. The two of them sat in a courtyard inside the palace. The palace also retracted, turning into a speck of dust. Although it could not be moved for the time being, with Lin Fei here, there was naturally no danger. Bai Lai had even taken out his best tea. It had a calming effect. Of course, it also had the effect of strengthening the body. It was not much to Lin Fei. But he could still understand how precious it was. Your daughter said that you should be in this forbidden zone. I thought about it for a long time, but I didn't expect to really run into you. You're really unlucky when it comes to healing your injuries. Lin Fei said as he sipped his tea. Bai Lai also smiled bitterly. I can't help it. Other places are not safe, even the 6th absolute palace. However, this forbidden zone is safe. Although there are also forbidden zone creatures, I'm just unlucky today. Bai Lai also took a sip of tea and then asked about the situation outside the 6th absolute palace. If he hadn't asked, he wouldn't have known. Now that he asked, Bai Lai was a little angry. This netherworld sect master and ancestor Bai Yun are really bold. They behaved themselves when I was here, but when I wasn't here, they tried all kinds of things. Fortunately, you helped me a lot. Bai Lai was also more and more grateful to Lin Fei. If it were not for Lin Fei's help, he did not know what would have happened to him. Even his palace might be destroyed by this forbidden zone creature. At that time, it was easy to imagine what kind of situation it would be. This was not something he wanted to see. I've already taught the Netherworld sect master and ancestor Bai Yun a lesson, so they won't dare to do anything for a while. However, you have to do the rest yourself. I'm relieved to see you this time. Of course, I don't think it's a problem to talk about the outside world. Bai Lai laughed, took out a book from his ring, and placed it in front of Lin Fei. This is the situation in the outside star region. It's more detailed. I bought it from the World Tower. It has all kinds of information. You can have a look first. I'll go fix the formation first. We'll talk about it after we leave this place. Lin Fei did not say anything. As he sipped his tea, he flipped through the documents. The information was quite detailed. After looking through it, he knew what was going on outside. For example, the star region that Lin Fei was in was called the Mountain River Star Region. This star domain wasn't very powerful. In fact, it was relatively weak. This was because there were no experts in this star region. The strongest divine master was only a 4-star divine master. This level was not considered high. For example, the strongest divine master in some powerful star region was a 7-star divine master. Therefore, there was a big difference in comparison. Because this star region was relatively weak, some people naturally looked down on it. Chapter 50-63. It took a few days. Bai Lai finally repaired the formation, and the entire palace began to move again. There was no need to stay where they were. Bai Lai finally let out a long sigh of relief. After all, the creatures in the Forbidden Zone were very troublesome. Now that they could move, it was a good thing. As for why they had been exposed before, no one knew. The star area that we are currently in is an ordinary star area, and there aren't many experts in it. Therefore, if we want to go out and explore, we need to at least have the strength of a 2 or 3-star divine master. Otherwise, we will easily become cannon fodder when we go out. The outside world is also exceptionally dangerous. Bai Lai returned. He knew that Lin Fei had finished reading the information. Lin Fei nodded. The outside world is indeed very dangerous, but this small world is no longer interesting to me. By the way, what is the 3rd floor? Lin Fei finally asked about something else. He wanted to know more than anyone else about the 3rd floor of this great world. Lin Fei knew that Bai Lai would know some secrets. I heard that the 3rd floor is a treasure left behind by a divine master, but very few people can pass through it. Bai Lai did not hide it. He knew that even if he did not say it, Lin Fei would find out sooner or later. In fact, Lin Fei already had some guesses in his heart. It really was like that. So if you want to go to the 3rd floor, you should go through this Forbidden Zone, and if you want to go there, you have to face the creatures in the Forbidden Zone. That should be the case. Bai Lai's expression changed slightly and he smiled. You're smarter than I thought. That's right, the 3rd floor is inside this Forbidden Zone. However, I don't know where the entrance is. I once searched this Forbidden Zone for 100 years, but I still couldn't find the entrance. Bai Lai sighed. This was the thing that made him feel the most helpless. He had searched this Forbidden Zone for 100 years without finding the entrance. Speaking of it, it was a slap in the face. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. How could Bai Lai not have the intention to go to the 3rd floor? As for why he did not go to the 3rd floor, there was only one explanation. That was that he could not find the entrance to this floor. And in the Forbidden Zone, it was the most normal. Finding such an entrance in the Forbidden Zone was not an easy task. It required a lot of effort, and of course, a certain amount of fate. I don't have a chance to find it, but you're better than me. Maybe you'll be able to find the entrance to the 3rd layer. Maybe you can even become the world lord of this small world. I heard that after becoming the world lord of this small world, you can stay here. In this way, you won't have to worry about being killed, unless this small world is completely destroyed. Bai Lai did not hide anything. Lin Fei was quite curious before. So this was the reason why Bai Lai had to search for 100 years here. Lin Fei was very confident in his body. Right now, his physical body was exceptionally tough. Even if he was at the same cultivation level, he wouldn't be able to break through his physical body. Only those with the strength of a 5 or 6-star divine master would be able to do so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to do it. This was Lin Fei's greatest source of confidence. I'm not interested in becoming the world lord. I just want to see what's in the 3rd floor. Of course, there was another sentence that he didn't say. That was, Lin Fei wanted to sign in on the third floor to see what he could get. This was what Lin Fei wanted to do. After that, Lin Fei chatted with Bai Lai about some things. It was about half a month's time. During this half a month, the palace was constantly moving. They didn't encounter any more Forbidden Zone creatures. On this day, Lin Fei's figure appeared outside the palace. Bai Lai also came out. Are you sure you want to stay for a while longer? Lin Fei shook his head. No, I've already disturbed you for half a month. I'll try to find the way to the third floor. If I really find it, I'll naturally tell you. I'm not interested in becoming the world lord. My goal is the Sea of Stars. Lin Fei's figure left with a whoosh. Soon, Bai Lai couldn't sense him anymore. For the first time, he realized that Lin Fei's thoughts were far bigger than his. Bai Lai's goal was to become the world lord. By joining forces with the small world, he would be able to stay for a long time. Even if he went out to train, he wouldn't have to worry about being killed. It was rare to see someone like Lin Fei. Indeed, he left. Bai Lai couldn't tell how big the Forbidden Zone was. In any case, it was very dangerous. Hence, it wouldn't be easy to find the entrance to the third floor. Of course. Lin Fei also admired this god lord for creating such a test. The third floor was definitely a test. Could he find it? It would really depend on luck. Fortunately, Lin Fei had the Great Karma technique. There was nothing to worry about. He directly activated it. There was a faint line that led to a certain place. He knew that this was the direction to the third floor. As for what was ahead, he didn't know. Anyway, it didn't matter to Lin Fei. As long as he could find the location of the ground, nothing else mattered. Along the way, he didn't meet any Forbidden Zone lifeforms. He flew for half a year. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Of course, he had a certain understanding of how big the Forbidden Zone was. In Bai Lai's words, the Forbidden Zone was very big. It could even connect to other worlds and other places. Hence, he had to be very careful in this Forbidden Zone. In this half a year, he didn't meet anyone. He only met some Forbidden Zone lifeforms. These Forbidden Zone lifeforms weren't considered strong. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to deal with them, so he just avoided them. Or he would release a bit of his aura. This aura would instantly make these Forbidden Zone lifeforms run as far away as they could. They didn't dare to stay at all. After an entire year, Lin Fei finally felt that he was getting closer and closer to that place. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Suddenly, there was an intense fluctuation in front of him. This fluctuation came without any warning. Like a tide, it instantly rushed over. The empty space in front of Lin Fei was instantly crushed. In an instant, Lin Fei withstood it. This was a Forbidden Zone life form, and it was very strong. In the instant of contact, Lin Fei knew that this power was extremely strong. His ancient overlord body still suffered a certain amount of impact, and cracks appeared on it. There must be a powerful Forbidden Zone life form in front. I'm afraid it's also connected to the third floor. Or someone is fighting over there. Chapter 50-64. Lin Fei had indeed sensed the movement in front of him. Hence, he rushed over immediately, and the location where the Great Karma technique was activated was right here. Basically, that person was right here. It shouldn't be too far away. Lin Fei's speed was still extremely fast. As soon as he arrived, he saw that there were indeed people besieging a huge Forbidden Zone creature. This Forbidden Zone creature was extremely strong. Even Lin Fei secretly sucked in a breath of cold air when he sensed it. This was a powerful Forbidden Zone creature that was almost at the level of a 3 or 4-star god lord. However, this Forbidden Zone creature's attack was very singular. Even if it was singular, it was still very domineering. And the ones besieging this Forbidden Zone creature were 4 great experts. Each of these 4 great experts was controlling a treasure. After this treasure was formed, it could restrict the Forbidden Zone creature. from afar. After taking a look, Lin Fei knew that these 4 people were definitely experts. Their methods were very powerful, and these treasures all had complementary attributes. Hence, although this Forbidden Zone creature was strong, it seemed a little difficult to resist at this time. If it was under normal circumstances, Lin Fei would not have any thoughts about it. If they wanted to kill Forbidden Zone creatures, then let them kill them. But Lin Fei vaguely felt that there should be something special in this Forbidden Zone creature's body that was related to him. Then this thing was very likely to lead to the 3rd floor. This was what made Lin Fei feel the seriousness of the matter the most. If they killed this Forbidden Zone creature or took it away, wouldn't he have made a wasted trip? Lin Fei was still very interested in the 3rd floor. He wanted to go in and take a look, and while he was at it, he might be able to get some good things. He had signed in below for 1,000 years. Although he didn't sign in for long on the 2nd floor, he still obtained some things. What he was most interested in should be the 3rd floor. As long as he couldn't sign in on the 3rd floor, Lin Fei felt that it was a waste. Just as Lin Fei was thinking about whether to make a move or not, a treasure suddenly smashed over. After this treasure smashed over, the void instantly collapsed, turning into a huge black hole. Everything in its path was instantly destroyed. This method was very powerful. The 3 Black sect is working here. If you don't want to die, scram. The cold voice fell into Lin Fei's heart. It turned out that these 4 people were actually from a faction called the 3 Black sect. And this 3 Black gate seemed to be quite strong. It could even suppress such a ferocious creature from the Forbidden Zone. That attack just now had been extremely powerful, but Lin Fei himself had the strength of a divine master, and the strongest part of his body was his physical body. Although these people were extremely powerful when they joined forces and were able to restrain a divine lord-level being, their individual strength was only around 2 or 3 stars. Although they were much stronger than Lin Fei, their bodies were still very fragile. This was Lin Fei's greatest confidence. This Forbidden Zone creature is related to me. If you kill it, that's the same as destroying my relationship, so I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Fei laughed heartily as he charged forward. The immemorial tyrant blade appeared in his hand. As soon as the blade appeared, streams of light slashed over. The 4 of them didn't seem to care at all. Of course, they were also a little surprised. After all, they had underestimated this fellow's ability to remain unscathed. They hadn't paid much attention to it, but as this person continued to attack, they began to feel the pressure. That was because these saber lights actually contained destructive power within them. Furthermore, they were exceptionally strong. As soon as he came over, he immediately affected their teamwork. Most importantly, this fellow's outburst was too ferocious. Blade after blade, it seemed as though he didn't need to rest at all. Although they had managed to withstand it, it still affected them greatly. At the same time, on Lin Fei's side, black holes appeared one after another. These black holes all contained attacks. Although there were only a few black holes, they instantly reduced the pressure on Lin Fei. The 4 experts from the Triple Black sect were once again taken aback by such a move. They felt that after their attacks passed through, they seemed to be attracted to the black holes. On the contrary, when their attacks landed on the other party's body, they estimated that the power would be reduced to 20 to 30%. The other party's body seemed to be extremely strong, as he easily withstood the attacks. This was completely different from what they had imagined. If this continued, they really wouldn't be able to handle this kid. One of the 4 people flew out with a whoosh. I'll deal with this fellow. The 3 of you focus on seriously injuring this Forbidden Zone creature first. The one who flew over was a middle-aged man. On the left and right sides of this middle-aged man, a clone walked out. It turned out that this was an expert who walked the path of an essence soul. He immediately created a clone, ready to fight with Lin Fei. How dare you disturb the 3 Black Gates' work? I'll make you regret your actions this time. Not everyone is qualified to behave atrociously in front of the 3 of us. As soon as these primordial spirits appeared, they unleashed a barrage of attacks. These attacks were really quite powerful. Because they were essence soul experts, they were able to instantly set up a large array. This large array directly fell on Lin Fei's body. All of the attacks were rather ferocious, causing wounds to appear all over Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei didn't care. After all, this was the first time he had fought with such a person. Moreover, this person might be an expert. I also killed a primordial soul expert last time, but I really haven't met a primordial soul expert as powerful as you. Their attacks were basically swallowed up by the black holes, and the power contained within them was also very strong. Lin Fei's saber technique also continuously erupted. To deal with these essence soul experts, he had to attack fiercely, making it impossible for him to defend. Lin Fei's saber light was indeed very fierce. In front of this saber, these essence souls were indeed a little embarrassed. After all, the power of destruction that fell on these essence souls was very terrifying. With a whoosh, a beam of light burst out from one of the black holes, instantly hitting an essence soul. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically when he saw the essence soul expert being killed in an instant. Previously, he felt that this black hole was a little unusual, but he didn't expect it to contain a killing move. You're quite powerful to be able to kill an essence soul of mine. The middle-aged man was surprised. He had underestimated the other party. You're not the only one I'm killing. Lin Fei laughed. Chapter 50-65. Whoosh. 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 Lin Fei's remaining black hole instantly exploded with rays of light. In an instant, the surrounding primordial spirits were destroyed. These were the rays of power that had been left behind. At the critical moment, they were still very strong. At the very least, they could instantly destroy primordial spirits. Although Lin Fei's current strength had reached the level of a god lord, his physical body was much stronger than theirs. He could still deal with these primordial spirits. In an instant, he had unleashed this power, which instantly caught the middle-aged man off guard. All of the middle-aged man's clones had been destroyed. Even he himself had been injured by this power. As soon as he was injured, Lin Fei's figure immediately appeared. He unleashed one slash after another, completely enveloping his opponent. He simply had no time to use any of his techniques. This was because Lin Fei's blade light was too terrifying. Amidst the terror, there was also the power of destruction. He simply could not resist it. Lin Fei's slash landed on his opponent's body. This slash carried the power of destruction. In an instant, more than half of his body exploded. He was seriously injured. This was because the middle-aged man's physical body was too weak. It was not as strong as Lin Fei's. On the other side, the three God Lord experts had been able to suppress this Forbidden Zone creature just now. But now, it was obvious that they were having a hard time. This was because this Forbidden Zone creature was also quite powerful. They had originally thought that they could easily take down this kid. They did not expect to see that their fellow Daoist had already been injured, and his injuries were quite serious. Half of his body had almost collapsed. This guy's physical body is extremely strong. Moreover, this black hole contains a killing move. It can absorb attacks. Be careful. This primordial spirit expert suddenly used a scroll, and his entire body disappeared. This was because he would not be able to hold on any longer. Before he left behind a message. The other three were shocked. One of the four of them had actually been beaten to the point of fleeing, and he had even used a scroll. He had left this world. This caused their expressions to instantly turn extremely ugly. This was definitely not something they wanted to see. Damn it. The three of them glared at each other. Lin Fei also came over in an instant and slashed with his hand. Of course, his target wasn't the three of them, but the treasures. These treasures were floating in the air, which meant that they had formed a restraining force. With this attack, these treasures resisted to a certain extent. How could they withstand Lin Fei's ferocious attacks? One treasure after another was sent flying. With this strike, the Forbidden Zone creature regained its freedom. The three of them were in a sorry state. The three of them glanced at each other and immediately attacked. No matter what, he had to get rid of this young man first. It wasn't easy for them to find such a large Forbidden Zone creature, but it was destroyed by this guy. This time, it would be extremely difficult to take down this creature that had entered the Forbidden Land. There were only 3 of them left. Only 4 people would be able to take down a Forbidden Zone creature like this. When he made his move, he didn't believe that just anyone would be able to survive. In the end, he encountered such a show. It was really hard for them to accept. Huala wave after wave of attacks came over. Their attacks were really fierce and they directly crushed it. Fortunately, Lin Fei's black hole was really strong. It absorbed the attacks, even though some of them still landed on his body. It only injured Lin Fei a little. It couldn't threaten him at all. The Forbidden Zone creature also attacked this side. On the other side, they had to endure the attacks of the Forbidden Zone creature. This made them feel a lot of pressure. They couldn't cause much damage to Lin Fei at all. The 3 of them stared at him viciously. Our 3 black sect will definitely come for you. You won't be able to escape. With a walla, the 3 of them left. They had no choice but to leave. The Forbidden Zone creature didn't stop attacking. Along with this young man restricting their strength, they didn't have much of a chance of winning. It was already good enough that they could leave. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them left. Lin Fei didn't have any thoughts about the 3 black sect. If he offended them, then so be it. Voila! The Forbidden Zone creature turned into a giant black hole. This black hole instantly covered Lin Fei. This time, Lin Fei didn't put up much resistance. He just pulled a few black holes near him and entered them in an instant. In the blink of an eye, this place calmed down. The Forbidden Zone creature didn't seem to exist anymore. It was as if nothing had happened at all. However, Lin Fei knew that this Forbidden Zone creature was really something. It turned out that his body was connected to the 3rd level. This was something that Lin Fei didn't expect. This was because there was a tunnel here. Maybe because of Lin Fei, the Forbidden Zone creature was a black hole. It swallowed Lin Fei and entered. Then, it touched the treasure inside. Then, Lin Fei came to a large area. This was a slightly gray place. In front of him was a huge lake. There was nothing in the lake. There was a thatched hut on the side. He couldn't feel the time and space outside at this moment. Lin Fei knew that he should have come to the 3rd level. There was no one below the thatched hut. Lin Fei walked over and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. This was because he saw a few things on the stone platform of the thatched hut. These few things seemed to be waiting for him to come. Voila! Just as Lin Fei walked into the thatched hut, starlight gathered in the sky. He saw a figure appear not far away. This figure was very blurry. It was an old man. It's been 100,000 years. Finally, someone came to the 3rd level. The moment this person spoke, Lin Fei was shocked. It was actually 100,000 years. Lin Fei greets Senior. He cupped his hands. This was a mark left by the old man. After this mark appeared, it would probably disappear soon. So it's the Tao of the physical body. This is not easy. Only people with physical bodies can withstand the crushing power of this tunnel. In the end, even primordial soul experts can't come here unless they have reached the 5th level of primordial soul. The figure looked up and down and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Fei knew that it would not be easy to come to the 3rd level. It turned out that one had to have a strong physical body to come to this level. Otherwise, one's primordial soul had to reach an extremely high level. For example, the primordial soul expert from the 3 black sect that Lin Fei encountered previously was not very strong. His methods were also very ordinary. If he was stronger, it would not be so easy for Lin Fei. Chapter 5066. In fact, when Lin Fei came to the 3rd level, he actually had some guesses in his heart. Basically, it was not much different from what he thought in his heart. The only difference was that no one had come to this place for 100,000 years. This was what surprised Lin Fei. Although the small world I'm in isn't much, it's still a world with quite a lot of potential. Since you're here, I'll leave these treasures to you. But you have to do something for me. The illusory figure finally spoke slowly. Lin Fei already knew that it would be like this. After all, these things weren't that easy to obtain. He had already seen them just now, and they were indeed of some value. Of course, for the current Lin Fei, this bit of value was nothing. He only came to this level to sign in. It was just a simple matter to see if he could obtain some good things. I wonder what Senior wants me to do. If it's too difficult, I'm afraid I won't be able to complete it. Lin Fei also went straight to the point. In the past, Lin Fei wouldn't care much about ordinary things. However, if he really took this thing, then it would be a different story. Hence, Lin Fei decided to listen to it first. This phantom was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. These things of mine are indeed quite easy to obtain. After taking them, you can become the world lord of this world. At that time, ordinary powerhouses basically won't be able to kill you unless they're a 6-star divine lord or a 7-star divine lord. This is the greatest advantage of being a world lord. At this moment, the phantom seemed to look at Lin Fei. Lin Fei smiled. He really didn't care about this. In the future, he would be stronger than them. You should tell me about it first, although these things are quite good. An answer like Lin Fei's was really rare. Ordinary people would definitely get these things first when they saw them. However, people like Lin Fei were truly one of a kind. They were simply too rare. My request is quite simple, and that is to kill someone for me. This person has the strength of a 7-star divine lord. If you can agree to this task, then the 2 7-star divine lord treasures here will naturally belong to you, and you will become the master of the world. Lin Fei knew that this task was not that simple. It was actually to kill a 7-star divine lord. This task was really not simple at all. Even if Bai Lai came here, he would probably only be able to stare. This world lord was not easy. Even if one cultivated slowly, who knew how long it would take to reach such a level? After all, starting from the 5-star divine lord level, one level of strength would increase by more than 10 times. A 7-star divine lord level of strength could kill a 6-star divine lord with a wave of a hand. However, it was not that easy to deal with a 7-star divine lord at the same realm. At the same time, it was also divided into 4 realms: early stage, middle stage, late stage, peak, and consummate. Lin Fei wasn't stupid. Of course, he wouldn't want these things. Although 2 7-star divine master level treasures sounded impressive, in Lin Fei's opinion, it was nothing much. Speaking of which, it was really useless. In an instant, a thought appeared in his mind. I want to sign in on the 3rd floor. Lin Fei had yet to sign in today. He had been waiting for this moment. Every day, he would only sign in at the last moment. He really didn't get anything good in this forbidden world. Things were different now. This was the 3rd floor. Whether or not they could obtain good things depended on this moment. Ding! Sign-in level 3, Ancient Eternal Body level 5. Lin Fei was slightly taken aback by this sign-in. He actually managed to sign into the 5th level of the Ancient Eternal Body on the 3rd level. He really couldn't imagine it. He had already reached the 4th level, but he had never thought that he would reach the 5th level in the blink of an eye. This 3rd floor really gave him a big surprise. You really have to confirm that you will become the Lord of the World after leaving this 3rd floor. With this Lord of the World, you will have an immortal life. The illusory figure continued to speak. That bewitching smell was very obvious. Lin Fei had already obtained the 5th level of the Ancient Eternal Body at this time, so he didn't think too much about it. In his opinion, these things were all empty. He had become even stronger. I'm sorry, but I choose to refuse. Whoosh. As soon as the voice fell, a black hole directly appeared. It enveloped Lin Fei. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the third floor. Lin Fei could vaguely see that the phantom seemed to shake its head, looking very disappointed. It had been 100,000 years, and he was actually rejected. With a whoosh, the phantom disappeared. Lin Fei arrived outside the forbidden area in the blink of an eye. This was the second floor. The familiar aura, the familiar figures. I didn't expect this phantom to be so stingy, asking me to leave directly. He didn't even give me anything. To be honest, it really surprised Lin Fei that it was so direct. It came out in an instant. This was different from what he had imagined. At the very least, it had to give him something. Speaking of which, Lin Fei was still quite surprised. Of course, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He could actually encounter such a thing. Lin Fei really didn't have the mood to be the lord of the world. Now that he had reached the 5th level of the ancient eternal body, it was even more different. His strength had improved greatly, and it was really earth-shaking. Lin Fei should be able to understand this feeling the best. After looking around, Lin Fei came to a mystic realm. This was some of the mystic realms in the 2nd floor, so it wasn't considered dangerous. It could be said that there was no threat at all. To him, he just found a cave abode and let go of his tricks. He started to consolidate the 5th level of the ancient eternal body. The 5th level was indeed very different from the 4th level. The biggest difference was that Lin Fei's attacks had a trace of eternity to them. This trace of eternity could instantly stop all attacks. Although it didn't last for long, only 3 breaths, to Lin Fei, this was extremely important. No matter who it was, they would be able to withstand these 3 seconds of breathing. Especially after Lin Fei made his move, these 3 seconds were definitely fatal. At the same time, the number of black holes that he had cultivated started to increase in an instant. There were only a few at first, but in the blink of an eye, there were more than 10 black holes behind Lin Fei. These black holes could even fuse together to form a huge black hole, and this black hole even contained streams of attack power. The power of these attacks became even more obvious. It was as sharp as a blade. One could kill the enemy. Chapter 50-67. Reaching the 5th level of the ancient eternal body was completely different from what it was before. At least, Lin Fei could clearly feel it. If he were to encounter the people from Triple Black Sect again, things would not be so simple. He reckoned that they would not be able to withstand Lin Fei's attacks even if they were to fight. Getting close to him was enough to make them feel despair. This was the difference between the ancient eternal body and the previous 4th level. This level was truly a level of heaven. After consolidating for the second half of the month, Lin Fei had completely mastered it. His entire person was very different. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the 6th Absolute Palace. When he arrived at the 6th Absolute Palace, Lin Fei wanted to talk to Bai Xingnan about Bai Lai. He did not expect to sense Bai Lai's aura as soon as he arrived. Bai Lai had actually returned. In Lin Fei's opinion, Bai Lai would probably take some time to return. He did not expect him to return so quickly. His injuries were probably recovering well. Before Lin Fei entered, he heard Bai Lai's voice. Lin Fei entered the 6th Absolute Palace with a whoosh. He saw Bai Lai and Bai Xingnan in the courtyard. You came out so quickly. I thought you would stay in there for a long time. Lin Fei had indeed stayed in there for a while. It took him a lot of time just to find that place. Of course, this amount of time was nothing at all. Lin Fei sat down. I've reached the 3rd level, but it's really quite different. Bai Lai had indeed returned not long ago. However, outsiders did not know that he had returned. He had only sensed Lin Fei's aura around him earlier. After all, he controlled the 6th Absolute Palace, so his perceptive energy had been improved. That was why he had let Lin Fei in. He did not expect to hear such a thing. You're the world lord now. Bai Lai's heart skipped a beat. Lin Fei shook his head. I didn't go and become the master of this world, because it's not that easy. I have to go and kill a 7-star divine master powerhouse. Do you dare to do it? I have no interest in becoming a master of this world. I've already told you before. Bai Lai was shocked. Lin Fei actually gave up such an opportunity. He did not sense the unique aura of a world lord from Lin Fei. It was an aura of submission, which meant that Lin Fei was right. He refused. How can you refuse? That's the master of a world. Even if he wants to kill a 7-star divine master, he will only do it after his strength has increased. Besides, reaching the level of a 7-star divine master is a lifelong dream. Bai Lai had no idea why Lin Fei would reject him. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Anyway, I have no interest in this world. I'll leave this world lord to you. Hence, Lin Fei told Bai Lai about how to find the Forbidden Zone creatures. He casually grabbed it and condensed a special ball of light. This ball of light contained great karma. The great karma had already been compressed inside. As long as he activated it, he would be able to find the so-called third level. At the very least, he would be able to find that Forbidden Zone creature. This is for you. With this, you will have a chance to find that Forbidden Zone creature. However, that Forbidden Zone creature is quite strong. When you enter, it will form a passage. Don't try it unless you are exceptionally strong or have a treasure. Bai Lai looked at the ball of light in front of him and did not know what to say. He did not expect that Lin Fei would really give up on the third level and even tell him the way to enter. Bai Lai had already known about it previously. That Forbidden Zone creature should be the way to the third level. However, he did not know which Forbidden Zone creature it was. Not to mention that he could find the right direction. Now that Lin Fei had said this, coupled with this treasure, there was a 70% to 80% chance that he would be able to find that Forbidden Zone creature. I won't disturb you father and daughter any longer. I reckon that I will leave the great world of the gods soon. Hence, this time, he had come to bid farewell to Bai Lai. His purpose for coming was also quite simple. You're really going to leave? Bai Xingnan did not expect Lin Fei to be so straightforward. This world is boring, so I'm going to explore the starry sky outside. As soon as he came out of the 6th Absolute Hall, Lin Fei immediately returned to the Haoyues sect. To him, there was still one more person in the Haoyues sect, and that was the Blue Fairy. However, before returning to the Haoyues sect, Lin Fei felt that there was still one more thing he had to do. That was the Yellow Springs sect master and ancestor White Cloud. That fellow had schemed against them previously, but in the end, he had been taken away by them. This time, Lin Fei was prepared to capture both of them first. Otherwise, once he left the Haoyues sect, the Blue Fairy would not be able to handle the situation without him overseeing it. The first place that Lin Fei went to was the Yellow Springs sect master's hiding place. This fellow had been injured previously, so he had been recuperating in a place that was rather secretive. In the deepest part of a dangerous place. He had set up a series of formations, and not just anyone would be able to find it. However, it was impossible for Lin Fei to hide at all. Once he had a connection with the Great Karma technique, he would naturally be able to find him. The Yellow Springs sect master did not know how to hide at all. Then, Lin Fei came knocking on his door. From the deepest part of the secret realm, a hand pressed down. This pressure was earth-shattering. The Yellow Springs sect master, who had been in the cave abode, swayed, let out a muffled groan, and spat out blood. The cave abode collapsed in an instant, and the Yellow Springs sect master flew out. His mind was in a daze. Next, a huge hand came grabbing over. In the face of this huge hand, Yellow Springs hierarch had no way of resisting at all. All the power he had unleashed disappeared without a trace as he was grabbed over by the other party. Then, he saw a familiar figure. Wasn't it the young man who chased her away last time? It's you. How did you become so strong? There was really no harm without comparison. The Yellow Springs sect master was actually inferior to the other party in just one encounter. She could still hold on last time, but this time, it was too direct. Lin Fei smiled and pointed at the Yellow Springs sect master's body. This time, the Yellow Springs sect master's entire body collapsed. If you dare say another word, you're finished. After this, the Yellow Spring sect master did not dare to say another word. No one knew better than him that this finger had almost taken his old life. It was truly too terrifying. How could there be such a terrifying guy? Lin Fei grabbed the Yellow Spring sect master and left. He went straight to Ancestor Bai Yun. Ancestor Bai Yun was very quiet, and he went straight back to his sect. Lin Fei's figure passed through the sect's array and came to the study. Ancestor Bai Yun was fiddling with something in his hand, and he looked quite proud. Chapter 5068. Ever since old Ancestor Bai Yun was injured, he had escaped. He had not expected that fella to be so difficult to deal with. He did not expect the 6 Absolute Hall to have such an expert hidden. Bai Lai had tricked them. Both he and the Yellow Spring sect master were seriously injured. The Yellow Spring sect master had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he had gone to recuperate. Old Ancestor Bai Yun returned to his sect. Only in his own sect could he feel safe. It took a long time for him to recuperate. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to encounter an opportunity. His injuries recovered relatively quickly. He even wanted to find the Yellow Spring sect master to see how his injuries were recovering. If he couldn't recover from his injuries, then he wouldn't mind killing this guy as well. This was because he still had many good things on him. If he used them to exchange, he should be able to exchange them for Cosmos God stones in the star field. A few hundred cubic meters still had a certain value. Hua! Old Ancestor Bai Yun heard a movement. It seemed like there was a fluctuation in the void. He raised his hand and slapped out. 5 streams of light came over. Each stream of light was different. It was the power of a treasure. Then, a figure walked out. Another figure blocked in front of him. The Yellow Springs hierarch let out a blood-curdling scream as he withstood the 5 attacks. His voice made old Ancestor Bai Yun realize who it was. Yellow Springs sect master, why are you here? Who treated you as a meat shield? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. The Yellow Springs sect master's face turned pale from the attack. Fresh blood flowed out and he lay on the side. Lin Fei's figure walked out. Old Ancestor Bai Yun, long time no see. I'm here to look for you. The 2 of you can be a pair. Lin Fei smiled. He raised his hand and grabbed. His 5 fingers pressed down like a mountain. Old Ancestor Bai Yun's pupils constricted. He actually saw this young man. This was the young man who gave him nightmares. He did not expect him to barge in. Their sex array formation did not move at all. There was no indication. Old Ancestor Bai Yun panicked. He seemed to understand. Why did the Yellow Springs cult master block in front of him just now? It turned out that he was taken down by this young man. You dare? I am now a member of the 3 Black sect. If you dare to capture me, the 3 Black sect will definitely tear you to pieces. His defense was immediately broken. However, this defense was completely useless. It shattered and fell to the ground. Then, a hand reached down. It landed directly on Ancestor White Cloud's body. All of Ancestor Bai Yun's tricks were useless at this moment. 3 Black sect. Looks like you're pretty lucky to know such a sect. Lin Fei could not help but laugh. He had met someone from the 3 Black sect in the Forbidden Zone, but he had not expected to meet someone who had defected to the 3 Black sect here. Old Ancestor Bai Yun deserved to be the unlucky one. That's right, I've already joined the 3 Black sect and become their elder. If you don't want to die, let me go immediately and follow me to do great things. We'll control this world together, and you'll naturally enjoy endless benefits. Perhaps it was because of Lin Fei's words that Patriarch Bai Yun felt that the young man was frightened. After all, the 3 Black sect was a powerful sect in the outside world. It was not like this side. Therefore, the level of comparison was naturally different. The 3 Black sect could easily provide a large amount of resources. This was also the reason why he wanted to join them. As long as he helped them to do great things, there would naturally be endless benefits. After struggling for a while, he took out a token. It was a token of the Three Black Sect. As long as I crush it, they will receive the news and rush over immediately. I hope you don't do anything stupid. The Yellow Springs cult master was disheartened. He did not expect old ancestor Baiyun to be so cunning as to join the Three Black Sect. If he continued to interact with old ancestor Baiyun, he would not even know when he would be captured. Inexplicably, he felt a little lucky. If he was captured by this young man, at least he would have a way out. However, if he was captured by old ancestor Baiyun, it would be different. He would most likely be refined into a puppet. This was because old ancestor Baiyun had mastered many methods. If he fell into his hands, he would really be better off dead than alive. I really want to meet the people from the Three Black Sect. Please crush this thing. Otherwise, it will not be easy for me to meet them. The last time Lin Fei was in the Forbidden Zone, he had encountered them. They were quite strong. The four of them were able to restrict a creature from the forbidden area. If it was not for the black hole, his powerful divine body, and his strength, he would have probably missed this opportunity. For Lin Fei, the Three Black Sect was still quite fresh in his mind. However, he did not expect old ancestor Baiyun to join them. In this case, the first thing Lin Fei thought of was that he might be able to lure the four of them over again. Since the four of them had their eyes on old ancestor Baiyun, they naturally wanted the resources of the first and second floors. This was because this world did not have a world lord yet. As long as someone could become a world lord, they would be able to control this world. Even if there was no world lord, as long as there was a faction stationed here, it would be different. This could also explain one thing, and that was, why did those four people appear in that place? Lin Fei's fist landed on old ancestor Baiyun's body. When the fist landed, old ancestor Baiyun crushed the token under the intense pain. His face contorted. You're finished. You're finished. Once the people from the Three Black Sect come, you'll be torn to pieces. Old ancestor Baiyun knew the strength of the Three Black Sect. He could not defeat any one of them. Even if the young man in front of him was powerful, he could not possibly defeat them. They were the true experts of the Divine Master level. Their world did not even have a single Divine Master. Even if they did, they could only barely explode with the strength of a one-star Divine Master. Compared to them, the difference was too great. There was no way to compare them at all. Therefore, the Three Black Sect was no less than a scourge. No one could withstand their power. Old ancestor Baiyun knew that the young man was dead meat. No one would be able to save him. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and pulled old ancestor Baiyun out. Then, he brought the Yellow Springs Hierophant with him. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a secret area. This was not a dangerous place. He casually threw the two of them on the ground and sat down casually. Then, he waited leisurely. As for how long they would take, he estimated that it would not take long. Still looking for the unrivaled king of upgrade for free? Baidu directly searched. It was very simple. Chapter 5069. Inside the Forbidden Zone. A flying ship was moving at high speed. There were 4 people sitting on the flying ship. All 4 of them had strange expressions on their faces. That was because one of the tokens they had sent out had actually shattered. They remembered that the token was given to Ancestor Baiyun from the God's great world. That person had the strength of a great perfection superior God, which was close to the strength of a divine lord. Of course, such strength was not worth mentioning in their eyes. However, he was naturally one of the top existences in this world, apart from those few. That was why they wanted to rope him in. After all, this world did not have a world lord. Once they took over this world, it would be a great contribution to them. They would also be able to obtain some Cosmos God Stones. This was what they were looking forward to the most. That was why they valued Ancestor Baiyun very much. In such a short time, Ancestor Baiyun's token had shattered. This was not a good thing. In other words, Ancestor Baiyun had most likely encountered trouble. They rushed over as soon as they could, not daring to stay at all for fear of missing the time. I wonder what trouble Ancestor Bai Yun has encountered. If he uses his token for such a small matter, I'll be the first to let him know what fear is. One of the middle-aged men snorted coldly. His face was still somewhat pale. This was from the last time they fought. He did not expect that the young man was so strong that he was at a disadvantage in close combat. The four of them were preparing to capture a Forbidden Zone creature in this Forbidden Zone, but they encountered a young man. In the end, the four of them were chased away by that young man. Speaking of this, their faces were filled with helplessness. Of course, more of it was resentment. They were so close to capturing the Forbidden Zone creature. This Forbidden Zone creature was very unusual. This was why they had attacked. Unfortunately, they were so close. No one would believe such a thing even if they said it. Coincidentally, I've been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Let's find a few people to warm up. The four of them were indeed suppressing a bellyful of anger. Now that they heard that something had happened to Ancestor Bai Yun, they naturally vented their anger on the person who attacked. They wanted to let them know what it meant to live a life worse than death. Not long after, they entered the God Punisher Great World. Following these traces of clues, they found their way into the mystic realm, and they were suddenly enlightened. So it was in the secret realm. In that case, he might have encountered a powerful opponent. Ancestor Bai Yun was powerful, but he was helpless against two people of the same realm. Asking them for help had become a matter of course. The only thing that surprised them was that the arcane realm didn't seem to be very dangerous, so why would Ancestor Bai Yun send out a call for help? Could it be that he really encountered two opponents of the same cultivation level? That was the only way for them to activate the token. He's up ahead. I can sense Patriarch Bai Yun's aura. It's very different from before. He must have been seriously injured. He hurried to the place. As soon as he arrived, he saw Patriarch Bai Yun and the Netherworld Hierarch. They had some understanding of the most powerful beings in this world. Of course, it was Ancestor White Cloud who had told them about this, so they recognized the Netherworld Hierarch at a glance. Could it really be a lose-lose situation? No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like Ancestor Bai Yun's injury was more serious, while Hierarch Netherworld's injury was lighter. This made them wonder. It's been a while. I didn't expect it to be you guys. Looks like our luck is pretty good to meet you guys so soon. Right at this moment, a figure walked out. It was none other than Lin Fei. Looking at the four people in front of him, he couldn't help but smile. It was almost as he had guessed. It was very likely that it was these four people. The four of them also saw Lin Fei in an instant. They instantly showed resentment in their eyes, and they immediately attacked. So it's you, lad. You can't escape this time. So you're from this world. How could the four of them forget this lad? If it weren't for this lad, they wouldn't have been injured. They still had a belly full of anger. Fortunately, they had finally met him. At this moment, the four of them attacked. After all, they were 2-star Divine Masters and 3-star Divine Masters. Their strength was still very strong. A huge black hole appeared. It appeared behind Lin Fei. Most of the attacks were instantly diverted, and they landed on Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei didn't move, and his eyelids didn't twitch. He just stood there quietly. Your strength is indeed much stronger than last time, but I'm also stronger than last time. So, I can only say that you guys are out of luck. Naturally, they were confident that they would win when they attacked. Previously, they had been broken by this lad's joint attack. Coupled with the fact that there were creatures from the restricted zone, they didn't have much of an advantage. However, it was different now. This attack would definitely let this lad know what despair was. However, they felt despair as soon as they attacked. It wasn't the other party who felt despair, but them. The four of them had joined forces to attack, but they couldn't cause any harm to this lad. The black hole had swallowed most of the power, and the remaining power had actually made him not move at all. This made them feel a little uneasy. Whoosh! The attack in the black hole instantly erupted. As soon as the attack erupted, it covered the sky and the earth, and the rhythm of the four people was disrupted. Lin Fei also took advantage of the situation to attack. Hundreds of fist lights erupted, and in the blink of an eye, they were all sent flying. Lin Fei's strength was that of a melee fighter. When this attack erupted, and at such a close distance, it was only natural that they couldn't withstand it, and they were all sent flying. It was only at this moment that they realized how serious their injuries were. They didn't have any ability to resist at all. The four of them fell to the ground in unison. Their injuries weren't just ordinary serious. Disbelief flashed in their eyes. They had lost just like that. The four of them, who were at the level of a divine master, couldn't do anything to this lad. A cold light instantly slashed their bodies. They were once again sent flying. With this slash, they could feel the aura of death. What do you think? Is it your turn to despair this time? Lin Fei pointed the blade in his hand at the four of them. The four of them didn't dare to move carelessly. Ancestor Bai Yun, who had thought that Lin Fei was dead for sure, instantly fainted. It was really over, completely over. Why were the people from the Three Black Gates so weak? This was completely different from what they had imagined. Chapter 50-70. From the very beginning, Lin Fei had known that these were the four people from the Three Black Gate. Otherwise, it would not have been such a coincidence. He had probably chased them away from the Forbidden Zone. They had come to this world by chance and finally found Ancestor Bai Yun. Ancestor Bai Yun had joined them, forming a karmic connection. By the time they arrived, Lin Fei was even more certain of his guess. With Lin Fei's current strength, which was almost at the level of a 5 elements divine master, he had suppressed all of them. They could not fight back at all. Lin Fei had not used his full strength. Otherwise, they would not have been able to withstand it. They would have been killed immediately. The four people from the Triple Black sect had indeed felt great terror. How long had it been? That young man had actually crushed them in a head-on fight. He had not even used his full strength, as if he was just warming up. It was really a slap to their faces. Facing this blade, they did not dare to have any thoughts. They did not even dare to move. They were afraid that if they moved, the blade would land on them. They would not even know how they died. Sir, we are from the Three Black Gate. Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of our master by treating us like this? One of the 3 stars divine masters snorted coldly. Whoosh! With a flash of Lin Fei's blade, this divine master was killed. With one slash, the destructive power of the blade shattered him into pieces. If anyone else has any thoughts, feel free to speak. I will fulfill them one by one. Lin Fei looked calmly at the 3 people. At this moment, the 3 of them felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They all shook their heads. They did not dare to say a word. A 3 stars divine master had been killed just like that. That's more like it. He's already a fish on the chopping board, and he still has the nerve to use the Three Black Gate to threaten me. Isn't he just a 3 stars divine master? Then let him reincarnate and cultivate again. Lin Fei said. The Yellow Spring sect master and ancestor Bai Yun silently shut their mouths, looking at the ground in front of them. Even their faces were shut. They did not dare to listen to a word. He was afraid that if he listened to a few more words, he would invite a fatal disaster upon himself. All right, now each of you has a chance. If you answer well, you may live. If you don't, I'll send you on your way. It just so happens that you're from the same sect, so you'll have a companion on your way. They, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, instantly felt their scalps go numb. This was completely different from what they had imagined. This fellow's killing intent was too heavy. He wanted to kill their divine masters at the drop of a hat. If they had known that this fellow's strength improved so quickly, they wouldn't have dared to come even if they were given 100 guts. It was as if he had committed a sin. Now, tell me what the situation outside is like. Also, tell me what our star field looks like. Lin Fei was about to leave. Now that the people from the Three Black sect had come knocking on their door, What could be better than having a few people who knew what was going on outside? As for Lin Fei, he had to ask them about it first. This was Lin Fei's tool. If a tool was not used well, it would not be a tool. The three of them didn't dare to hide anything. One by one, they started talking. However, what they said was different. Each of them talked about one aspect of the situation. After the three of them combined their stories, Lin Fei had a comprehensive understanding. These were the most ordinary things. After they finished talking, Lin Fei continued to interrogate them. Although Lin Fei didn't do anything, these people didn't dare to have any ideas. Even if it was some hearsay, they told him everything. It was extremely detailed, as if they had experienced it themselves. If there's one thing that's more popular recently, it should be the so-called Tenjin Temple. One of the two-star divine masters was pale, and cold sweat was dripping down his face. He suddenly thought of something more important. The Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei had never heard of this place. However, it seemed that this Tenjin Temple was a little different. This Tenjin Temple is a top-notch treasure. I heard that owning this Tenjin Temple is equivalent to owning a moving treasure house. The Tenjin Temple has mastered the time technique and the space technique. It's almost a top-notch existence in these two aspects. Whoever gets the Tenjin Temple will be able to integrate time and space into one and become the strongest existence in an instant. Lin Fei listened quietly. Of course, he knew how powerful time and space were. When they were combined, it would be the power of time and space. It was really a fierce mess. I heard that this Tenjin Temple was created by the top-notch 9 stars divine master in our universe. He was also the first palace master of the Tenjin Temple. The three of them were very afraid when they talked about the Tenjin Temple. Of course. It was more like they were worshipping him. Lin Fei could see that, of course. To be able to become a 9 stars divine master was naturally a top-notch existence. It was not a realm that ordinary people could reach. Of course, for Lin Fei, it was only a matter of time before he reached this realm. This Tenjin Temple was quite interesting to Lin Fei. He listened for a while more. Lin Fei was also sure that what they said was correct. In other words, the Tenjin Temple will come out soon. The news outside is spreading like this. It seems that there are already powerhouses starting to track the whereabouts of the Tenjin Temple. When the time comes, it shouldn't be too far away. This was indeed good news for Lin Fei. He could give it a try. Even if he couldn't master the Tenjin Temple, he could still go inside and sign in once. This was the first thought that came to Lin Fei's mind when he heard the words Tenjin Temple. He could already obtain benefits on the 3rd level of this world, let alone a place like this. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Although he was now a 5 stars divine master. This realm was neither high nor low, but it was not conspicuous. After a series of repeated questions, Zhang Wuji's expression changed. They had nothing to say at all, and of course, they had no intention of lying. Lin Fei brought all 3 of them to the Haoyue sect. When the blue fairy saw the 3 of them, she felt a great deal of pressure. The 3 of them did not dare to have any thoughts at this moment, because on the way here, they had already been tricked. The trick was extremely fierce. I won't kill you, after all, you are still of some use. However, since you dealt with me in the past, you will now stay in the Haoyue sect and be worshipped for 1,000 years. When the 3 divine masters heard this, they heaved a sigh of relief. At least they did not have to worry about anything. At least they could keep their lives. This was more or less something that made them heave a sigh of relief. Chapter 5071. The Yellow Spring sect master and ancestor Bai Yun had also stayed in the Haoyue sect. They had also become worshippers. There was no other way. In order to survive, the 2 of them could only become worshippers. Otherwise, they would have been killed by Lin Fei with a single slash. The blue fairy had not expected this to happen. The Haoyue sect's strength had increased so much that it even had almighty worshippers. Even the Yellow Spring sect master and ancestor Bai Yun had become worshippers of the Haoyue sect. All of a sudden, the strength of the Daoist sect had become the strongest existence in the great world. I will leave the Daoist sect to you. I have to go out for a while. This was what Lin Fei had told the Blue Fairy. Of course. Before he left behind a few powerful forces, which could be considered as sealing forces. Each sealing force had the power of a 5-star almighty. No matter how strong a person was, as long as they did not exceed this realm, they could be killed instantly by a sealing attack. As for how the Blue Fairy would deal with this world, that was up to the Blue Fairy. Lin Fei did not think too much about it. If the Blue Fairy had that idea, Lin Fei would support it. He believed that Bai Lai could see that it would not be easy for him to enter that world, and it would be even more difficult for him to become the master of that world. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. That place wasn't that easy to find. Even if there was a karmic connection, it would take time and luck. Whether or not he could defeat the creatures of the Forbidden Zone was another matter. Therefore, Lin Fei was not worried about this. It was a dark and windy night. Lin Fei left the outside world right away. Right now, it was very easy for him to leave this world. As soon as he arrived in the starry sky outside, he felt that this starry sky was indeed different. Then, he headed in a certain direction. The starry sky that Lin Fei was in was a small starry sky, and it was very small. There weren't many experts either, and the strongest among them were only 4 or 5-star divine masters. Of course, this level wasn't considered low, but it was different in some other powerful star fields. Only those star zones were strong enough, and they usually had 6 or 7-star divine masters. In comparison, Lin Fei's star domain seemed much smaller. The first place Lin Fei rushed to was a place called the 3-Moon Star region. According to the map, this place was the closest to where they were. Of course, it would take several years to get there. The strongest person in the 3-Moon Star field was a 7-stars divine master. Although they weren't at the top, they were already qualified, not to mention the forces behind them. Because the Endless Sea was standing behind him. This force was very special. There were many hotshots in the Endless Sea. Who would dare to act rashly? Of course, Lin Fei didn't go to the Endless Sea this time. His target was the World Tower. You can buy a lot of information there. Lin Fei wanted to go to the Tenjin Temple, so he naturally had to go there to take a look. If he could find out the whereabouts of the Tenjin Temple along the way, that would be for the best. Of course, the possibility of this wasn't high, because according to what they said, the Tenjin Temple was faintly discernible in the depths of the void, and not everyone could encounter it. Therefore, he had to buy information. On the way to the 3-Moon Star region, Lin Fei spent 5 years, and this was considered a relatively fast speed. Of course, during these 5 years, he also did ordinary check-ins. He also obtained some scattered Cosmos God Stones. This was because after leaving this world, he could sign in with Cosmic God Stones. This was the most common transaction currency. It was the most common because it was the most common. If there was a difference, it would be that the more precious ones were relatively rare. This was because the large Cosmic God Stone mining areas were controlled by the major forces, and not everyone could get their hands on them. There were also some special places that would produce Cosmic God Stones. These places were also controlled by some family forces, so every piece of Cosmic God Stone outside was very precious. Cosmic God Stones weren't just used as a transaction currency. They were also a cultivation resource, especially for the physical body, which could improve one's physical body to a certain extent. This improvement wasn't very strong, but it could still allow an ordinary divine body to reach the level of an ordinary God Lord. Therefore, an ordinary God Lord's physical body was quite strong. As long as they had the financial resources, they would use these Cosmic God Stones to strengthen themselves. They weren't considered to be cultivators, but after their physical bodies became stronger, their combat strength would be much stronger than an ordinary God Lord's. Even if you were a 3-5-star God Lord, if your physical body wasn't strong enough, and you encountered someone 2 or 3 realms lower than you, but the other party had good treasures and a strong physical body, you would be the one at a disadvantage. This kind of situation was common in the Star region. They arrived at the three-moon star region. Lin Fei could see the huge star region in front of him and immediately heaved a sigh of relief. After spending 5 years, they had finally arrived at the three-moon star region. When they reached this region, they sensed that there were more people. It wasn't like this journey, where the people they had met were scattered. Fortunately, they didn't run into any danger along the way. After arriving at this star region, Lin Fei sensed many powerful auras. These powerful auras were all at the God Lord level, and there were even some faintly discernible auras that were filled with terror. He didn't even need to think to know that these were the famous 6-star God Lords and 7-star God Lords. This was because their life auras were completely different. This was something that could be clearly felt. Now that he was here, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He headed straight for the world building. He dove into one of the worlds of the three-moon star region. As soon as he entered, he sensed several powerful auras. If he wasn't wrong, they were all 7-star God Lords. Their auras were enough to make one's heart palpitate. This huge world was called the 100 Clouds World. When Lin Fei came down, he saw quite a few God Lords. Among these God Lords, there were strong and weak ones. This kind of strength wasn't considered strong, and it was the most conspicuous in this place. During these 5 years, Lin Fei's physical body didn't improve much. It only improved by about 10% or 20%. This kind of progress was actually considered fast. He found an inn and booked a courtyard. Lin Fei left early and returned late. A few days later, he arrived at the world building. This was also a unique force in the star region. He didn't get involved in anything, but this world always had unique information. If you wanted to get this information, you had to pay with Universe God Stones. It was that simple. The more Universe God Stones you paid, the more top-notch information you could get. You got what you paid for. You got what you paid for. You got what you paid for. In this circle, this was fair. Chapter 5072. This was the first time Lin Yunfei entered a place like the World Tower. As soon as he entered, he felt different. This was a unique space. He had to admit that the World Tower was indeed very confident. Not everyone dared to enter a place like this. As soon as he came here, he felt that the entire space-time was different. If anyone dared to cause trouble here, Lin Fei felt that he would be suppressed as soon as he made a move. This place was more unusual than he imagined. The place where Lin Fei entered was a large hall. There weren't many people here. Even if there were, they were all dressed in black robes and their faces couldn't be seen clearly. Even their bodies were shrouded in treasures. One could imagine that the people who came in were a little impatient. Of course, they also had some status and didn't want to expose themselves easily. The purpose of Lin Fei's trip was quite simple. He wanted to find out where the Tenjin Temple was. He wanted to see if he could catch up to it. After all, Lin Fei had a certain amount of wealth now. He could more or less take out some Cosmos God Stones. After observing for a while, Lin Fei knew that the World Tower was indeed a little different. Because there were small rooms not far away. Each small room seemed to be an independent space. Lin Fei walked into an independent small space. The moment he entered, it was really a small place. It was a unique space. There was no one inside, just a black fog in front of him. Lin Fei sat down casually. Then, a voice came from the opposite side. "Sir, what kind of information do you want? Our world tower has what you want. Of course, you can also sell the information to us. We can convert the information into a certain amount of Cosmos God Stones according to the value of the information." He wasn't surprised at all about this. After all, the World Tower didn't just sell information. It also received information. Otherwise, how could they have so much information? Some people would naturally sell some information here. Even if they sold it for a certain amount of Cosmos God Stones. I want to know about the location of the Tenjin Temple. I wonder how much it will cost. Lin Fei also knew that if he wanted to improve his strength, he naturally had to go to some special places to sign in. Maybe we can get something good. Therefore, the Tenjin Temple was a direction that should be considered. We sell 10 cubic meters of Cosmos God Stones for information regarding the whereabouts of the Tenjin Temple. The price of 10 cubic meters was not cheap. Lin Fei also knew that Cosmos God Stones were scarce. Ordinary people really did not have many Cosmos God Stones on them. Only those big powers had it, so some second-generation young masters were extraordinarily wealthy. Fortunately, over the past 5 years, Lin Fei had accumulated a few blocks of God Stones. He roughly calculated that he had about 10 blocks of God Stone. Then I'll have one. Lin Fei took out 10 Universe God Stones. Although he had signed in, he hadn't received many in the past few years. Now, after the news of the exchange, Lin Fei suddenly became penniless. He was thinking that he had to find something in the future to see if he could exchange for these Universe God Stones. Otherwise, he would be extremely poor. Fortunately, it was 10 cubes. If there were more, it would be dangerous. Wait a moment, I'll send it over right away. After some time, a jade talisman flew over. The jade talisman landed in front of Lin Fei, and a voice came. This jade talisman contains information about the location of the Tenjin Temple. However, this was the situation 2 days ago. You have to be mentally prepared. The jade talisman will be destroyed after you finish reading it. 2 days ago. Lin Fei was stunned. I'm screwed. The information sold by the world building was indeed different. If he had known earlier, he would have added an extra sentence. Fortunately, he didn't. Otherwise, 10 Universe God Stones wouldn't be able to buy such information. As long as he knew the general location, it would be fine. For Lin Fei, he could still rush over in time. The jade talisman indeed recorded the movement traces of the Tenjin Temple in great detail. After Lin Fei saw it, he was surprised and a little emotional. The location of the Tenjin Temple was a little far. It seemed that it would be a little troublesome if he wanted to go to the location of the Tenjin Temple. Because it wasn't in this star field. It was in another star field. After coming out of the world building, Lin Fei started to ponder. There were 2 ways to reach other star fields. One was to fly over. He didn't know how long it would take for him to reach there. The other way was to use the star field teleportation. This required a certain amount of Universe God Stones. Right now, what Lin Fei lacked the most was Universe God Stones. This wasn't a good thing. Lin Fei laughed bitterly. He headed to another place. This time, he not only learned about the world building, but he also learned about some other places. Not long after, Lin Fei arrived in front of a huge palace. This place was a little different from the world building. There were more people going in and out of it. Demon Hunter Hall. This was the place that Lin Fei came to. This Demon Hunter Hall was different from other places. Because this place's biggest function was to accept missions here. There were high-level missions. There were also low-level ones. One could exchange for a certain amount of Universe God Stones. Therefore, this Demon Hunter Hall was a special place in the star field. They only gave out various kinds of missions. It was said that this Demon Hunter Hall was supported by a 9-star God Master. This was the only way they could afford to open a Demon Hunter Hall. This was the news that Lin Fei received. He came to the Demon Hunter Hall directly. He didn't have any Universe God Stones on him. He could only earn Universe God Stones in the Demon Hunter Hall. He just had to register as a member of the Demon Hunter Ground. Lin Fei came to the Demon Hunter Hall. There were more people here. Compared to the World Tower, it was a completely different performance. Lin Fei first went to register as a member of the Demon Hunter Ground. The members here were divided into different levels. From 1-star member to 10-star member. The higher the level, the higher the missions. For low-level members, there was a limit to the number of missions they could accept. Of course, if you were confident in yourself, you could pay a certain price to accept a certain number of missions. After registering, Lin Fei came to the place to accept missions. There were many workers here. May I know what mission you are planning to accept? Because you are a 1-star member, you can only accept missions between 1-star and 3-star missions. This was the limit for low-level members. After all, even if you accepted high-level missions, you might not be able to complete them. I would like to ask which missions are the fastest way to earn Universe God Stones. Of course, it's okay if it's a little dangerous. Lin Fei was straightforward. Chapter 5073. Lin Fei wanted to get his hands on the Cosmos God Stone now. As long as he could get his hands on the Cosmos God Stone, it didn't matter even if it was a little dangerous. After all, his body was still relatively strong. At the very least, he could go to ordinary places. Not to mention, he was a black hole. He could absorb attacks. He was more efficient than anyone else. The moment Lin Fei said this, the person seemed to understand what he meant. Hence, he smiled and said, I wonder if you are brave enough. I just don't know if you have the guts. If you do, I have a deal for you. Please speak. It doesn't matter even if it's a little dangerous. I'm not good at other things, but I'm pretty brave. Lin Fei said. The person smiled and said, recently, we received a commission. We need someone to explore a mystic realm. The reward is quite a lot of Cosmos God Stones. Explore a mystic realm? Wasn't this the same logic as cannon fodder? This was the first thought that came to Lin Fei's mind. I wonder how many Cosmos God Stones they are offering. They said that as long as the route is good and clear, they can offer a price of around 50 cubic meters. The highest price is 50 cubic meters, as long as your map is good. This price surprised Lin Fei a little. Of course, he knew that the price of 50 cubes was not low, especially since the price of 50 cubes was indeed not low. Ordinary missions, especially 1-star to 3-star missions, would only offer a few cubic meters. 10 cubic meters was already considered good. Now that the highest price was 50 cubic meters, Lin Fei was indeed surprised. He also knew that this mission wouldn't be easy. They also said that as long as I'm willing to explore, I can get 10 cubic meters of Cosmos God Stones immediately. Just this alone made Lin Fei a little tempted. Lin Fei didn't decide if he had to go or not. Instead, the person started talking again. They also said that as long as you enter, everything you obtain inside will belong to you. I heard that there are even some treasures that can be exchanged for a certain amount of Cosmos God Stones. That place isn't a place that just anyone can enter because it's controlled by a great force. That's right. These words instantly moved Lin Fei. The value of a few dozen cubes really didn't move Lin Fei at all. However, things would be different if the treasures inside could be exchanged for Universe God Stones. This gave Lin Fei some motivation. Other things were not as cost-effective as this. Lin Fei also did some calculations. His physical body was quite strong. With the addition of this black hole, things would naturally be different. Even if there was a danger at the level of a 6-star Divine Master, he would still be able to withstand it. At the very least, he would not be killed in a flash. Therefore, this place was still worth visiting. The other party was not in a hurry, seemingly waiting for Lin Fei's reply. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. I'm going to this place. I don't know when I can leave. There will be a certain amount of danger after you enter that place. You have to think about it carefully. I've already notified my superiors, so you have to go. It was easy to imagine how many Cosmos God Stones he could take out. No problem, I'm willing to go. That was all. Lin Fei received this mission. At the same time, he also had a gathering place. He could gather there in 5 days. This meant that Lin Fei still had 5 days of free time. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Lin Fei arrived at the gathering place. This was a courtyard. This courtyard looked rather ordinary. When he walked in, he realized that there were many people inside. They were all around 2-star, 3-star, and 4-star abilities. Most of them were 2-star, and there were not many 3-star and 4-star abilities. Lin Fei walked the tempered body Dao, so he naturally couldn't see the changes in his abilities. When they saw Lin Fei enter, they retracted their gazes. Everyone stood on their own and didn't talk to each other. Lin Fei had been here for an hour. Then, it was time. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of people in the courtyard, almost reaching 100 people. Just this alone would cost them a lot of Cosmos God stones. If that was the case, then this faction was really rich. In Lin Fei's opinion, they might have to go through a short test. Otherwise, these 100 people would cost almost 1,000 cubes of Cosmos God stones, which was a huge sum. Ordinary 2-star and 3-star Cosmos God stones were worth a few dozen cubes, and that was already not bad. Having 100 cubes was already considered a small fortune. Welcome, everyone. I'm Elder Gao of the Mystical Hall. This time, it's our mystical hall that needs your help to enter the mystic realm and explore the path inside. Everyone will be able to obtain 10 Cosmos God stones. When they came, they didn't know what the faction was called. But now that they heard it, their expressions changed. No wonder they were so rich. So it was the Mystical Palace, a first-rate faction. A top-notch faction had to have a 9-star Divine Lord, while a first-rate faction had to have an 8-star Divine Lord expert. As for second-rate factions, they naturally had 7-star Divine Lords. So they were naturally shocked. Lin Fei wasn't a rookie, so he had naturally heard of this first-rate faction. At the very least, it didn't matter if you didn't remember the names of second-rate factions, but you had to have some understanding of first-rate factions. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. No wonder they're so rich. It's the Mystical Palace. This time, they're really not afraid of not getting Cosmos God stones. That's right. When I came, I thought it was some small place. So it's the first-rate faction, the Mystical Palace. Elder Gao just stood there quietly, letting everyone talk for a while. Only then did he speak unhurriedly. Now, I will give everyone 10 cubes of Cosmos God stones. The high-ranking elder of the Mystical Palace immediately began to distribute them. Therefore, everyone received 10 cubic meters of Cosmos God stones. One could tell that this force was very rich and overbearing. Once everyone received the Cosmos God stones, Elder Gao continued to speak. This is a blank jade talisman. All you have to do is enter a secret realm and search for the path inside. This secret realm is quite mysterious, and of course, there will be a certain amount of danger. All you have to do is search for the path. If you encounter any danger you can't withstand, you will naturally be able to come out. The Mystical Palace does not force anyone to ask for help. Of course, some treasures will appear inside, and our Mystical Palace will purchase them. Everyone was clearly even more excited. Lin Fei had thought that there would be a small test. He hadn't realized that he was overthinking. There was nothing at all. He could also see that the Mystical Palace was probably determined to obtain this secret realm. That was why they had gathered here. However, the danger inside was probably more terrifying than they had imagined. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. Dozens of Cosmos God stones. This was no small number. The error-free chapter of Unrivaled King of Leveling will continue to be updated on Handheld Bar. There will be no advertisements on the site, so please bookmark and recommend Handheld Bar. Those who like Unrivaled King of Leveling, please bookmark Unrivaled King of Leveling, Handheld Bar, updates the fastest. Chapter 5074. The Mystical Palace was quite capable. They actually had a spacetime transfer array. Lin Fei was no newbie. Naturally, he knew that not everyone had a spacetime transfer array. It was said that only first-rate factions had them. The Mystical Palace had the right to be arrogant. Once the spacetime transfer array was activated, they were instantly transported to another galaxy. After another half a month, they entered a mystic realm that was sealed by a huge array. Inside, they had witnessed the capabilities of the Mystical Palace. They were indeed very strong. There were even experts guarding this place. There were 3 6-star God Lords guarding this place. Coupled with this huge array, even a 7-star god lord would not dare to barge into this array. The name of the mystical palace was enough to make many people feel pressured. Elder Gao brought the group to the entrance of a mystic realm. There were a few god lords at the entrance of the mystic realm. They saw them as well. This is the mystic realm that you will be entering. Later, you will be able to draw the path inside. The clearer it is, the more cosmos god stones you will receive. I hope that you will seize the opportunity. The god lords immediately opened the entrance of the mystic realm. It turned out that the entrance of the mystic realm was sealed by an array. At first glance, it seemed that they could enter, but in reality, they had been stopped. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, the figures rushed in an instant. After all, this was the mystical palace. They did not dare to have any other thoughts. It was better to go in and complete the task first. Lin Fei was one of them. He quickly entered as well. After entering, several god lords stood guard at the entrance. Elder Gao looked at the people entering and said calmly, "I wonder if we can draw the path inside this time. If we can't, I don't know how long it will take." Another voice followed. "That will depend on luck. This mystic realm is more dangerous than we imagined. They must be mentally prepared to take these cosmos god stones. After all, the cosmos god stones of the mystical palace are not that easy to take." All of them had been guarding this place for quite some time, and they had discovered this mystic realm for quite some time. However, they had not gained anything so far. They did not dare to enter carelessly. Even the 5-star god lords who entered came out injured. He didn't dare to enter rashly before he had a thorough understanding of the situation. Even a 6-star divine master would be at a disadvantage if they went in, unless they were a 7-star divine master. 7-star divine masters were the pillars of a sect. There was no way they would recklessly enter a mystic realm. The best way was to entrust some people who were not afraid of death for money. Since he had taken their benefits, he naturally had to enter. He understood this logic. This time, a few dozen people might be able to find something. They were looking forward to it. This time, there were more people than before. Fortunately, they had sealed the news. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't dare to come, because they didn't have the guts. Their mystical sky palace was rather particular about the rules. That was why they came up with this commission. If not for this commission, they would have used someone else. Hua la la, hua la la. As soon as Lin Fei entered, he found himself in a dark swamp. The swamp didn't look small. The people who came in with him were also a little confused about this place. So. Streaks of light flew out from the swamp, and a few unlucky fellows were instantly pierced by these streaks of light. They turned into white skeletons. This scene instantly frightened everyone present, causing their expressions to change drastically. One after another, they fled in all directions. They finally realized that cosmic god stones weren't that easy to obtain. At this time, they had to find a safe place first. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know when they would die. Lin Fei was also attacked by many streaks of light. After leaving the swamp, the 100 or so people who entered basically disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei also knew why they had to pay such a high price. This place was indeed quite dangerous, much more dangerous than he had imagined. It seems like the cosmic god stones in this place aren't that easy to obtain. Drawing a route is indeed as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Fei was already outside. It was also gray outside, and corpses could be seen everywhere. One could imagine. This place was more terrifying than he had imagined. Of course, Lin Fei was a little excited. The more dangerous a place was, the greater the opportunity for him. As long as he could draw a good route, he could exchange it for a lot of cosmic god stones. He believed that the mysterious Void Temple would be willing to pay. Of course, Lin Fei could also find some treasures inside. That way, he would be able to exchange them for cosmic god stones. When the time came, he would have a chance to search for the Tenjin Temple. After all, that place was what Lin Fei cared about the most. After mastering that place, he might be able to enter and sign in. His strength would increase. Although it was considered a shortcut, there were still benefits to it. I want to sign in here. Lin Fei immediately used his sign-in. He had always been thinking about it. He didn't expect to come here today. This place looked a little strange and was suitable for signing in. This was also a small trick that Lin Fei had figured out himself. Ding! Sign-in successful at the Holy Land of Reincarnation. Received map of reincarnation. The sudden sign-in reward surprised Lin Fei. It can't be. I actually obtained a map of reincarnation. This is the Holy Land of Reincarnation. No wonder it's so dangerous. Lin Fei was really surprised. The people from the mysterious Void Temple outside hadn't obtained a complete map yet. Instead, he obtained one. Moreover, this place was actually called the Holy Land of Reincarnation. It seemed that the people outside more or less didn't know about it. They felt that this place was at most dangerous and had a certain value. That was why they found someone to draw a map. Lin Fei also took out the map immediately. As soon as he took it out, Lin Fei knew what was going on. His position was indeed at the outermost circle. It was more dangerous to go in. This Holy Land of Reincarnation was completely different from what he had imagined. Without a map, it was impossible to walk inside. It was like there was only one entrance to the next level. In other words, no matter how many people the mysterious Void Temple found, without a certain amount of luck, it would be impossible to find the entrance. Everyone would be cannon fodder. Even Lin Fei himself was shocked beyond belief. To be able to encounter such a thing, Lin Fei seemed to have found the best way to sign in. That was to go to some particularly dangerous places to sign in. He might be able to get an unexpected reward. Chapter 5075. Speaking of which, Lin Fei himself was quite surprised. He never thought that this would be a place like the Holy Land of Reincarnation. Moreover, he got a map on the first day of signing in. It was really too surprising. With this map, he could go inside. He could dig out any treasures. As for contributing this map, Lin Fei didn't have such thoughts for the time being. If this force had other thoughts, he would be finished. At the very least, it wouldn't be easy for Lin Fei to explain. Even if he were to draw it, he would only draw a part of it. When the time came, the rest would be in his hands. Now, Lin Fei wanted to see if there were any good things inside. That was the most important thing. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei went all the way inside. There were indeed many dangers inside, one after another. But Lin Fei could easily avoid all of them. Because there were certain markings on the map. There were some traps in some places, and they were very obvious. Lin Fei easily passed some people. Those people weren't as lucky as Lin Fei. If they weren't tricked by traps, they would have encountered some powerful means and would have been killed on the spot. Voila! Lin Fei entered the second floor. There were a total of 5 floors here. The first, second, and third floor belonged to the outermost 3 floors. There were no treasures or anything. Even if there were no treasures, there were still some valuable things in some places. Lin Fei followed the markings and searched all the way. Along the way, he really saw some special places. There were also some treasures left behind, which were deliberately placed here. Now, they were all given to Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. Relying on his powerful physical body, he directly destroyed the treasures and got them. Basically, every item was worth dozens or hundreds of cubes. This kind of harvest made Lin Fei smile from ear to ear. He really came to the right place this time. If the mystical palace outside knew about this, who knew what kind of thoughts they would have? They would probably want to commit suicide. He let a big fish in. Lin Fei went from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. When he reached the 4th level, the difficulty was a little higher. Some methods, some restrictions, were scattered all over this place. After arriving here, the surroundings became exceptionally quiet. There was no one left. Lin Fei also became extra careful. Even with this map, it wasn't easy to break into the innermost area. It took him half a month to reach the end of the 4th floor. However, when he reached the end, Lin Fei was a little dumbfounded. If one wanted to enter the 4th floor, they would need a certain token. In other words, only those with inheritances could enter the 5th floor. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could such a thing happen to him? I thought I would be able to enter the innermost layer and loot everything. But it seems like I was a little foolish. Since it's the sacred land of reincarnation, there must be some inheritance here. I guess it's for the inheritors. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. This wasn't a good thing. It was really troublesome. He also obtained 3 treasures on the 4th floor. These 3 treasures were worth about 1,000 cubes each. In other words, Lin Fei could obtain thousands of cubes of cosmic god stones on this trip. This was already a huge harvest. If he pooled it, he could reach 10,000 cubes of cosmic god stones. This was not a small number. It could be said that he had some wealth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a tycoon. Why don't I wait a little longer and see what I can sign in tomorrow? I remember that I can get good things from signing in a period of time in any place. Anyway, the people outside don't expect me to get out. Lin Fei looked at the stone door in front of him thoughtfully. Even if he went all out, he couldn't break the stone door because there was a special restriction on it. In any case, Lin Fei couldn't open it. It was that simple. In other words, he had to have an inheritor to open it. This meant that the 5th floor definitely had good things. Lin Fei felt that he should wait a little longer. He wanted to see what else he could get from signing in. Other than signing in a map on the first day, he didn't get anything else. In other words, the 1st to 4th floors were actually ordinary. However, the 5th floor was different. At this point, it would be a pity if he didn't enter the 5th floor. At the same time, the expressions of the elders of the mystical palace outside turned a little ugly. This batch of people who went in came back one after another. However, not many came back. Only about 30% of the people inside. The routes that he brought out were basically all messed up. None of them looked presentable. They could only infer that they were still in the outermost area. It seems like there's still one who hasn't come out. I remember it's a young man. Nearly a month had passed. The first batch of people who went in had basically all come out. However, they still remembered that there was a young man who hadn't come out. That young man probably died inside long ago. Even these people came out. This person is really unlucky. It seems like we have to prepare a new batch of people. Elder Gao was also very helpless. He didn't expect this batch of people to be completely wiped out. In that case, they could only continue to recruit the second batch of people. Apart from this method, they really couldn't think of any other way. Lin Fei kept signing in at the entrance of the 4th floor. However, the things he signed in were all inconspicuous, which really made him quite unhappy. He couldn't enter. Several places on the 4th floor had been circled, and everything that could be harvested had been harvested. However, he still couldn't enter the final door. This confirmed the guess in his heart. Forget it, forget it. It seems like I won't have that chance. In the blink of an eye, 1.5 months had passed. Lin Fei knew that he couldn't enter the 5th floor at all. He didn't have that fate. To be able to obtain a map, it was considered extremely good. Now, he just had to go out and get some universe god stones. He wanted to see if there were any other places like this. Of course, the first thing he had to do was to find the Tenjin Temple. This was the place that Lin Fei yearned to go to the most. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would get another one. Lin Fei went from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor. From the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor. As soon as he entered, he could clearly feel an aura appearing on this floor. He frowned slightly. It can't be. Someone actually came to the 1st floor. Logically speaking, it's impossible. It's impossible to find the 2nd floor without a map. Even a blind cat bumping into a dead dog isn't that easy. Lin Fei was strong, so he could naturally feel that someone had indeed entered this floor. If that was the case, it would have been fine. However, this person kept walking inside, and this path seemed to lead to the third floor. Chapter 5076. At first, Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to this figure. As he moved, Lin Fei's expression changed a lot. He had never thought that this figure would actually head for the third floor. Lin Fei had figured it out just now. Why would there be someone on this floor? If there were no surprises, it should be the people that the Xiankong Palace had brought last time had returned empty-handed. Hence, they found another group of people. Lin Fei knew very well how dangerous this place was. He had a map in his hands, so there wouldn't be many people who could make it out alive. Hence, the Xiankong Palace had to find people to draw the route. This was to prove whether this place was dangerous or not. The first, second, and third floors shouldn't be too much of a problem. However, the fourth floor would be very dangerous. In particular, the entrance to the third floor wasn't that easy to pass. The Xiankong Palace had to find people continuously so that they would have a greater chance to investigate the situation inside. After a long time, they should be able to understand the first to fourth floors. However, that would take a very long time. Now, someone had come to the second floor by accident and was now heading to the third floor. Lin Fei immediately understood. Perhaps this was the successor of the reincarnation sacred land. In fact, this person might even be qualified to obtain the treasures inside. A smile finally appeared on Lin Fei's face. I can wear out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. Another person actually came, and this person is very likely to be the successor. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Lin Fei, who was about to leave, immediately followed. This person wasn't weak. In Lin Fei's opinion, he had concealed some of his strength. Furthermore, he was a 4-star cultivator. He should be at the peak level. He didn't stop much along the way. He seemed to be very familiar with this floor. If there were no surprises, he should be guided by the treasures. After reaching the third floor, he headed for the fourth floor. They had encountered a lot of trouble along the way. Lin Fei had been following them in the dark and hadn't made a move at all. Of course, if he really couldn't block them, he would pretend to be a good guy and intervene once. This way, he would be able to advance to the fourth floor. Perhaps he would be able to enter it if he seized that sliver of an opportunity. This was Lin Fei's method. Of course, Lin Fei could also make a move and take away his legacy item. That was also a method. He felt that since this place was so special, the inheritance treasures would not be so easily obtained. Big shots would also have their own plans, so Lin Fei still chose the latter path. It would be better to be like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This possibility was relatively easy, and he wouldn't have to take too much risk. Lin Fei was in no hurry. Not long later. As expected, the other party reached the end of the fourth level. It was much easier than finding it on his own. Of course, it still took him a month to find it. A black-haired young man seemed especially excited upon arriving. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha, I've finally found the sacred land of reincarnation. The mystical palace outside is a bunch of fools. And you people, just wait and see. After I inherit the reincarnation emperor's techniques, I'll definitely make you pay with your blood. This person's voice was especially loud, as if he was venting his dissatisfaction. Even Lin Fei, who was far away, could feel it. This voice was filled with hatred, and it sounded like he was gnashing his teeth. He didn't even need to guess to know that this guy was probably carrying a blood feud. It turned out that the owner of the sacred body of reincarnation was called the Reincarnation Emperor. Lin Fei didn't know, but since he dared to call himself the Emperor, his strength should have reached the level of a 9-star divine master. He should have been a top-notch existence in this universe. Even if he couldn't reach the level of a 9-star divine master, he should be at the peak of an 8-star divine master. Lin Fei felt that the former was more likely. Such an expert would definitely have left behind something good on the last level. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he couldn't miss it. This young man in front of him was definitely the inheritor. He was 100% sure. He was smart enough to know how to use the opportunity to earn universe god stones to come to the sacred land of reincarnation. The people from the mystical palace had really miscalculated this time. They probably didn't even know that a person with ulterior motives had snuck into the crowd. After this black-haired young man laughed, he seemed to have vented a lot of his emotions. He took out a sword talisman that looked like a sword. When this sword talisman was taken out, Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. He could feel the terrifying aura that exploded from this sword talisman. Even though it was just a flash, Lin Fei could feel it clearly. This was definitely a terrifying sword talisman. Luckily, I didn't attack. Otherwise, this sword talisman would have at least the level of a 7-star divine master. This is a protective talisman. From the beginning, Lin Fei had felt that this place was unusual. Otherwise, the first-rate forces from the mystical palace wouldn't have kept their eyes on it. They had even set up an array outside to seal this place. One could imagine that this place was far more powerful than he had imagined. Therefore, this inheritor must have had some powerful treasures on him. Even a sword talisman like this would be enough to protect him. When this sword talisman was taken out, it gave off a dazzling light. Beams of light instantly turned into a huge talisman that landed on the stone door. The stone door, which had been motionless all this while, finally moved. The black-haired young man's eyes were filled with wild joy. He didn't even notice that there was someone behind him. So this is the only way to open this stone door. No wonder I couldn't find it even after trying so hard. It requires a certain token to open it. Realization dawned on him. Fortunately, the stone door was finally going to open. The free opportunity was finally here. All he had to do was to enter the stone door the moment it opened. When this talisman landed on the stone door, it instantly turned into nothingness. Then, a door appeared just like that. The black-haired young man walked straight in. Just as he was about to enter, a figure followed him in. The time that this door had been maintained was not very long. For Lin Fei, this was enough. With his physical body fully unleashed, he easily came up. As soon as he entered, Lin Fei instantly felt a repulsive force fall on him. It seemed to be external. However, Lin Fei's black hole instantly absorbed this layer of resistance. He persevered. When he looked again, he found that the young man was nowhere to be seen. He must have gone to the depths of the palace. This didn't matter to Lin Fei at all. He silently said, "Sign in his heart. Chapter 5077. He finally entered. Of course, he had to sign in first. It would be a waste if he didn't /T sign in. This was the last level. If it weren't /T for that kid, how could he have entered the last level of the Holy Land of Reincarnation? It was indeed mysterious. Even the power from before couldn't /T shake the stone door. He didn't /T expect a sword talisman to be able to enter so easily. No one would believe him even if he said it out loud. Ding! Sign-in successful on the 5th level of the Holy Land of Reincarnation. Received 10 reincarnation essence souls. When the reward for signing in came out, Lin Fei immediately got goosebumps. He actually received such a reward, 10 reincarnation essence souls. One had to know that most of the current cultivation system was based on spells. Of course, there were also body tempering. There were also more powerful essence soul cultivators. Lin Fei had encountered some essence soul powerhouses previously. Relying on their essence souls, they were indeed quite terrifying. These essence souls could explode with a single thought and turn into a force that was difficult to resist. The other party could also cultivate it back in an instant. This was the strength of an essence soul. However, there weren't /T that many who could become essence soul powerhouses. Because it was too difficult. There were strong and weak essence soul powerhouses. The weaker ones could only cultivate a few primordial spirits, while the stronger ones could cultivate dozens or hundreds of primordial spirits. But now, there were 10 reincarnation essence souls, which surprised Lin Fei. After a majestic stream of light flowed in his body, Lin Fei also mastered the reincarnation essence soul. At first, he thought that the reincarnation essence soul was ordinary, but in the blink of an eye, he realized that it was really different. This reincarnated primordial spirit was really different. It was far more powerful than he had imagined. So it turns out that 10 reincarnation essence souls can build a reincarnation array. Within this reincarnation array, each reincarnation can reduce the opponent /S strength. At least 40 to 50% of the opponent /S strength will be reduced. Lin Fei was astonished by such a miraculous effect. He seemed to understand how powerful the reincarnation emperor was. He didn't expect there to be such a reincarnation array that could reduce the opponent /S strength, and there were only 10 of them. The reincarnation primordial spirit was extremely difficult to cultivate. Not everyone could cultivate it, and it required a long period of time. It could be said that he had ascended to the heavens in a single step, as he had directly grasped the reincarnation emperor's most powerful technique. These reincarnated primordial spirits were not very strong. However, when the 10 reincarnation primordial spirits came together, they formed a reincarnation formation. This was different. In any case, signing in was really a joy for Lin Fei. Such a reincarnation array could indeed allow Lin Fei to do a lot of things. With a single thought. These 10 reincarnated primordial spirits directly entered the void, leaving no trace of their existence. The 10 reincarnated primordial spirits even had a trace of spacetime power. Therefore, they were like fish returning to the ocean in the void. They were not obstructed at all. Lin Fei did not hesitate for long and immediately chased after it. He was ready to see what was in this last level. Not to mention, signing in for 10 reincarnation primordial souls caused his strength to undergo a huge change. At the very least, those who wanted to fight him had to be extremely strong. Otherwise, once the reincarnation array was activated, their strength would be reduced. They were no match for Lin Fei. Not to mention, this person wasn't as strong as he imagined. Although there was such a treasure, in Lin Fei opinion, it shouldn't be difficult to take him down. In fact, it could even be said to be very simple. He chased all the way here. He saw a few words in the palace in front of him. Reincarnation. This reincarnation was like a vortex. Lin Fei's heart trembled and he immediately escaped. These were indeed terrifying words. He also knew that the young man must be inside. He chased after him in an instant. At the same time, the primordial spirits in his body. They were originally placed in the void, but now it seemed that he had to keep them in his body. In an instant, Lin Fei grasped some of the reincarnation emperor /S techniques. As soon as he entered, he saw a sword light slashing over. It turned out that the black-haired young man who went in had already noticed it. After the sword arrived, the world instantly changed color, and the world also became dark at this moment. Then, it was replaced by light. Following behind me sneakily. You're quite daring. After this sword was slashed, the world returned to normal. The black-haired young man didn't expect someone to be able to follow him in without him noticing. If he hadn't sensed it at the 5th level, he really wouldn't have known. This was also his strongest sword. He didn't believe that anyone could take it. This was a bit of the reincarnation emperor /S power. He finally arrived at the 5th level. The black-haired young man definitely wouldn't let anyone snatch his opportunity. No matter who it was, he would go all out. Junior brother, you're too hot-tempered. You used such a powerful move right off the bat. Fortunately, I've learned the reincarnation technique. Otherwise, I would have suffered a bit in your hands. A person walked out. He looked unharmed, but a giant whirlpool appeared in front of him. The whirlpool spun continuously. It was such a whirlpool, but the black-haired young man instantly sensed a familiar aura. Wasn't / this the aura of reincarnation? He had also cultivated a reincarnation in his body, but it wasn't / as domineering as this one. This time, it was the black-haired young man who frowned. You are my senior brother. The sword from before was indeed quite terrifying. After the sword came over, Lin Fei used his technique. This technique was indeed quite fierce. Fortunately, Lin Fei had already grasped the reincarnation technique. After the reincarnation came out, he used the power to reincarnate continuously. Almost 70% of the reincarnation /S power was reduced, and the remaining 30% landed on his body. Naturally, it couldn't / cause any damage to Lin Fei. Do you think that master /S techniques are something that an outsider can grasp? Lin Fei smiled. He casually removed the reincarnation technique. Then, one by one, the primordial spirit walked out. You shouldn't / have any thoughts after seeing this, right? It was also at that moment. Lin Fei had another thought. Since he had grasped the reincarnation emperor /S technique, he could naturally impersonate it. After all, such a person could be considered the son of luck. Otherwise, he wouldn't / have entered the 5th level. The moment the 10 reincarnation primordial spirits appeared, the black-haired young man was instantly shocked. He immediately recognized what it was. You actually succeeded in cultivating master /S reincarnation primordial spirit. Lin Fei knew that this black-haired kid should know a lot of secrets, and he must be an inheritor. As for how many inheritors there were, he didn't / know. Anyway, Lin Fei had already grasped the reincarnation primordial spirit and the reincarnation formation, and that was enough. Chapter 5078. The black-haired young man was shocked when he saw the reincarnation primordial spirit. He had been trying to cultivate the reincarnation primordial spirit. However, he had not been able to learn it. He did not expect that his master would leave a senior brother for him. This senior brother seemed to be very powerful. He was relieved. The reincarnation primordial spirit was not something that anyone could cultivate. Without the inheritance of the great emperor, it was impossible to cultivate it. His attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. Junior brother by Ao greets senior brother. By Ao did not suspect anything at all. Only the inheritors of the great emperor could cultivate the reincarnation primordial spirit. Not to mention the reincarnation technique, which was the work of the great emperor's master. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Those who do not know are not to be blamed. I thought that I was the only one who inherited the great emperor's inheritance. I did not expect that there would be a senior brother. It seems that senior brother has been waiting for me here. Those people from Xiankong Palace must be dumbfounded. I even want to get my master's inheritance. At this time, Bai Ao seemed very excited. At least he had a senior brother who had cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit, which was very helpful to him. If he had not pretended to be the cannon fodder that Xiankong Palace wanted, he would not have been qualified to come here. After all, Xiankong Palace was a first-class force. If he had not registered at the Demon Hunter Hall, he would not have been qualified to come here. If he had tried to force his way in, they would have found out long ago. His method was different now. He did not expect that there would be a senior brother waiting for him here. Lin Fei smiled. I've been waiting here for a long time. If I still didn't come, they would have discovered this place. At that time, it would be hard to avoid a fight. Now that junior brother is here, it's perfect. After all, you are master's successor disciple. Bai Ao did not think too much. Those who could cultivate the reincarnation primordial spirit were naturally the inheritors of the great emperor, which was his senior brother. Thank you, senior brother, for waiting for me here. I will go and get the inheritance first. When the time comes, I will make Xiankong Palace regret it. There were some things in front of him. Lin Fei did not say anything. Let's get master's inheritance first. Then, you'll be my junior brother. Lin Fei did not really care what kind of inheritance the reincarnation emperor had left behind. After all, he had already taken the best thing, the reincarnation primordial spirit. The reincarnation heavenly emperor would probably faint from crying if he received such a thing from signing in. Bai Ao had never thought that the person in front of him was actually a fake. He directly went over to receive the inheritance. He didn't try to hide anything during the whole process. In any case, he trusted Lin Fei quite a bit. The legacy items were all treasures. Of course, they were all Divine Master level treasures. Among them, there were quite a few 8-star Divine Master level treasures. He was indeed rich and overbearing. Lin Fei didn't touch these things from the beginning to the end. This was because these things had been left with a special method. Only Bai Ao could get his hands on them. Not long later, Bai Ao came back, and he looked very different from before. Because he had already obtained the inheritance of the great emperor. At the very least, he had obtained quite a few of these treasures. Once a treasure was obtained, even if it could not unleash its full power, it could still unleash 10% to 20% of its power. After reaching a certain level, the power of the treasure would be even stronger. Thank you, senior brother, for helping to look after this place. I don't have anything good to give you. These are some cosmic god stones left behind by Master. Bai Ao was quite a good person. After all, he hadn't even cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit, but his senior brother had already mastered it and could even use the reincarnation array. Naturally, he had to rope in such a backer. Here are 500,000 cubic meters of cosmic god stones. Senior brother, please accept them. Lin Fei came this time for these cosmic god stones. He had become a laborer for these things, but it seemed that the harvest was quite good. If he had taken down Bai Ao just now, it would have been a little troublesome. However, now that he was willing to give 500,000 cosmic god stones to him, it was quite good. You can keep these cosmic god stones for yourself. Senior brother, do you really care about these cosmic god stones? Since he was going to be a senior brother, he had to put on an act. Lin Fei really wanted these cosmos god stones. With these hundreds of thousands of cosmos god stones, he could use the space-time teleportation array to head to the Heaven Deity Palace. At the very least, he would be able to get close to the Tenjin Temple. There was a chance that he could enter. Without these cosmic god stones, it would be really troublesome. Bai Ao felt that his senior brother was extremely high and mighty. He didn't even care about 500,000 cosmic god stones. This made Bai Ao want to give these cosmic god stones to his senior brother. After all, he had cultivated the reincarnation primordial spirit. 10 reincarnation primordial spirits could weaken the enemy's strength. Although he didn't know how strong his senior brother was now, he was much stronger than him. Once his reincarnation array was used, he would be able to suppress him to death. He wouldn't even be able to struggle. Senior brother, you are too courteous. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Moreover, my family is considered wealthy and has a strong foundation. Naturally, I don't care about these 500,000 cosmic god stones. After delaying for a while, Lin Fei finally accepted these cosmic god stones. I will accept these 500,000 cosmic god stones first. In the future, you can look for me if you need anything. Lin Fei finally received these 500,000 cosmic god stones. He was quite happy. He had earned 500,000 cosmic god stones for nothing. Now, he would have enough for his travel expenses. Bai Ao finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that his senior brother wouldn't want these cosmic god stones. Since I have accepted your 500,000 cosmic god stones, I will tell you how to get started with the reincarnation primordial spirit so that you won't take too many detours. Lin Fei was quite magnanimous. After all, he had taken 500,000 cosmic god stones. This wasn't a small amount. Many people couldn't take it out, but Bai Ao could. He was indeed from a big family clan or a big sect. Bai Ao was instantly delighted. The reincarnation primordial spirit was very difficult to get started. Until now, he hadn't been able to grasp it. For example, although he had received some things from his master, he still had to slowly cultivate it. He still had to slowly cultivate the basics by himself. If he had senior brother's guidance, it would be completely different. Even if he had money, he might not be able to hear it. Senior brother really took care of him. These 500,000 cosmic god stones were really worth it. Bai Ao laughed. To him, cosmic god stones weren't that important. However, it was different for the reincarnation primordial spirit. Chapter 5079. With Lin Fei's words, the situation instantly changed. Bai Ao was enlightened. It was no wonder he couldn't get started with it. This was the key. He had been on the wrong path. He was even more respectful towards this senior brother. Thank you, senior brother. Without you, I really don't know how to cultivate this reincarnation primordial spirit. I heard that cultivating one reincarnation primordial spirit requires a lot of resources. 10 reincarnation primordial spirits would take at least 1,000 years to cultivate. Most people would need 2,000 to 3,000 years. Bai Ao worshipped this senior brother even more. This senior brother of his was much more powerful and terrifying than he had imagined. This was definitely a deeply hidden existence that he knew. He didn't even receive any information. Lin Fei had a smile on his face when he heard this, but his heart was shocked. The reincarnation primordial spirit was actually so difficult to cultivate. It took 2,000 to 3,000 years to cultivate 10 reincarnation primordial spirits. The reward he received from signing in was really amazing. When you go back, just think about it carefully. Senior brother, this is a treasure left behind by master. I don't think I can use it to its full potential, so I might as well give it to you. Although you have so many treasures and probably won't be interested in this, this is also a token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Originally, Bai Ao felt that their relationship should be much closer after giving away 500,000 cosmos god stones. After hearing the key to cultivating the reincarnation primordial spirit, he immediately felt that this senior brother was even more terrifying. He didn't know how long this senior brother took to cultivate the reincarnation primordial spirit, but it was definitely shorter than he imagined. Bai Ao felt that if he didn't get to know him better, he would give himself a big slap. Wasn't it just a godlord level treasure? Although it was precious, it was different when compared to a senior brother like this. His senior brother taught him the cultivation of the reincarnation primordial spirit step by step. Although Lin Fei cultivated it quickly, he had already mastered the reincarnation primordial spirit. Naturally, he knew some of the key points in cultivating it. Hence, his words were of great help to Bai Ao. Bai Ao took out a treasure. When this treasure was taken out, Lin Fei's heart slightly moved. It was actually an 8-star divine master grade treasure. This treasure was extremely terrifying. Even if it wasn't displayed, Lin Fei could feel its aura. Bai Ao had indeed obtained quite a few 8-star divine master level treasures, but they were of no use to him right now. It was not a problem to use it to curry favor with senior brother. Senior brother, this treasure is called the Demon Exterminating Divine Thunder Diagram. It's an extremely powerful treasure. It's useless in my hands, and it might even be dangerous. But in senior brother's hands, it will be of help. Please don't stand on ceremony and accept it. He directly handed over the treasure. This treasure really made Lin Fei a little excited. After all, it could be a treasure of the 8 Immortals almighty level. His reincarnation primordial spirit didn't have any treasures yet. With this treasure, he could activate the reincarnation formation and instantly kill experts below the 8-star divine master level. Since you insist on giving it to me, I'll keep it for you. When you reach the 7-star divine master level, I'll return it to you. Lin Fei smiled and put the Demon Exterminating Divine Thunder diagram away. Bai Ao was completely relieved. As long as senior brother could accept it, there wouldn't be any problems. I'll take you out now. Bai Ao shook his head. Senior brother, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I've brought a spatial treasure, so we can leave this place directly. This was left behind by master. After a flash of light, it instantly enveloped the two of them and tore open a passage. As soon as they got out, they appeared far away in the starry sky. They were so far away that even the Xiankong Palace wouldn't be able to sense it. "Senior brother, if you're free, why don't you come to my family as a guest? My father would be very happy." Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. "Let's forget about this for now. I have other things to do." Bai Ao felt that it was a pity. This was a chance to get to know Lin Fei up close. Since Bai Ao had said so, he naturally wouldn't have any other thoughts. After the two of them left, Bai Ao left. Lin Fei smiled as he watched Bai Ao leave. He had gotten a great bargain. Not only did I get 500,000 Universe God Stones, but I also got an 8-star Divine Master level treasure and this reincarnation primordial spirit. It seems like this place is really suitable for me. At the same time, he was even more glad that he had made the right choice. He had actually thought of a way to impersonate someone. Most people probably wouldn't have thought of such a thing. This was just right. Whoosh! Lin Fei boarded the flying ship and left. He arrived at the nearest world. In the nearest world, Lin Fei used the space-time teleportation formation. Some worlds would have a space-time teleportation formation. One could earn a lot of money by traveling quickly. Therefore, most worlds would have such a formation. Lin Fei spent 50,000 Universe God Stones and finally arrived at the Tenjin Temple, on the route it had taken before. 50,000 Universe God Stones was indeed not a small amount. Many people were reluctant to travel like this, but in Lin Fei's opinion, they could afford it. Of course, the shorter the distance, the lower the cost. The longer the distance, the higher the cost. When he arrived at this place, he asked around and found out that the Heavenly God Palace was heading in another direction. Lin Fei continued on his way. This time, the journey was different. He spent 50,000 Universe God Stones, which was considered a long distance. He had no choice. The Tenjin Temple had appeared in this place. This information was obtained from the World Tower. Some large worlds had world towers. They were big and small, but the information was common. This time, Lin Fei got what he wanted. He could buy good information and was even more certain of the Tenjin Temple's location. He spent 50,000 Universe God Stones on this trip. The information alone cost 100,000 Universe God Stones. That was about 200,000 Universe God Stones. He really spent money like water. If he didn't have any wealth, he wouldn't have been able to survive. Fortunately, he finally knew the exact location and there was nothing to worry about. Now, he had to find out how to enter the Tenjin Temple. Not everyone could afford such a huge expenditure. Fortunately, he had the space-time teleportation formation. As soon as he arrived in this area, Lin Fei started to search. This was because the Tenjin Temple had disappeared in this area. As for where it went, no one knew. Anyway, it was purely luck. This was because the Tenjin Temple, according to the world building, would stay in one place for a period of time. This period of time could be as short as a day or as long as 10 days to half a month. It was purely luck. Chapter 50-80. Lin Fei had experienced the feeling of spending money like water. After all, if it weren't for the 500,000 cosmic god stones, it wouldn't have been easy for him to find the whereabouts of the Tenjin Temple. It was just that he hadn't been able to find the Tenjin Temple no matter how hard he searched. This surprised Lin Fei quite a bit. Could it be that the information was wrong? He felt that the world building wouldn't provide wrong information, so it could only mean that the Tenjin Temple was hidden quite deeply. In this area, Lin Fei didn't encounter too many people. Although he didn't encounter too many people, Lin Fei could sense traces of people appearing. If he wasn't mistaken, they were all looking for the so-called Tenjin Temple. It was just that the Tenjin Temple was too difficult to find. Lin Fei used the Great Karma technique, but he still couldn't contact it. It had to be said that the Tenjin Temple was indeed quite terrifying. It actually had the ability to resist the Great Karma technique. Lin Fei was already here for the Tenjin Temple, so it was naturally related to the Tenjin Temple. Fortunately, Lin Fei had another way, and that was to sign in. For 7 to 8 days in a row, Lin Fei kept signing in. In the end, he didn't get anything, much to his surprise. Fortunately, his mentality was still quite good. He knew that it wasn't easy to find the whereabouts of the Tenjin Temple by signing in like this. Hence, he had to rely on luck. However, what worried Lin Fei was that if he couldn't find the Tenjin Temple and it left, it would definitely be quite troublesome. Now, he just wanted to go to the Tenjin Temple to sign in and get some good things. On the 5th floor of the Mystic Realm, the Holy Land of Samsara, he obtained the Reincarnation Primordial Spirit, which greatly improved Lin Fei's strength. Another day passed. Lin Fei still hadn't found anything. This area, big and small, kept expanding outwards. Unfortunately, he could not find it. Lin Fei even wondered if the Tenjin Temple was constantly moving. Although it wasn't fast, which was why he couldn't find it. The more it was like this, the more anxious Lin Fei became. However, it was useless to be anxious. He heard that only the fated could find this place. Wasn't he the fated one? His greatest hope could only be placed on signing in every day. However, signing in every day only gave him cosmic god stones. Speaking of which, it was quite frustrating. Although it wasn't much. Stop that guy. He must know the location of the Tenjin Temple. I saw him coming out from that place. Hurry up and stop him. Don't let him get away. If he escapes, it will be difficult for us to catch him again. There was a faint sound coming from the front. The voice was very faint, but Lin Fei could feel it in an instant. Especially those few words, which were very obvious. It immediately made Lin Fei smile. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. He rushed over immediately. As soon as he rushed over, he saw someone chasing a young man. The young man was very thin, but he was vomiting blood. This was because a few figures behind him were continuously attacking him. These attacks were very powerful. The young man couldn't resist them at all. He vomited blood along the way. If there were no accidents, he wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. He would be caught by them. Suddenly, a large net fell directly and landed on the young man. At this moment, all his escape routes were blocked. If there were no accidents, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Let's see how you escape this time. Those people were immediately delighted. Just as they were about to come up, Lin Fei's figure came out. The saber in his hand instantly broke through the treasure. The large net was blasted away. Then, the young man fell into Lin Fei's hands. A faint voice also fell into the young man's ears. If you don't want to die, you'd better behave. Otherwise, I'll blow you up with one palm strike. The moment the young man was grabbed, he lost all his strength. He was completely restrained. He knew that this person was very terrifying, so he became even more obedient. Those people saw that the young man was about to fall into their hands. They hadn't expected that someone would appear in the blink of an eye. Their faces turned extremely ugly. They immediately surrounded him. Kid, this person is one of us. Aren't you not giving us any face by taking him away? Hurry up and hand him over. That way, we can still let you go. Otherwise, you'll die for sure. These people were all God Lord experts, all of them around 3 or 4 stars. It was quite a formidable lineup. Lin Fei suddenly let out a cold harumph and punched out. Then, the reincarnation primordial spirit appeared. The reincarnation array activated, instantly suppressing their strength. With one slash, these god lords were instantly killed. It was so fast that they didn't even have time to react before they died. As for the young man in Lin Fei's hands, he was completely flustered. These were 3 or 4 star god lords, but they had been taken care of just like that. Could this person be a 5 or 6 star expert? Lin Fei waved his hand and collected all their rings. In the blink of an eye, he left the place. These fellas were quite wealthy. They had a total of 200,000 cubic meters of cosmos god stones in their rings. This was not a small number. After all, they were only around 3 or 4 stars. As for the other things, Lin Fei didn't really care about them. He would just find a place to sell them. He casually lifted the young man up. From what they said, you seem to know the location of the Tenjin Temple. Bring me there, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. Lin Fei's gaze was extremely cold. The young man started to tremble. If I bring you there, will you really let me go? Not just anyone can enter that place. I only managed to enter by chance, but it's too dangerous inside. I'm not interested in what you have on you. As long as you bring me there, that's all. It's that simple. I'm different from them. Lin Fei was indeed different from them. It was not easy for him to find such a clue, so he naturally had to use it. The young man accepted his fate. I hope you'll let me go when the time comes. Just lead the way. The young man recovered after eating some elixirs. He had no impression of this young man at all. It was highly likely that he was a peak 5-star existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill those people so easily. Just now, Lin Fei had indeed been testing out the reincarnation array. It was indeed quite terrifying. With one move, he had suppressed 90% of their strength. He had taken care of them with one slash. Chapter 5081. With Su Mo leading the way, things were completely different. According to him, this guy found the Tenjin Temple by chance and entered it by chance. Such a coincidence was really the result of luck and chi. If it wasn't for luck, he wouldn't have been able to enter it. Lin Fei was very clear about this. This fellow brought Lin Fei along as he shuttled back and forth in this area. Fortunately, Lin Fei had a flying boat, which was much faster than him. They didn't stop too much along the way. It took them 7 to 8 days to arrive at a particularly remote place. In this remote place, there was an inconspicuous small world. This uninhabited small world was completely barren. The entire small world had turned into a wasteland. Wind and dust billowed, and lightning flashed. This was a small world of death. It wouldn't take long for this small world to vanish. This was because the lifespan of a small world was limited. Once the time was up, the small world would die completely. This was what Lin Fei found out after reading through a lot of information. Unless one could upgrade these small worlds and turn them into large-scale life worlds, they would be annihilated in a puff of smoke when the time was up. Lin Fei had found many such worlds along the way. However, he didn't expect the Tenjin Temple to be in such an inconspicuous small world. The last time I came here, I found the Tenjin Temple here. It was also a coincidence. It seems that something led me here. Su Mo said as soon as he entered. Lin Fei didn't feel any attractive aura, but he checked it out immediately. He didn't find anything the first time, the second time, and the third time. Lin Fei's face sank. Could it be that the Tenjin Temple wasn't here? He decisively used the Great Karma technique. As soon as he used the Great Karma technique, he felt something. A trace of traction seemed to be moving forward. Lin Fei finally smiled. It wasn't that his Great Karma technique was useless, but the distance was too far. Sure enough, only within a certain distance could one approach the Tenjin Temple. You didn't lie to me. The Tenjin Temple really exists here. Lin Fei also laughed. All he had to do was find the right place. Su Mo finally heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that after this expert brought him here, he would destroy him. This was called guarding the news. I can't let you go now. I will only let you go when we find the Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei continued to lead him forward. There was no danger in this place until they reached the most central position. Su Mo pointed ahead and said, "It's here. It's faintly discernible. I entered it by coincidence. I think I won't have that feeling if I go in again. I can only go in once." Su Mo said from the side. Lin Fei's Great Karma art was also focused in front of him. His perception did not detect the existence of the Tenjin Temple at all. If he wanted to enter this place, he would have to rely on luck. He casually let Su Mo leave. "You're lucky." What you said is true. You can leave now. Go as far as you can. Don't be targeted by others again. Sumo trembled as he left this small world. He only stopped when he was far away. He also heaved a long sigh of relief. He didn't expect that he would really be able to survive. Lin Fei checked the surroundings up and down. There was no Tenjin Temple. Then he thought of a possibility. The Tenjin Temple was most likely in the depths of spacetime. This was a profound mystery. No wonder that person could enter. This should be fate. Now, Lin Fei wanted to go in, but he couldn't. No wonder everyone wants to come to this Tenjin Temple. It really depends on luck to hide in such a small world. I wonder how long I can hide in this small world. Let's see what I can sign in for tomorrow. I hope there's a way to enter. Lin Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. Not being able to enter was the biggest problem. What did it mean by not being able to enter the door of a treasure? This was the worst thing. Now, Lin Fei's situation was even worse. If he couldn't enter, it would be really troublesome. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. On the second day, Lin Fei immediately started signing in. He hoped that signing in would give him a chance to enter the Tenjin Temple. Sign-in successful. Received a luck talisman. Even Lin Fei himself was surprised by this item. He was actually rewarded with a luck talisman. This thing was really mysterious. Luck was something that even Lin Fei himself couldn't figure out. This was something that no one could study. It was said that some people had heaven-defying luck and could obtain good things wherever they went. Now that he had obtained a luck talisman, could it be related to the Tenjin Temple? Lin Fei pondered for a while and took out the talisman. He used it immediately. It turned out that this luck talisman could only last for 24 hours. During these 24 hours, his luck would change to a certain extent. After using it, Lin Fei smiled bitterly. There seemed to be something wrong with his brain. This luck talisman naturally had to be used more often to increase his luck. He was just standing here like a fool. Could it be that he had gained anything? Lin Fei slapped his forehead and decided to take a stroll around this small world first. So far, this small world was the only place he could go. He couldn't go anywhere else at all. If he stood still, how would he know that there was such a thing as luck? This thing was very mysterious to begin with. Lin Fei felt that he was quite smart to be able to think of such a way. This small world wasn't very big, and many of it had become ruins. Of course, he also saw some palaces. There was nothing in these palaces at all. If he wasn't mistaken, they had already been ransacked several times. Even if a mouse came in, it would go out hungry. After walking for more than half a day, Lin Fei didn't find anything at all. This thing was useless. No matter what, this thing had been used. Lin Fei could only wander around aimlessly. Wait, it seems like someone came in. While wandering, Lin Fei felt an aura appear in this small world. This aura was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it went in a direction. Lin Fei remembered that place the most clearly. It was the location of the Tenjin Temple. Although Lin Fei couldn't find it, he was sure that it was in that location. And now, someone actually went there. Could it be that someone was led here? When this possibility came out, he felt that it should be true. He didn't expect that someone would really be led here. Then, his chance came. Chapter 5082. Lin Fei could finally breathe a sigh of relief because he finally sensed that someone was coming. If he wasn't mistaken, that person should be heading for the Tenjin Temple. His luck talisman was quite useful. Finally, the person that Lin Fei was waiting for arrived. He hadn't seen this person yet, but Lin Fei already knew in his heart that the other party was definitely heading for the Tenjin Temple. And now, as long as he went over, there was a high chance that he would have a chance to follow the other party's trail and find the Tenjin Temple. When the time comes, he would be able to reach this place. Originally, Lin Fei felt that his talent was quite good. But now, it seemed that he wasn't the luckiest person in this starry sky, let alone the son of destiny. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to not find the Tenjin Temple. He even used the Great Karma technique to search for it. He could barely determine the location, but he couldn't see the Tenjin Temple. Speaking of which, it was such a sad thing. The more it was like this, the more Lin Fei realized that as long as he signed in, he would naturally obtain unimaginable benefits. Swish. Lin Fei chased all the way here at an extremely fast speed. Just as he chased over here, the person on the other side also appeared. It was a middle-aged man in a black robe. The middle-aged man in a black robe was surprised to see Lin Fei. Lin Fei laughed first. "Your Excellency, you were also led here by the Tenjin Temple, right? This Tenjin Temple is right here. It seems that we are quite fated." Lin Fei pretended to know everything. The middle-aged man in a black robe was indeed surprised at first, but he quickly regained his senses. The Tenjin Temple was indeed here. Not everyone could enter this place. One must have the guidance of the Tenjin Temple to find this place. Not to mention entering it. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to detect it at all, even if they used treasures. Those who could enter the Tenjin Temple were all people with great potential. He would be recognized by the Tenjin Temple. "Your Excellency is also a fated person. What a coincidence. I am Immortal Kumu." Immortal Kumu cupped his hands towards the other party. This young man looked very ordinary and unfamiliar, but Immortal Kumu felt a dangerous aura from him. "I am Lin Fei." Lin Fei had no reason to hide his name. Names like this were all over the streets. Even if one wanted to look for one, it would be impossible to find one in a short time. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about at all, and there was no need to worry about being targeted. Immortal Kumu was indeed quite unfamiliar, because he had never heard of this name at all. However, it did not prevent him from recognizing this young man, because the other party was also a fated person. He was also qualified to enter the Tenjin Temple. Just based on this point alone, that was enough. As for fighting to the death, it was very rare. At this level, everyone knew that they would rather offend one less enemy. Who knew when this enemy would make a big move? He might even bring a lot of trouble to the family. Others might not believe such a thing. People who had reached this level would never easily offend others. However, he was even more unwilling to offend this stranger in front of him. "Since you came first, you should go in first. Otherwise, when we go in together, the opportunities we encounter will be different. Don't you think so?" Lin Fei smiled with a humble look on his face. This surprised Immortal Kumu. He felt that this young man was a little different from what he had imagined. He had never seen such a young man before. Immortal Kumu laughed out loud. "Your Excellency is quite interesting. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony." Immortal Kumu didn't think too much about it. Those who could find this place were all attracted by the Tenjin Temple and were recognized. Not to mention that the other party could tell at a glance that there was a Tenjin Temple here. This would not arouse any suspicion. Whoosh. True Monarch Kumu directly flew in, and the layers of space directly retreated. In the depths of the void, there was a vague existence of the Tenjin Temple. Lin Fei finally saw it. At the same time, he used the Great Karma technique. He instantly locked onto the Tenjin Temple. He knew that he was really lucky this time. The other party was indeed a person with great luck, unlike himself. After he had the blessing of the luck talisman, things were different. Instead, he met this person. If it wasn't for the luck talisman, it was hard to say when he would meet this person. Immortal Kumu finally entered the palace with some precautions. As for the other party, he stood outside and didn't follow him in. He was finally relieved. In the blink of an eye, all his thoughts were on the Tenjin Temple. Just as he disappeared, Lin Fei moved instantly. His spirit projection was launched directly. This time, it wasn't projected on the other party's body, but in front of the Tenjin Temple. At this moment, the layers of void began to return to normal. And Lin Fei seized this opportunity and instantly entered the Tenjin Temple. There was a slight obstruction in the Tenjin Temple, but after Lin Fei had the luck talisman, it was completely different. It was as if the other party had recognized him. With a whoosh, Lin Fei entered the so-called Tenjin Temple. As soon as he entered, he felt like he had come to a place with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was completely different from what Lin Fei imagined. His entire body relaxed. Looking at the surrounding scene of birds chirping and flowers fragrant, Lin Fei couldn't help but be surprised. Is this the legendary Tenjin Temple? It feels quite different. It was like a sex-mystic realm, with pavilions and palaces everywhere. He looked around. Lin Fei finally let out a long sigh of relief. He finally arrived at the Tenjin Temple. This was a place that no one could find in a short time, but he managed to enter just like that. This was enough. As long as he signed in here, he would be able to obtain some treasures related to the Tenjin Temple. As for what it would depend on his luck. Unfortunately, he had already signed in today, so he could only wait until tomorrow. Lin Fei felt that he had to find a safe place first. He didn't know how many people were inside. It would be terrible if he encountered some powerful people and got kicked out. Not everyone was as easy to negotiate as true monarch Kumu. Lin Fei still had self-awareness. He had sensed it just now, but there was a mysterious method to conceal it, so Lin Fei couldn't sense it at all. This also made him even more certain that there was definitely a powerhouse inside. It was better for him to find a palace and hide first. This could be considered a better solution. At the very least, it was safe. For Lin Fei, as long as it was safe, everything else could be put aside. When the time came, he would be able to slowly sign in. Thinking about it, he was quite looking forward to it. Chapter 5083. Lin Fei was very careful along the way, so he didn't encounter any danger. He even saw a palace. This palace was quite inconspicuous, and its location was quite remote. Without saying a word, he went in. As soon as he entered, Lin Fei encountered some of the palace's restrictions. These methods were quite powerful, catching Lin Fei off guard. Fortunately, Lin Fei's ancient eternal body was powerful. In addition, he had this black hole, so he was able to withstand it. As he wished, he entered the palace. This palace looked like the residence of an elder. The decorations were very neat, but from time to time, there would be some tricks. These tricks were impossible to guard against. After suffering a lot, Lin Fei stopped exploring. Instead, he directly found a small house that looked relatively safe. He directly sat cross-legged inside. He felt that this was the only place where he would encounter the least danger. And what he needed to do now was to sign in this Tenjin Temple. It was just that simple. Signing in for 1 day was 1 day, 2 days was 2 days, and 3 days was 3 days. Lin Fei's life was just that simple. It was just that he couldn't sign in. When the time came, he could change places, but for now, it was better to stay in this place. In the blink of an eye, it was the 2nd day. Ding! Sign-in successful in Tenjin Temple. Obtained a heavenly puppet. This unexpected reward surprised Lin Fei. It was actually a heavenly god puppet. Could it be a specialty of this Tenjin Temple? Whoosh! Following that, there was a slight fluctuation in the air. A black-armored man appeared next to Lin Fei. Lin Fei had seen many puppets like this. But the puppet in front of him instantly made Lin Fei feel different. This heavenly god puppet actually exuded a dangerous aura, as if he was facing a peerless powerhouse. This feeling really surprised Lin Fei. He could actually encounter such a thing. This time's sign-in should be quite good. He actually signed in a puppet. And this puppet was called a heavenly god puppet. It was obvious that he was different, and he was very strong. Therefore, Lin Fei took a look at it, and his heart skipped a beat. Oh my god, this is really a good thing. I've underestimated the power of the celestial god puppet. This is actually a supreme puppet that can only be refined by the Tenjin Temple. Mine isn't the strongest, but it can still burst out with the combat power of a 6-star. After reading it, Lin Fei sighed with emotion. So far, the most powerful person he had encountered was a 5-star expert. Of course, there was still a huge difference between a 5-star expert and a 6-star expert. Even though this Empyrean god golem specialized in close combat, its attacks were truly ferocious. There were very few at the same level as it who could subdue it. From now on, you can follow me. I'll call you Lin Yi. Lin Fei gave this guy a name. The Empyrean god golem, which had been silent this entire time, actually spoke out as well. Yes, from now on, I'll be called Lin Yi. Lin Fei quite liked this name. He got an Empyrean god golem on the first day of signing in. This made Lin Fei look forward to signing in here even more. He would sign in here for 3 days first. Lin Fei didn't know if the other places were dangerous or not. He tried to communicate with Lin Yi but found that he didn't gain anything. The other party didn't have any information about this place at all. He didn't have any understanding of this place. His mind was completely blank. This was also within Lin Fei's expectations. It would be abnormal if this guy knew something. Ding! Sign-in successful at the Tenjin Temple. Obtained Empyrean God Puppet. When he signed in the next day, he received the same puppet again. Lin Fei simply named it Lin Air. Having 2 6-star Empyrean God puppets was indeed a huge gain. Although Lin Fei didn't get anything from his side, this Empyrean God puppet was completely different. This thing was indeed powerful. If 2 of them worked together, even a 7-star Divine Lord would probably have a headache. They might not be able to take it down in a short time. Coupled with Lin Fei's words, it was more than enough to deal with a 7-star powerhouse. The sign-in on the 3rd day was quite ordinary. Lin Fei obtained a 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb. A heaven and earth medicinal herb of this age was indeed quite rare. In Lin Fei's opinion, this thing was just average. It wasn't as good as the things he signed in 2 days ago. The 4th day was average. The 5th day was different. The 6th day was average. For 6 days in a row. Lin Fei didn't get anything good, which made him want to leave this palace. He went to other palaces to take a look. Of course, it was best to go to the most powerful palace. That was different. He decisively brought the 2 Empyrean God puppets out of the palace. This time, there was no need for Lin Fei to directly break these methods. With the 2 of them, it was completely different. Lin Fei witnessed their almost purely violent methods. After these 2 6-star Empyrean God puppets joined forces, even Lin Fei didn't have much of an advantage. This was because their methods were indeed quite powerful. This was the reason why Lin Fei dared to come out. When the 3 of them joined forces, even a 7-star Divine Lord would have to step aside. As soon as he came out, Lin Fei felt a fluctuation coming over. It seemed that someone was making a move. In this situation, Lin Fei knew that the person who came in should be making a move. As for who it was, he didn't know. Originally, Lin Fei wanted to find a palace before signing in. This palace should be too bad. But just as he was about to leave, he felt a familiar aura in this commotion. After pondering for a while, he concluded that it should be true monarch Kumu. It seemed that he had encountered trouble. After pondering for a while, Lin Fei felt that he still had to help this true monarch Kumu. Without him, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Tenjin Temple. Not to mention, this true monarch Kumu had some understanding of the Tenjin Temple. No one dared to guarantee such a thing, so he directly came over. As soon as he came over, Lin Fei saw that true monarch Kumu was besieged by 2 experts. This true monarch Kumu was also very powerful. He relied on 2 treasures to withstand the attacks of the 2, but the situation didn't look too good. The 2 people attacked repeatedly, and suddenly discovered Lin Fei and the 2 Empyrean God puppets. The 2 Empyrean God puppets were dressed in black robes, and they looked quite mysterious. If you don't want to die, scram as far away as you can. The voice came over coldly. It didn't take Lin Fei seriously at all. True monarch Kumu also saw Lin Fei. Fellow Daoist, please help. Chapter 5084. These people were indeed besieging true monarch Kumu. As soon as true monarch Kumu saw Lin Fei coming over, he immediately looked happy. He didn't expect to meet Lin Fei here. In this way, he would have a chance to escape. He immediately shouted. At first, the people over there thought that he was just a passerby, so naturally, they didn't plan to deal with him. It turned out that the people on this floor all had a certain amount of luck. Unless such a person was dealt with in one move, they definitely wouldn't easily make a move. It was just that they didn't expect that true monarch Kumu, who was besieged by them, actually knew this young man, and this young man was actually called Lin Fei. If it weren't for true monarch Kumu, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to enter this Tenjin temple. Not to mention signing in. He even obtained 2 Empyrean god puppets. Fellow Daoist Kumu, hold on a little longer, I will come to help you immediately. Lin Fei directly flew over. Faster than him, the 2 Empyrean god puppets directly launched an attack. Those people instantly felt a dangerous aura. The speed of these 2 black-robed men was extremely fast, and they instantly arrived in front of them. The means that were spread out in front of them actually seemed extremely weak at this moment. They were immediately targeted by the 2 people. As soon as these 2 Empyrean god puppets attacked, the pressure on true monarch Kumu immediately decreased. He hurriedly got out of it. When he looked at Lin Fei, he was especially grateful. He was also very shocked in his heart. How long has it been? In less than 7 or 8 days, this Lin Fei seems to have obtained a lot of good things. He remembered that when he came here, these 2 black-robed men weren't there at all, and he didn't feel any life aura from these 2 people, which meant that these 2 should be puppets. It's just that powerful puppets like these were really too rare. He instantly understood. These should be the famous Empyrean god puppets of the Tenjin temple. In addition to envy, he also sighed. He didn't expect that when he came in with this person, he would have such an opportunity to meet him, and he even helped him greatly. It seemed that he really thought too much back then. He was also a fated person, and he was also a fated person. Compared to Lin Fei, he was too far behind. When the 2 Empyrean god golems attacked, these people instantly felt boundless pressure. Lin Fei's side also made a move. The saber light attacked. Once again, the pressure on them doubled. Perfected Lord Kumu didn't stand on ceremony and also activated his treasure, which was equivalent to 4 people. For a moment, they were forced to retreat. Those people glared fiercely at Lin Fei and immediately retreated, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. These people didn't dare to continue fighting here. After they left, Immortal Kumu heaved a sigh of relief and immediately took out a pill and swallowed it. After a while, the paleness on his face disappeared, and some color returned to his face. He thanked Lin Fei. It's all thanks to Daoist Lin's help. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble this time. I didn't expect to be targeted by them. These guys also infiltrated the Tenjin temple. Lin Fei was a little surprised. This situation seemed to be a little different from his. There are still people who can sneak in here. Although Lin Fei was one of them, he would never say this out loud. Perfected Lord Kumu smiled bitterly. Yes, they sneaked in because some powerful people can find the Tenjin temple and bring them with them. Naturally, those who are recognized will come in. The biggest reason they came in is to deal with people with good luck like us and snatch our treasures. If it weren't for Daoist Lin, I would have been in big trouble this time. Maybe I would have died here. Lin Fei came to a sudden realization. There was actually such a thing. Fortunately, he hid in the small house and signed in. Otherwise, he would have really encountered these people. Just now, he saw that these people weren't weak. They were all at the 5-star level. If they joined forces, even a 6-star might not be able to deal with them. Because their self-defense was quite good. Then I really haven't encountered them before. I was trapped in a palace for some days, and I just came out recently and obtained these 2 things. Perfected Lord Kumu laughed out loud. Daoist Lin's luck is still better. Compared to you, I'm much worse. I was also trapped in a palace. There are a total of 108 palaces in this Tenjin temple, and each palace is different. Sure enough, this perfected Lord Kumu knew more than him. In Lin Fei's opinion, there were indeed many palaces here, but he really hadn't seen how many there were. He didn't expect there to be 108 palaces. It seemed that he could sign in here for a long time. How about Daoist Lin come with me? The two of us can explore these palaces together. This way, you and I can help each other, and I also have some information about the Tenjin Temple. In the past, perfected Lord Kumu would never have such an idea. But now, it was different. He wanted to be with Lin Fei more than anyone else. If they were together, they would at least be able to help each other, not to mention these two puppets. These were heavenly god puppets, even he couldn't get them. He didn't expect Lin Fei's luck to be so much better than his. Such a person was definitely suitable to travel with. What's more, this place was far from being as safe as he imagined. Wasn't this what Lin Fei had always hoped for? This perfected Lord Kumu obviously knew more than him. Therefore, it was obvious that there would only be benefits for Lin Fei if he were to explore these palaces with this group. There were 108 palaces here. If he signed in for 1 day in each palace, it would take 108 days. The benefits should be much more abundant than he imagined. If Daoist Lin doesn't find it troublesome, then it's naturally not a problem. Lin Fei didn't refuse, allowing perfected Lord Kumu to breathe a sigh of relief. It's not troublesome at all. To be able to explore this Tenjin Temple with Daoist Lin is naturally fate between you and me. Having such an expert was naturally an extremely good thing for perfected Lord Kumu. I don't know much about this place because I'm a rogue cultivator, so I'm afraid I'll need Daoist Kumu to lead the way. Lin Fei also went straight to the point. Perfected Lord Kumu laughed. Brother, don't worry, I know a lot about this place, but it's really not easy for me to explore the palaces alone. Now that I have you, it's even more suitable. Even if they have ideas, they won't dare to deal with the two of us together. Lin Fei and perfected Lord Kumu both laughed. Chapter 5085. With perfected Lord Kumu in the team, the situation was completely different. This guy had a deeper understanding of the Tenjin Temple than Lin Fei. Lin Fei was purely someone who took advantage of his luck to enter. If it weren't for perfected Lord Kumu, he wouldn't have been able to enter. The number of palaces they explored also began to increase. These palaces all had some tricks up their sleeves. These tricks were quite difficult for a single person to crack, but with the two of them, it was different. Especially with the two Empyrean god puppets as the vanguard, perfected Lord Kumu realized that he had found the right helper. The two of them destroyed many palaces, so of course, they obtained things. They weren't very good, but they weren't bad either. If they were placed outside, people would definitely fight for them. After exiting another palace, the two of them had quite a good harvest. Perfected Lord Kumu took about 40% of the benefits. As for Lin Fei, he took 60% because he had two Empyrean god puppets. He wasn't reluctant to part with perfected Lord Kumu. After joining forces, their chances of clearing the skill hall were much higher. It seems that these palaces aren't suitable for us to explore. Many of the things inside have been taken away. We have to keep an eye on those big palaces. Perfected Lord Kumu flipped through a map. This map wasn't complete, but the names of some palaces were recorded on it. Along the way, they followed these palaces. Fortunately, their luck was good. They obtained some treasures after entering, but they didn't find anything good. In the end, perfected Lord Kumu placed his hand on one of the big palaces. Let's go to this palace. This palace is relatively large, and this palace is called the Library Pavilion. There should be many powerful cultivation techniques inside. Lin Fei had also taken a few glances at this map. He naturally knew that there were a few big palaces inside. Of course, there were some that weren't recorded. It was already quite good to have such a map. Lin Fei originally hoped to sign in here and obtain a map. But he wasn't so lucky. Then let's go to this library pavilion. I also want to go to the library pavilion to see what good cultivation techniques there are. The two of them walked over and encountered many tricks along the way. Fortunately, the two of them could crack them, not to mention that they had two Empyrean god puppets as the vanguard. They felt much more at ease. In the blink of an eye, they had groped their way to the vicinity of the library. There was only one big palace here. The great palace was quiet. The words library pavilion were filled with a mysterious aura. In fact, Lin Fei could even feel what was called righteousness from it. It was quite extraordinary. If I can sign in here, should be able to get some good stuff. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew better than anyone else that he would be able to get something good in this place. The previous palace was nothing much, but this palace was different. Now, it all depended on whether or not they could enter it. A palace like this should not be simple and should not be underestimated. There were no tricks in front of the library, which surprised Lin Fei and Immortal Kumu a little. Since he didn't have any tricks up his sleeves, that was for the best. With a whoosh, an illusory figure appeared. The appearance of the phantom shocked the two of them. He did not feel anything at all. It became incomparably mysterious. Welcome to the Book Collection Pavilion. This book collection pavilion is different from the book collection pavilion in your imagination. Only by leaving behind your own methods can you enter one of the floors. This is your opportunity. If you can't even move this stone tablet, then you don't have the qualifications to enter, let alone obtain the cultivation methods inside. As soon as the phantom appeared, it instantly spoke to the two of them. After Immortal Kumu and Lin Fei looked at each other, their hearts were filled with joy. At the very least, they could still enter this place. At the same time, their gazes landed on a stone tablet not far away. Previously, they had already noticed this stone tablet. Because this stone tablet was very smooth, there was nothing left on it, but it seemed a little out of place. They didn't expect it to be used as a test. You go first, I'll wait by the side. Immortal Kumu wasn't in a hurry to enter this time. Instead, he gave the opportunity to Lin Fei first. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. Okay, then I'll go in first. Anyway, this library should be extraordinary. Let's go in and try our luck. The stone tablet did look quite extraordinary, very different, and shone with a strange luster. Lin Fei also knew that without a certain level of strength, he probably wouldn't be qualified to enter. Activating the immemorial eternal body, he instantly punched the stone tablet. It was purely the power of the entire body. This punch was ferocious. Naturally, it became different. After this punch, the stone tablet instantly changed, like a mass of water ripples. There were ripples. There were more and more ripples. Immortal Kumu, who was next to him, had long known that Lin Fei should be on the path of body tempering, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. After the punch landed, the stone tablet instantly changed. These ripples also increased, and with a crash, the stone tablet collapsed and turned into a black fog. Then, the black fog turned into a stone tablet again. There are a total of 10 floors in the library, and you are qualified to enter the 8th floor to choose a cultivation technique. Lin Fei was shocked. Without hesitation, he directly flew over. The two heavenly god puppets were also kept, and he instantly entered the library. Immortal Kumu knew that Lin Fei's physical body was very strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong that he could actually enter the 8th floor. The cultivation technique on the 8th floor was also exceptionally strong. He had to work hard too. When he attacked and went all out, he could only enter the 7th floor. As expected, he was much weaker. He felt even more fortunate. At this moment, Lin Fei finally entered the 8th floor of the library. This 8th floor didn't have rows of wooden shelves like he had imagined, but instead appeared in a forest. This forest was quite quiet. Lin Fei frowned slightly. This situation was different from what he had imagined. It was strange. The 8th floor of the library was like this. Could it be for him to comprehend a cultivation technique here? That was a little mysterious. Lin Fei didn't move and took the initiative to observe the surroundings. He was afraid that if he moved, he would disrupt the layout here. At that time, it would affect his comprehension. That wouldn't be a good thing. After observing for a while, he didn't see anything, but it was quiet here. When he looked again, he discovered that these trees, flowers, and the like all contained some strange techniques. As for whether there were cultivation techniques or not, he couldn't tell for the time being. Sure enough, this 8th floor wasn't that easy to comprehend. It seems that my comprehension is still a little lacking. It seems that I should just wait here to sign in. After an hour, Lin Fei still didn't comprehend anything. Chapter 5086. This place was indeed much more mysterious than Lin Fei imagined. Even if Lin Fei wanted to study it, he wouldn't be able to. He didn't have any other thoughts. It seems that this library is indeed more powerful than I imagined. This time, I didn't gain anything at all. If I want to comprehend some powerful cultivation techniques here, it's no different from ascending to the heavens. Fortunately, Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He would wait until the next day to sign in. This place was filled with trees, but these trees looked a little different. They seemed to contain a mysterious aura. This also made Lin Fei even more certain of one thing. This place was indeed very powerful. The big shot who left behind the inheritance was definitely a top-notch existence. It was very likely that he was a 10-star existence. The strongest ones were 9 stars, but there were also some top-notch ones that were at the 10-star level. The 10-star level was a powerful existence. Naturally, not everyone could master the means he left behind. Lin Fei also knew that his talent wasn't the best. Fortunately, he had the sign-in system. Tomorrow, he would see what he could sign in for. While waiting with difficulty, ding. Sign-in successful in Tenjin Temple's library. Received Epiphany Bead. Can last for an hour. As soon as the reward came out, Lin Fei was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect it to be an Epiphany Bead. Moreover, it could last for an hour. This was definitely enough. Having this thing in the library was equivalent to having a super divine artifact. Lin Fei really wanted to clap his hands and cheer. The bead in his hand looked very ordinary, but Lin Fei could feel a mysterious aura coming from it. However, he didn't use it immediately. Instead, he walked inside. After feeling that he was in the center, he directly activated the Epiphany Bead. He wanted to see what he could learn from this Epiphany Bead. The bead was instantly used. Lin Fei also sat cross-legged. Then, the surrounding scenery began to change. Clatter clatter. Only a few figures were left, and these figures were constantly displaying some of their divine abilities. It was completely different from before. Lin Fei finally understood. This was the means of a big shot. Only those with a certain amount of potential would be able to see through these methods. They had even turned into the most common types of plants and flowers. Only those with a certain amount of potential would be able to see through these methods. Lin Fei was also very impressed. At the very least, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sense it. Only now did he know that this was the real deal. The figures here were constantly moving, but Lin Fei could feel that these methods were very powerful. With so many methods, how should he choose? This became another difficult problem. Fortunately, Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He had to choose the strongest technique within an hour. He had no need for fist techniques, palm techniques, sword techniques, and saber techniques. He had no need for saber techniques either. Lin Fei's gaze followed it. The figure that landed at the furthest end. This figure was quite simple. It was an imposing figure that kept attacking, and every time it attacked, the void would collapse. His physical body was really strong. His method surpassed space and time, and any planet with life could be destroyed with one strike. This was a technique of the physical body. Lin Fei was instantly engrossed in it. This was the technique that he was pursuing. He was even more certain of one thing, which was that this big shot was also a body cultivator. This was the only reason why his combat strength was so strong. Even a world with life couldn't take it. Lin Fei's current physical body techniques were much weaker. Thus, he focused on it. He felt that he could put aside all his other techniques. As long as he comprehended this, he would gain a lot from this trip. At the very least, it would make his combat strength infinitely stronger. Lin Fei had good eyes. There were so many figures, so many techniques, and all of them were really strong. This was the only thing that could interest Lin Fei. It was just such a simple thing. The figure kept punching, but each punch became extremely slow under this epiphany. This allowed Lin Fei to see it extremely clearly. He finally understood his opponent's techniques, and they were indeed quite strong. It was a pure close combat technique, but the attacks contained the combination of time and space. If he wanted to block this punch, he would need to be stronger, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take it at all. Lin Fei already had a certain level of control over time and space. Although he was still a little far away, it wasn't hard for him to grasp his opponent's techniques. A full half an hour passed. Lin Fei's gaze didn't leave, and his entire mind was in it. Until the epiphany bead passed. His surroundings returned to normal. No matter how he looked, he couldn't see any changes. The corner of Lin Fei's lips curled up. He finally had a huge gain. Although I didn't manage to comprehend any powerful techniques from this big shot, my control over my physical body has improved to a whole new level. This time, only Lin Fei knew how much he had benefited from this. This big shot's body tempering techniques were really very powerful, and the power of each punch and kick had an incomparably mysterious aura. After Lin Fei absorbed these techniques and used them on his fleshly body, the results were completely different. Originally, my combat power should be about 5-star, but if I use this big shot's techniques, I can now reach the peak of 6-star. It had improved a lot. This was quite thought-provoking. If he were to improve further, Lin Fei's strength would be even stronger. Even a peak 6-star was enough to make people feel terrified. Even if he encountered a 7-star, he would be able to fight. This was the benefit of having a strong body. With that, Lin Fei left the library. There was a time limit to the library. Lin Fei landed outside as soon as he came out. He didn't see Perfected Lord Kumu outside. He didn't know what technique Perfected Lord Kumu had comprehended. He might as well wait here. Clatter, clatter. After waiting for a long time, a few figures came in the direction of Lin Fei. Lin Fei's body had already improved, and he had a better understanding of the surrounding movements. These 5 figures actually exuded a familiar aura. He immediately understood that they should be the few people who had dealt with Perfected Lord Kumu previously. He didn't expect them to come to the library. He really didn't know if they were lucky or unlucky. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly, and he couldn't help but smile. This was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, and finding them by chance. They actually took the initiative to come to him. The error-free chapter of Invincible Leveling King will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. If you like the Invincible Leveling King, please collect. The Invincible Leveling King mobile game bar updates the fastest.